Chapter 955. Oh, I'm a little tired of eating fish and meat every day. I'll get the kitchen to buy more vegetables and fruits for a change of taste. On this day, Li Zixuan was eating lunch and subconsciously complained when he faced a table full of fish and meat. Although Han Yushi and the kitchen maid at home were very good at cooking, no matter how delicious they were, they couldn't rely on eating meat every day. Moreover, a healthy life required vegetables. These days of eating fish and meat every day had been going on for more than a month. Li Zixuan couldn't bear it anymore. Child, have you been too busy recently? It's already winter. Where do you want the servants to go to buy vegetables for you? You don't want to eat pickles. It's already good enough to have meat to eat. Mrs. Li knocked on the bowl. Her eyes were full of love and helplessness. Han Yushi also said yes. Husband, in this season, other than the warm soup bureau, there are vegetables and cold melons in other places. Husband, why don't you make do for a while? The so-called warm soup bureau was a department set up by the Tang Dynasty Palace to cultivate off-season fruits and vegetables. Don't be surprised. Off-season fruits and vegetables were not the patent of modern people. Off-season fruits and vegetables had already appeared as early as the Qin and Han dynasties. Back then, Qin Shi Huang planned the burying of Confucianism incident because of this. According to the historical records, Qin Shi Huang secretly planted melons in the warm place of Li Mountain's Mausoleum Valley. The melons were ripe, and he ordered the scholars to say it. People said different things, so the order was different. In the end, these Confucian scholars didn't know the reason. After seeing that the melons were rare in winter, they were all killed. In the Han Dynasty, the royal vegetable base, Taiguan Garden, began to use the method of storing fire to grow off-season vegetables on a large scale. At that time, there was an official named Xianxia. He said that off-season vegetables were illegal food and couldn't be eaten. It would hurt people if they ate it. However, these words were obviously to fool people. His real purpose was to persuade the royal family not to be too extravagant. However, the Taiguan Garden, which produced and supplied off-season vegetables for the royal family, was not abolished during the Han Dynasty. In the Tang Dynasty, the Warm Soup Bureau replaced the Taiguan Garden and began to provide off-season vegetables for the royal family. However, the cultivation method of vegetables at this time was obviously more environmentally friendly. They provided heat to the vegetables through hot springs instead of storing fire. Warden of Warm Soup. After hearing what his mother and wife said, Li Zixuan finally remembered the era he was in. But when he heard about the Warm Soup Bureau, he subconsciously understood. After all, this guy had read a lot of Tang Dynasty novels in his previous life, so he knew what the Warm Soup Bureau was. Then I'll go back and ask Xianxia for some vegetables. I'm sure he has some at home. Everyone was speechless. How could a teacher snatch food from a student? Li Zixuan's skin was really thick to the extreme. Cough, cough. Actually, this fellow also wanted to get his own greenhouse vegetables, but distant water could not quench his immediate thirst. He would first get some vegetables from Li Tai to quench his thirst. As for the greenhouse vegetables, he would also get them. Put it here, put it here. You guys, go to the front yard and help me move those brackets in. Li Zixuan was never careless when it came to his diet. In the afternoon, he asked someone to buy a batch of materials and planned to build a greenhouse in his yard. Young master, why do you need so many oilcloth and wood? Xiao He looked at the open space in the yard, which was full of coarse cloth and wooden sticks, and couldn't help but wonder. Li Zixuan smiled. Hee, I'm going to build a house. Build a house. Young master, why do you want to build a house? Isn't the house enough for us to live in? Xiao He was even more puzzled. You'll know when the time comes. Li Zixuan didn't explain much and ordered the servants to start building the house. First, in an open space in the west courtyard, according to the length and width of the greenhouse that was designed in advance, the four corners of the greenhouse were determined. After making the four corners at right angles with the law of the Pythagorean string, positioning piles were placed and positioning lines were drawn between the piles. Then, the foundation of the bamboo frame was leveled and compacted along the lines. Then, he let the servants use shovels to flatten the ground, followed by drilling holes and inserting wooden supports into the ground. In a short period of time, the sound of pile driving in the west courtyard resounded throughout the entire Li residence. Such a big movement naturally alarmed Li Jingma, Madame Li, and the Yi family. Xianxia, what are you doing? Although Father Li had already retired and didn't care about the family's affairs, he couldn't help but frown when he saw his son destroying the house's courtyard. Li Zixuan saw that the main members of the family were basically all present and understood that his movement was too big. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Father, I'm planning to build a house specially used to grow vegetables in the winter. When the time comes, if our family wants to eat vegetables, we don't have to beg others. Build a house? Grow vegetables? Li Jingma's eyes widened, and then he scolded with a straight face. Nonsense. I've lived for so long, and I've never heard of growing vegetables in a house. You've been following your master since you were young, and you've never been involved in farming. Now you're actually doing such a ridiculous thing. It's simply wishful thinking. If this gets out, it'll be a joke. Li Zixuan wasn't convinced. Father, you haven't tried it. How do you know this method won't work? Besides, it's not like no one has ever tried growing vegetables in the winter. Can't you just do it in the hot spring department? Li Jingma said angrily. There's a hot spring in the hot spring department to keep it warm all year round. How can it be the same? Stop fooling around and get them to remove these things as soon as possible. In fact, if it were any other time, Li Zixuan could do whatever he wanted at home, but now Yi Guozhong and the others were still living in the Li family. When Li Jingma saw his son fooling around like this, he felt a little embarrassed. If he didn't do it well, he would be reprimanded by his father-in-law again. Li Zixuan didn't have as many twists and turns as his father. He waved his hand and motioned for the servants who had stopped next to him to continue working. Then he turned to Li Jingma and said, Father, since you don't believe me, let's make a bet. If I grow vegetables in this house, will you eat them or not? How could Li Jingma believe Li Zixuan's nonsense? He stroked his beard and said proudly, Humph, don't try to deceive me. If you can grow vegetables in the winter, I won't eat a single one, even if I starve to death. Humph, you old man have nothing better to do. Why are you being so serious with your son? When your son really grows vegetables, I'll see if you'll eat them or not. Mrs. Li, who was next to them, couldn't help but roll her eyes when she saw that the old man and the young man were actually betting. In her opinion, although her son's actions seemed ridiculous, countless facts in the past had proven that her son was always right. Chapter 956. Madam, I'm not being serious. Why don't you ask your parents-in-law if they've ever heard of planting vegetables in a house? Madame Li's words were obviously biased. Li Jingma was immediately dissatisfied. Speaking of which, he could be considered an official now. Why was his status in the family still so low? This was intolerable. Yi Guozhong saw that Li Jingma had turned the topic to him. He thought for a moment and said, It didn't exist in the past, but it doesn't mean it won't exist in the future. Little Xian has been good at creating miracles in the past year, since he returned to Chang'an. Jingma, as his father, how can you not believe in your own son? It was rare for Yi Guozhong to actually speak up for Li Zixuan. Old Madame Yi smiled and said, Old master is right. Little Xian doesn't look like someone who would boast casually. Jingma, if you speak so confidently now, you'll have to starve in the future. Old Madame Ye's words immediately made everyone laugh. Lan'er clapped and said, Daddy is going to starve. But Daddy, don't worry. Lan will send you food when the time comes. Send food? Your father. I am not going to jail. Do I need a little girl like you to send me food? Li Jingma's old face darkened. Everyone laughed again. While they were talking, 2 rows of wooden sticks of the same height were inserted into the ground in the courtyard. The top of the 2 sticks was supported by a curved bamboo strip. It really looked like the frame of a house. Li Zixuan didn't have time to chat with his father at this time. He personally went down and ordered the servants to tie the custom-made white tarpaulins one by one to the supports. There was no plastic in this era. Li Zixuan thought about it and could only use tarpaulins instead. Although it was white tarpaulins, how could they remain white after being soaked in tung oil? It looked dark yellow, but even so, it was much better than black. After all, black tarpaulins absorb light and didn't transmit light. It was not conducive to the growth of vegetables. These tarpaulins were specially made by Li Zishuan. There were 2 lengths of rope attached to them at specific intervals, which were used to tie them to the brackets that were inserted in advance. The winter in the north was especially cold. To be safe, 1 layer of tarpaulin was not enough to solve the problem. Li Zishuan made the greenhouse into a structure with 2 layers of tarpaulin. This way, the greenhouse would be even more insulated. Of course, in addition to this, Li Zishuan also prepared a thermal insulation plan, which was the natural heating method. The so-called natural heating was not an increase in temperature for no reason, but the effect of a mysterious substance, which was the fermentation agent. The specific method is when preparing the ground, making beds, or making seed beds, the soil is filled with cow dung, pig dung, fresh garbage, manure, and crushed straws. Then an appropriate amount of wheat koji or Xianxia is added to make fermenting agent. And finally, the soil of the vegetable garden is filled so that the microorganisms in the fermenting agent can use the raw materials to work. These raw materials can slowly release heat, gradually increasing the temperature of the soil and the air to ensure the normal growth of the plants. Although Li Zishuan had never farmed in this life, don't forget that he was born into a farmer's family in his previous life. At that time, his family had built a greenhouse, and at that time, they used this method of releasing heat through fermentation to ensure the greenhouse's temperature. Reality proved that the effect was quite good. However, the fermenting agent they used at that time was also an industrial fermenting agent, so the effect might be slightly better than wheat koji or Xiaoxiu. More than 20 servants used more than 2 hours to build the greenhouse that was less than half a mu in size. It was the first time Lana saw such a long house, and she was extremely excited. The little girl shuttled back and forth in the greenhouse, not knowing the meaning of tiredness. She could not be dragged out, as if she wanted to make this her new home. However, when Sanbao came in with a load of dung, the little girl ran out at her fastest speed without needing anyone to say anything. "Stinky Sanbao, why did you bring 2 buckets of dung over for no reason?" "Ah, it stinks, you're so disgusting." Lana covered her nose and scolded as she ran. "Miss, I, young master asked me to." Sanbao looked around. Actually, he did not want to pick such smelly things. Wasn't it Li Zishuan's request? "All right, Sanbao, quickly get someone to evenly fill the fields with horse and cow dung. Then sprinkle wheat koji over it. Then plant the seeds of water spinach, cold melon, leeks, and shepherd's purse." Li Zishuan interrupted Sanbao and ordered. Speaking of which, the excrement was not ordinary excrement, but fresh horse and cow excrement. It was not easy to obtain such excrement. Dozens of servants and Pang Feiji's personal guards went out together and took away almost all the cow and horse excrement in the mansions of every household in Chang. The reason why they used cow and horse dung instead of human dung was mainly because cows and horses were herbivores. Their dung contained undigested residues, which were easier to ferment. Moreover, the fermented products were better for the vegetables. "All right, young master," Sanbao responded and led the other servants to work in full swing. In an instant, the west courtyard was filled with the stench. Li Jingma, Madame Li, Yi Guozhong, and the rest could not stay any longer. They hurried out of the west courtyard. Although Li Zishuan could hold his breath and was not afraid of the stench, his wife, Han Yushi, was afraid. Hence, he also pulled Han Yushi out. "Cousin, are you really confident that you can grow vegetables in this house?" Yi Fashion followed behind and asked Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan smiled confidently and said, "Of course. If nothing goes wrong, Fashion, you should be able to eat the vegetables here during the new year." "Ha! You won't be able to eat these fresh things during the new year at Nanyang." "It's all thanks to you, cousin." Yi Fashion smiled and said. Then he continued to ask, "Planting in the spring and harvesting in the autumn is the way of the heavens. Cousin, aren't you going against the heavens by planting vegetables in the winter?" Li Zishuan looked at the unlucky child and said in a speechless manner, Fine. There's no need for so many rules. Your cousin just wants to eat some of the vegetables he grew. How is that against the heavens? Fashion, don't be so rigid all the time." It's life. If you want to live a good life, you have to. Tui, you can't be so calculative. Think about it yourself. After that, he patted Yi Fashion's shoulder and turned to Han Yushi and said, My wife, I'm going back to Yinshan later. Do you want to come along? Han Yushi thought for a while and nodded. I'll go too. Who knows? I might be able to help you. Li Zishuan smiled and said, All right, I'll get someone to prepare the carriage. Chapter 9:57. Around 5 p.m., Li Zishuan and Han Yushi arrived at Yun Mountain in a carriage with a large group of servants. The carriage was filled with oilcloth and wood. They were planning to grow vegetables in greenhouses in Yun Mountain. Speaking of which, more than 90% of the roads in Cloud Mountain had been repaired. This greatly reduced the travel time. In the past, it would take more than an hour for a carriage to travel this long path. Now, it would only take a little more than 15 minutes. More importantly, the road was wide. In the past, if two carriages wanted to stagger, they had to be careful for fear of bumping into each other. Now, the cement road was wide enough to accommodate 4 carriages side by side. Compared to this, the official road outside the city was like a small road. San Bao, bring them here and build me a greenhouse that is exactly the same as the one in the residence. I have something to do outside. Li Zishuan said to San Bao as he marked out an empty space behind the courtyard. In this era, there were no strict management methods for abandoned land like in the modern era. Usually, the land would belong to whoever developed it. Besides, Yinhuang College was built on Yun Mountain. The entire mountain was basically Li Zishuan's private territory. He could plant wherever he wanted. Yes, young master. Don't worry and go. San Bao took on the responsibility without hesitation. As Li Zishuan's #1 henchman, this was a piece of cake for him. Li Zishuan nodded and left with his wife. He wanted to go to his father-in-law's house. He wasn't going to monopolize the vegetables in the greenhouses. Planting vegetables was just for fun and to satisfy his appetite. He didn't plan to use it to make money. However, it was a good idea to let the villagers in his fief take care of it. As for Han Tianhu, due to his relationship with Li Zishuan, he was now the head of one of the 8 villages in Li Zishuan's fief. The Han family manor's position among the 8 villages was skyrocketing. Only Plum Village, which was close to Yin Mountain, could compete with them. The other 6 villages were envious of these 2 villages. However, their villages were now part of Li Zishuan's fief. As long as they followed Li Zishuan's footsteps, their good days wouldn't be far away. Previously, when Li Zishuan mobilized the villagers to gather herbs in the mountains, the villagers were unusually enthusiastic. If there wasn't a quota, they would have brought their entire families into the mountains. It's Marquis. Hello, Marquis. Greetings, Marquis. Since Cloud Mountain wasn't far from Plum Village, Li Zishuan didn't choose to take a carriage. The couple hadn't gone far when they saw a group of villagers carrying bamboo baskets on their backs, heading towards the 3rd courtyard in an endless stream. When the villagers saw Li Zishuan, they stopped in their tracks and bowed. Their faces were filled with excitement. Yes, you're going to look for Dr. Sun? Some of them were familiar to Li Zishuan, while others were unfamiliar. However, when he saw the herbs in their bamboo baskets, Li Zishuan guessed that they were here to sell herbs. Yes, Marquis, we're all going to Dr. Sun to sell herbs. Why don't you go to the pharmacy in Chang'an City to sell? Li Zishuan asked with a smile. When he decided to set up a school hospital in the academy, he put a sum of money in Sun Simiao's place for him to purchase herbs. The purchase price of herbs here wasn't much better than the big pharmacies in Chang'an City. Some herbs were even cheaper than the ones in Chang'an City. The main reason was that Sun Simiao didn't think it was worth the money. This old man had always been frugal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have collected herbs himself to treat patients. When the man heard this, his face suddenly changed. He straightened his neck and said, Marquis is kind-hearted. He pointed out a way for us to make money. Why would we do such a treacherous thing? Wouldn't that be like being criticized behind our backs? An old man next to him also said, Xuanzi is right. Marquis, you're kind-hearted. Besides, Dr. Sun doesn't charge for treating the poor. The herbs we collect don't cost anything. It's just a little effort. Even if Dr. Sun doesn't pay us, we have no reason to give these herbs away. Yes, who knows, These herbs might even be used by Divine Dr. Sun on us in the end. Yes, although we're poor, we can't let others criticize us behind our backs. The old man's words immediately gained the approval of many people. Li Zishuan's kindness to the people of his fief and Sun Simiao's kindness to the poor had been widely spread in the area near Chang and city. People's hearts were made of flesh. In the face of good people like Li Zishuan and Sun Simiao, how could they only recognize money and not care about feelings? It had to be said that the feelings of kindness in this era were quite strong. If this situation was in modern times, it would be hard to say. Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan, her heart full of love. She was happy that her husband had won the hearts of the people. Li Zishuan patted the man's arm and said, "Ha, good, good, good. I appreciate your kindness. Since you are now the people of my fief, I will definitely take you to live a good life. Marquis is righteous. Marquis is mighty." The people had been looking forward to this promise in their hearts. Now that they finally heard Li Zishuan say it personally, they were suddenly very excited and shouted. Li Zishuan smiled and chatted with the people around him. Then, he took Han Yushi down the mountain. The villagers didn't go into the mountains to pick herbs every day. Now, the unified arrangement of the villages was to organize a group to go into the mountains every other day. Therefore, when Li Zishuan and his wife arrived at the Han village, Han Lijing didn't go out. Instead, he was playing chess with Old Hu in the courtyard. It was the slack period now. If Li Zishuan hadn't arranged a job to go into the mountains to pick herbs, Han Lijing would probably be even more free now. At this moment, the two bad chess players were happily playing chess on the stone table in the courtyard. Father-in-law, Han Yushi and Li Zishuan entered the courtyard. The two of them called out one after the other. "Yo, Yushi, Xianxia, you're back." Han Lijing heard and quickly stood up. His face was full of warmth. Old Hu also put down the chess piece in his hand and stood up with a smile. "Hey, Han girl, young master, you're here." He didn't call Marquis, nor did he call Marquis Madam. However, this kind of address made Li Zishuan and Han Yushi feel very close. "Yes, Uncle Hu, you're playing chess." Li Zishuan smiled. Old Hu patted his head and said resentfully, "Hey, I was about to win just now." "All right, Lijing, you lost this round." Chapter 958. Father-in-law, Uncle Hu, how was the west side of Yinshan? Did you encounter any danger yesterday? After exchanging greetings for a while, the four of them sat around the stone table. Han Yushi brought 4 cups of water from inside the house. Li Zishuan took a sip and looked at Han Lijing and Hu Hanyan. Han Lijing smiled and said, "We didn't encounter any danger. There were so many of us. No matter how strong the beasts were, they would be scared away. We didn't even encounter a tiger." Hu Hanyan interrupted. "That's right, it was so boring. I remember that there were many tigers in the west side of the mountain in the early years. Yesterday, I was planning to hunt one back and use its skin as a mattress on my bed. In the end, we didn't even find a tiger's hair after searching for half a day. How infuriating." In the modern era, using tiger skin as mattresses was usually done by the rich. That was because tigers were protected by the country and were rare, so tiger skin was naturally even rarer. But in this era, even a farmer like Old Hu had a tiger skin, let alone a real rich family. Li Zishuan looked at Hu Hanyun and couldn't help but say, "Uncle Hu, it's a good thing that there are no beasts. At least there won't be any casualties, but we can't let our guard down. Father-in-law, even if we don't encounter any beasts in the future, we must have a group of young men accompanying us every time. Otherwise, we can't let farmers go into the mountains to pick herbs without permission. Many times, danger happens when people are not paying attention." Han Lijing stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. "Yes, Xiaoxian, don't worry. I will arrange it well. By the way, apart from this matter, this son-in-law has something else to tell father-in-law." Li Zishuan changed the topic and said, "Hey, young master, I have something to do at home, so I'll leave first." Although Hu Hanyun looked rough, his heart was not rough at all. He realized that what Li Zishuan was going to say to Han Lijing next might not be suitable for him to hear. So he quickly got up and took the initiative to leave. "Hey, Uncle Hu, it's not a secret anyway. and it's also related to you. Sit down. Li Zixuan knew what Old Hu was thinking, so he quickly dissuaded him. Hee. Then I, Old Hu, will listen. When Hu Hanyan heard this, he laughed awkwardly and sat down again. Li Zixuan then told him about his plan to popularize greenhouses and use this method to cultivate vegetables in winter. When Han Lijing heard this, his eyes widened. He said in disbelief, "Little Xian, is this method of yours really feasible? This old man has lived for so long, but I've never heard of anyone growing vegetables in their house." Before Li Zixuan could say anything, Hu Hanyun interrupted. "Hey, Li Zheng, it's not right for you to ask this question. Since the first time young master came to our manor at the beginning of the year, when has he ever said anything wrong? From what I, Old Hu, see, although this method sounds unlikely, but since young master said it, then it will definitely work." Li Zixuan waved his hand and laughed. "Ha ha. Uncle Hu, don't praise me. How can I be as amazing as you say? Coincidentally, I've just built a vegetable shed in the side yard. Father-in-law, Uncle Hu, why don't you come with me to take a look and learn how to build it and cultivate it? Later on, you can teach the other farmers in our manor who are willing to learn. When the vegetables are ripe, it will bring in a decent amount of income for the farmers. Right?" Good. Han Lijing said excitedly. "Little Xian, this is not just a decent amount of income. It's simply a huge amount of income. You might not know how precious vegetables are during winter in Chang'an City. This is truly a priceless commodity. If this method of yours really works, then the few manors around our Han Manor will really make a killing this time." That's right. Young master, you really have a lot of ideas. The farmers in our manor must have cultivated good karma in their previous lives to be able to look forward to your arrival. Old Hu laughed heartily. Han Lijing didn't even lock the door and followed Li Zixuan up Cloud Mountain with Hu Hanyan. Although the security wasn't so good that Tu Bu couldn't pick up his belongings with the villagers around to look after them, Han Lijing wasn't worried at all that his belongings would be stolen. The four of them hurried along and arrived at Cloud Mountain's first courtyard in a little more than 15 minutes. At this time, a dark yellow tarpaulin shed about 10 feet long and 10 feet wide was revealed in front of them. San Bao and the servants were in the midst of finishing up the work. "Young master, you're back. This place will be ready soon. Please wait a moment." San Bao saw that Li Zixuan had returned so quickly and quickly came over to inform him. Li Zixuan waved his hand and laughed. "Ha, no rush. San Bao, you did well." San Bao immediately grinned. Hee, it's all because you taught me well." Li Zixuan smiled and turned to Han Lijing and Hu Hanyan. "Father-in-law, Uncle Hu, this is the shed I told you about just now. It's specially used to grow vegetables in winter. This shed is covered with 2 layers of tarpaulin. I'll add some fertilizer inside. When the time comes when the door is closed, no matter how cold it is outside, it'll still be warm inside. Why would the soup bureau provide vegetables to the royal family in winter? Isn't it because it's warm there? If we use this, we'll most likely be able to achieve the same effect." Han Lijing's eyes lit up and he nodded. "Xiao Xian, after hearing what you said, this method is quite promising. Perhaps we can really try it out." After saying that, he immediately frowned and hesitated, but with so many tarpaulins added together, I'm afraid it won't be cheap. I just don't know if the farmers will dare to take this risk. What Han Lijing said was true. After all, Li Zixuan's method of growing vegetables out of season had never been tried before. The capital invested in the early stage was not a small amount for the farmers. It would depend on whether the farmers believed in Li Zixuan or not. Hu Hanyan waved his hand carelessly and said, "Hey, those who aren't willing don't have the life to earn this money. Lijing, no matter how much you force them, it's useless. Anyway, I, Old Hu, believe in young master. I'll go to Chang'an tomorrow to buy tarpaulins. My family will build 10 of these big sheds. Anyway, there's a lot of land that's uncultivated now." It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Old Hu had been reborn. His son and daughter both had their own achievements. Now, not only were they no longer the burden of the family, but they had also become the pride of the family, and even the entire Han family manor. Because of this, the Hu family was getting richer and richer. At this moment, Old Hu seemed to be rich and overbearing. He directly said that he wanted to build 10 of these sheds. But sometimes, honest people also had their blessings. It wouldn't be long before Hu Hanyun would be thankful for his current decision. Father-in-law, Uncle Hu's words are rough, but they are reasonable. When the time comes, the farmers will be free to build the sheds. If they don't want to, we won't force them. Chapter 9:59. Little Xian, you can't do this. In the Yunshan residence, Han Lijing listened to Li Zishuan and Hu Hanyun's conversation and quickly said, Little Xian, you might not know the situation of the other villages. Take the Liujia village, for example. Their village just joined your fief not long ago. During the previous autumn harvest, they still paid rent according to the previous landlord's request. In addition, this year's harvest is generally not good, making things worse. Their place is not rich to begin with. It's already not bad that they have enough food to eat. If you ask them to get so many oilcloths, even if they sell all the food in their house, it won't be enough. Little Xian, since you thought of this method to help the villagers increase their income, then you must also want all the villagers to receive this favor, right? Therefore, father-in-law still hopes that you can consider this matter carefully. After Li Zishuan heard this, he was silent for a while. He secretly thought that he had taken things for granted. The price of cloth in the beginning of the Tang dynasty was very cheap. The price of a spool of fine silk was the price of a bucket of rice. That is, 3 to 4 copper coins could buy a spool of silk cloth. As for the coarse oilcloths used to build the greenhouses, it was even cheaper. The cost of a greenhouse was actually only 200 to 300 copper coins. Li Zishuan's family had a ready-made clothing store, so he naturally knew the current price of cloth in Chang'an. It was because he knew that he subconsciously thought that the commoners could grit their teeth and bear the cost of a greenhouse. 200 to 300 copper coins was equivalent to a few $1,000s in the modern era. If a family squeezed together, they should be able to gather together. But he neglected a problem. The extent of exploitation of the farmers by the landlords of this era was far from comparable to the modern era. In this era, people who could not afford to eat enough and where clothes were everywhere. Was 200 to 300 copper coins really a small amount? For some families, 200 to 300 copper coins could be enough for their family to eat for a year. Father-in-law is right. This son-in-law has indeed not thought it through. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and took the initiative to admit his mistake. He continued, How about this? This son-in-law will take out 1,000 strings of money and leave it with father-in-law. If the villagers are willing to build greenhouses and have difficulties at home, they can come to you to borrow a sum of money. Each family can borrow at most 500 copper coins. They don't need to pay interest, as long as they can repay the principal within a year. Father-in-law, what do you think about this? Capital loans were not unique to modern times. In ancient times, this was not a new thing at all. The reason why Meng Changjun, one of the 4 young masters of the Warring States period, was able to raise 3,000 retainers and recruit talents from all walks of life was because of the business of lending money and collecting interest. According to historical records, there was a year when Shuedi failed to pay interest. Meng Changjun sent people to collect interest, but they still received an interest of 100,000. It could be seen that the scale of lending money was very large. Compared to that, Li Zishuan was not lending money at all. He was doing a good deed. After all, he did not charge any interest. Han Lijing said with a smile, That's great. In this way, little Xian, you are truly working for the well-being of the common people. Hey, young master, you are so kind. The banks in Chang and city lend money to people, and they ask for 10% interest every month. Old Hu said with a grin. To be honest, he was a little tempted by this preferential offer. Regarding private lending, the Qin and Han dynasties was the first time in China's history that usury was at its peak. After the Tang dynasty, private lending developed even more rapidly. Various banks and pawn shops were set up in Xi City. Hence, it became the earliest financial street in China. Of course, in order to suppress usury, the imperial court also imposed many restrictions on private lending. There were clear records that the legal interest rate during this time was 10% per month and 120% per year. Compared to the interest rate during the Qin and Han dynasties, this interest rate was more friendly. However, to the common people, this interest rate was still relatively high. Hence, when Old Hu heard that Li Zishuan wanted to lend money to the villagers without paying interest, he could not help but be tempted. After all, if he borrowed money from the banks, he would have to pay back 600 in interest a year later. In this way, borrowing money was profiting. Li Zishuan smiled and changed the topic. Uncle Hu, father-in-law, take a closer look at this greenhouse. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. In the next few days, this greenhouse will be promoted to all the villagers. When the time comes, I will have to trouble you. Han Lijing nodded and said, Okay, Old Hu and I will take a closer look. Although he and Hu Hanyun had an unruly time when they were young, later on, they obediently stayed at home and farmed. They could be considered as genuine farmers. Imitating others to grow vegetables was a piece of cake for them. The next day, Old Hu went out early in the morning. Today, he did not follow the village's young men into the mountains as a guard. He had more important things to do, and that was to buy cloth. There was no ready-made oilcloth, so he bought coarse cloth and then some tung oil and went home to make it himself. When he went there, it was an empty ox cart. When he came back, it was full of coarse cloth, and there were 2 barrels of tung oil hanging on the side of the cart. Yo, isn't this Old Hu? Why did you buy so much cloth? Are you making clothes for your son? That's not right. Why didn't you buy silk cloth but so much coarse cloth? On the way, it was inevitable that he would meet some acquaintances. Old Hu usually laughed and said carelessly, Haha, recently, the family is short of firewood, so I bought some coarse cloth to burn at home. If it wasn't someone from the village, Old Hu was determined not to reveal the secret of growing vegetables in the greenhouse. It was just that his response was a little too shocking. Buying coarse cloth to burn as firewood? Hearing Old Hu's response, people all suspected that Old Hu's brain was fried. Although the situation of Old Hu's family was much better this year, it was not to the point of being extravagant enough to burn coarse cloth as firewood. Right? My son's mother. I'm back. Come out and help me carry the things. The road from the Chong, an official road to the Han village, was now flat and wide. After a while, Old Hu returned home. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he shouted at the top of his voice, Hey, master, you're back so soon? When Lu Yu heard the noise, she hurriedly ran out of the house. When she saw the mountain of coarse cloth on the ox cart, she was stunned. This, husband, how much did you buy these cloth for? Hu Hanyun wiped away his sweat and said with a grin, Hey, it's only 3 strings of coins worth of cloth. The shopkeeper said that if I bought more, he would give me more, so I bought more. It's not a loss, not a loss. It's not a loss? What did you say when you left? You only bought 2 strings of coins worth of cloth. Now that you've bought such a big cart, what are you going to do with the extra cloth? Lu Yue said angrily. Do what? Burn. Bah, I'm going to grow vegetables. Old Hu answered this question too many times along the way, so he couldn't help but say that word directly. Chapter 960. Hearing Hu Hanyun say burn, Lu Yu was so angry that smoke almost came out of her head. Husband, we've built so many greenhouses. What if we lose money? After all, growing vegetables in winter doesn't sound very reliable. Hu Hanyun glanced at his wife and said in annoyance, What does a woman like you know? Young master is the son of a god. How can he be wrong? If it weren't for young master, we would still be living in this rundown house. We would still be cooped up at home with them. You don't have to believe other people, but you have to believe everything young master says. Although Lu Yu liked to take advantage of others, she wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for her. In this kind of situation, she was still able to distinguish between right and wrong. Understood, husband. Hu Hanyun said with satisfaction. Take down these coarse cloths and dip them in tung oil to dry. I'll go to the mountains to chop some wood. We'll go build the greenhouses in the afternoon. Lu Yu agreed and said, Then, husband, go quickly and come back quickly. Okay. At the same time, the news of Li Zishuan's intention to promote greenhouses to grow vegetables began to spread among the 8 villages. Of course, what was more attractive was Li Zishuan's interest-free loan, which ignited the hope of many poor people. Wife, tie up the old hen at home. I'll bring it to the Han village later and borrow 500 copper coins from Han Lijian. Our family also wants to follow Marquis and build greenhouses. In a dilapidated courtyard in the Liujia village, a middle-aged man with dark skin and a thin figure suddenly seemed to have made up his mind. He stood up abruptly and said to the house, Husband, you're going to borrow so much? What if we can't pay it back when the time comes? A woman in coarse clothes walked out of the house and said anxiously. The man gritted his teeth and said, We have to pay it back. When the time comes, we'll definitely be able to pay it back. Wife, think about it. As long as we can use these greenhouses to grow vegetables, let alone 500 copper coins, we'll have a few thousand copper coins. You know old Hu from the Han village, right? It was said that his son was cured by Marquis, who knew that he would be admitted to Yanhuang College a few months ago. He was really lucky. Our Huzi isn't young anymore. I have to hurry up and get him a package so that he can go to school to learn something. If he can also get into Marquis' Yanhuang College in 2 years, then our family's ancestral graves will be smoking. In ancient times, it was a kind of gift given to each other by superiors and subordinates, relatives and friends. In ancient times, when students and teachers met for the first time, they would first present gifts as a sign of respect. This was known as a gift. It had already been implemented during the time of Confucius. In the Tang Dynasty, schools still used the ceremony of paying tuition, but many poor families could not afford to pay tuition, so naturally, they did not have a life to study. The woman hesitated and said, But husband, what if Marquis' method doesn't work and we can't grow vegetables? In fact, this woman's thoughts represented the thoughts of a considerable number of people. Most of the farmers who were still hesitating were not sure whether Li Zixuan's method could grow vegetables in winter. The man was suddenly speechless. After a while, he stamped his feet and said, It definitely can. Since Marquis dares to promote this method to us, then he must have confidence. You didn't see how rich the Han village and Plum village are now. That's all because of Marquis' help. Besides, if we really can't grow vegetables and can't pay back the money, then I'll sell my life to Marquis to repay the debt. After saying that, he resolutely turned around and walked out of the courtyard. His steps were so firm, and his back was so bleak. However, hey, husband, you forgot to take the chicken. Do you still want the old hen at home? Chang'an City, Yongla Lane, Li Mansion. After Li Zixuan finished his business in Yunshan yesterday, he came back directly. His father-in-law was in charge of the farm, and Li Gang and Yin Silu were in charge of the academy. He was very comfortable as a hands-off boss. Xianxia, I heard that you want to let the people in your fief grow vegetables with you? When it was almost noon, Yi Guozhong found Li Zixuan and asked. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Yes, grandfather. Yi Guozhong frowned and said, Are you 100% sure that this method will work? You have to know that the people are not rich. If they can't grow vegetables, you'll be doing bad things with good intentions. In the end, this old man was still worried that Li Zixuan's good reputation, which he had painstakingly built, would be ruined because of a greenhouse. At the same time, the people who followed Li Zixuan to grow vegetables in the greenhouse would also be ruined. Grandfather, don't worry. I tested this method of growing vegetables with my master when I was at Mount Longhu. As long as it's done properly, we'll definitely be able to grow vegetables. Li Zixuan didn't want to keep talking nonsense, so he directly brought out his omnipotent master. When Yi Guozhong heard this, he was suddenly speechless. As a cultivation family, Yi family was certainly clear about spiritual master Lingshu's magical power and his status in Taoism. Since these greenhouse vegetables have been verified by spiritual master Lingshu, what else could he say? A kind-hearted person will be rewarded with good fortune. A family that accumulates kindness will have more to celebrate. Xiaoxian, you have to always remember this. People follow the laws of the earth follows the laws of the heaven follows the laws of the Tao, and the Tao follows the laws of nature. Taoism emphasizes karma. Your good deeds today will definitely be rewarded with good results. Grandfather is very pleased to see that you treat the people in your fief so well. Yi Guozhong came over and patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and said with deep meaning, Old man, yes, words could be said to Li Zixuan's heart. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, "Grandfather, you flatter me." After lunch, Li Zixuan's uncle, Yi Huiming, carried a small bag of luggage and prepared to leave Chong and return in Anyang. "Father, mother, take care of your health in Chong, and I'll go back first." Yi Huiming bowed and cupped his hands. "Good, good, good. Huiming, you also have to be careful on the road. Take the official road, don't take the small roads, so as to avoid encountering bad people." The old madam of the Yi family nagged. "I know," Yi Huiming responded and looked at Yi Fashion. He really didn't know what to say to this son of his who had been like a sinner since he was young. After thinking for a while, he decided not to say anything. In the end, he looked at Li Jingma and Yi Yuzhu. Yi Yuzhu quickly said, "Big brother, don't worry. I will take good care of father, mother, and Fashion." Yi Huiming nodded and whispered, "Don't resent father for what happened in the past. He did it for your own good." Then he turned and got into the carriage at the door. With the coachman's go, the carriage gradually drove out of Yonglo Lane and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 961. "Okay, Lu Meng, put your thumbprint here and you can borrow these 500 coins. Han Village, Han family's courtyard. There was a long line in the courtyard. Han Li was setting up a table in the courtyard. Beside him stood a middle-aged scholar. At this moment, Han Li was smiling as he spoke to the dark-skinned man in coarse hemp clothing. This man was the father of Liujia Village's Huzi. He was the one who came here to borrow money but forgot to bring his hen. However, even if he brought it, it would be a waste because Han Lijing would not accept it. "Hey, I will press it now." Lu Meng did not look at the content of the paper. He responded and without hesitation, bit his thumb and put a red thumbprint on the paper. Han Lijing's character was well known by everyone in the surrounding area. Therefore, Lu Meng was not worried that Han Lijing would cheat him. Besides, even if he did not believe Han Lijing, how could not believe Li Zixuan? After all, Han Lijing was helping Li Zixuan. "Okay, here are 500 coins. You better count them carefully." Han Lijing nodded. He took out a string of coins from the wooden box behind him and handed it over to Lu Meng. Lu Meng took it with both hands. He wanted to count, but he was a bit embarrassed. Han Lijing saw this and laughed. It is best to count the coins face to face to avoid any misunderstandings later on. "Thank you, Han Lijing." Lu Meng was moved. He moved 2 steps to the left to give way to the line. Then he stood on the side and counted the coins face to face. Han Lijing shouted. Next, a young man in his 20s came over. Han Lijing found him unfamiliar and asked, "Little brother, which village are you from?" Han Lijing, "My name is Wang Qingyuan. I am from Shirley Village. Last month, my village was annexed to Marquis's fief." The young man quickly replied. Han Lijing looked at the middle-aged scholar beside him. He saw the scholar open the book on the table to a certain page. After looking at it for a moment, he nodded and said, "There is indeed this person in Wang Village." Han Lijing nodded and asked the young man, "Wang Qingyuan, how much money do you want to borrow? Why do you want to borrow money?" Wang Qingyuan replied, "Han Lijing, I want to borrow 500 copper coins. I also want to build a greenhouse to grow vegetables." Han Lijing nodded and took out a piece of paper with a document written on it and said, "Just like Lu Meng, put your fingerprint here." "Hey, I understand," Wang Qingyuan said excitedly. At this time, Lu Meng, who was next to him, has already counted the copper coins. He scratched his head and somewhat embarrassedly asked Han Lijing, "Han Lijing, how should we build this greenhouse? I want to learn." Holding the heavy 500 copper coins, he felt a huge pressure in his heart. If he couldn't grow vegetables, then his family would be completely finished. His son wouldn't be able to go to school, and he was afraid that even eating would be a problem. Therefore, before he set up the greenhouse, he had to learn the technique well. Otherwise, the borrowed 500 copper coins would be wasted. "Yes, Han Lijing, where should we go to learn how to build a greenhouse?" The other people also looked at this side. The question that Lu Meng asked was also what they wanted to ask. Those who made up their minds to borrow money actually wanted to use this opportunity to completely improve their family situation. No one didn't want to be able to grow vegetables in their greenhouse. Han Lijing raised his head and said to everyone, If you want to learn how to build a greenhouse after you get the money, I can take you to Old Hu's house to have a look. His house has already built a greenhouse. At that time, if you have anything you don't understand, be sure to ask on the spot. Old Hu will also teach you some planting techniques. If you want to learn, you can wait for a while on the side. Lu Mang grinned and said, "Hey, that's fine. I will wait for a while on the side." "Thank you, Han Lijing." "Yo, there's so many people." At this time, Li Zishuan came in from outside the courtyard. Looking at the long line in the courtyard, he was surprised. In the afternoon, after he sent his uncle away, he remembered the situation in the village and immediately rushed over. Things like greenhouse vegetables, for many people, were entrusted to their family's livelihood. If he didn't come personally to teach, in case something went wrong, it would be a big sin. "Marquis? Marquis is here. Greetings to Marquis. Greetings to Marquis." Among the nobles of the Great Tang, Li Zishuan was one of the more down-to-earth nobles. He often interacted with the people of the lower class, so there were many people who recognized Li Zishuan. The moment he entered, many people recognized him, and the people in the procession instantly grew excited and enthusiastically bowed. Li Zishuan nodded his head to greet them one by one. He walked to the front of the line. The middle-aged scholar from before hurriedly straightened his clothes and quickly came over to salute. Lowly official, Xiaohai greets Marquis. "Yuan Shikai." Li Zishuan was taken aback subconsciously. Could it be so coincidental? I actually met Yuan Datu in Tang Dynasty? The middle-aged scholar looked embarrassed and said carefully, "Marquis, that lowly official is Xiaohai, not Yuan Shikai." At this time, Han Lijing said to Wang Qingyuan, who had finished pressing his fingerprint and handed over a string of copper coins. He hurriedly came over and said, "Xiaoxian, this is County Deputy Yuan from the county government. I invited him here today to be a witness. It's more reliable this way." Li Zishuan suddenly understood. He had also heard that in ancient times, it was often necessary to find a well-respected middleman to act as a witness. Generally, commoners like to find a judge from the county government to act as a witness. This way, it would be easier to file a lawsuit. He had to admit that his father-in-law was very considerate. At this time, he also realized that he had misheard the name just now. He said apologetically, "Oh, it's County Deputy Yuan. I didn't pay attention just now and misheard the name. I'm really sorry. County Deputy Yuan, please forgive me." Xiaohai hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Marquis, you're too serious. You didn't mean it, and I didn't take it to heart." Li Zishuan nodded and smiled. "That's good." Then he looked at Han Lijing and asked, "Father-in-law, how many people came to borrow money?" Han Lijing replied, "In the morning, there were already more than 70 households coming to borrow money. Looking at the situation in the afternoon, there should be nearly 200 households coming to borrow money today." Li Zishuan was shocked. He didn't expect that there were so many farmers who couldn't afford to build greenhouses. He secretly thought that it was fortunate that his father-in-law had reminded him. Otherwise, according to the previous policy, many people would be unable to build greenhouses even if they wanted to. "Well, father-in-law, have you arranged for the farmers to train them in building greenhouses and how to plant vegetables?" Li Zishuan asked again. Han Lijing nodded and smiled. "Yes, I have. I'll take them to Old Hu's house later. Old Hu's house has already built the greenhouses. I'll take them to the site to have a look. As for the farmers who came to collect money in the morning, I've already told them to go to Old Hu's house in the afternoon." Li Zishuan was slightly relieved. He looked at the wooden table in the courtyard and the big box containing the copper coins. He turned around and said to Pang Feiji, "Feiji, go to Yanhuang College now and ask Li Tai, Meng Wenhao, Iron Egg, and Kush Shurqing to come over and wait here." "Yes, Marquis." Pang Feiji cupped his fists and accepted the order. He immediately turned around and left. Han Lijing didn't understand and asked Xiaoxian. Li Zishuan said, "Father-in-law, there are so many farmers. You can't handle it alone. Iron Egg and the others will come over later to help you count and distribute the money. Now, bring the farmers and follow me to Uncle Hu's house to have a look. If Uncle Hu makes any mistakes, I can point them out from the side." Han Lijing heard and felt that it was reasonable. He replied, That's good. We'll go and have a look first." As he finished speaking, he called out to the villagers, intending to follow Li Zixuan to Old Hu's residence. Beside him, Ma Yinghai suddenly didn't know what to do. Should he follow along? Li Zixuan hadn't invited him. If he didn't go, what would he do if he stayed here alone? Moreover, there was still a pile of huge money in the courtyard. If he didn't have enough money, how could he explain himself? "County Deputy Yuan, if you're willing, you can come with us." Fortunately, Li Zixuan didn't forget about him. Hu Shihai hurriedly said, I'm willing, of course I'm willing." However, the farmers were a little unwilling. They were afraid that Hu Shihai would steal their knowledge and teach the technology of growing vegetables in the greenhouse to outsiders. However, the technology of growing vegetables in the greenhouse was Li Zixuan's. Since Li Zixuan didn't say anything, they naturally didn't have the right to say anything. They could only keep their unwillingness in their hearts. In fact, Li Zixuan wasn't worried about the technology leaking because he didn't have the intention to monopolize the business of growing vegetables in the greenhouse from the beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taught the technology to the farmers. He just wanted his farmers to be the first batch of farmers to grow vegetables in the greenhouse and be the first batch to taste the sweetness of growing vegetables in the greenhouse. This technology wasn't difficult to learn. After a period of time, it was inevitable that other farmers or other dignitaries would learn it. If he didn't want to leak it, he shouldn't have made this technology public. Since he planned to teach it to the farmers, it would definitely leak one day. However, the good thing was that there were basically no vegetables in the market now. The farmers under his rule could enjoy the first batch of dividends brought by growing vegetables in the greenhouse, which was also a huge profit. As more and more people grew vegetables in the greenhouse in the future, the price of vegetables in the greenhouse would correspondingly decrease. Naturally, the profit wouldn't be as big as it was now. Marquis, you're here. Under Han Lijing's guidance, Li Zixuan and his group came to a field in the south of the Han village. This field was actually beside the Han village and was very close to the village. Li Zixuan didn't expect that there would be a large group of people in the field. There were people from the Han village and Plum village. Second Master Lu was also among them. Although the old man was old, his eyes were very good. He was the first to notice Li Zixuan coming over. "Second Master Lu, you're here too." Li Zixuan smiled in surprise. "Hey, aren't you here to learn?" "Not only me, but basically every family in Plum village is here," Second Master Lu said with a smile. When Han Lijing informed the 8 villages that Li Zixuan wanted to promote Dapeng vegetables, the people from the other villages might have hesitated a little. However, the people from Plum village and the Han village basically chose to join without hesitation. This was because Li Zixuan had helped them chase away the bullies, Lu Shiren and his son. It was Li Zixuan who led them to live a prosperous life today. Li Zixuan was a god in their hearts. They believed in Li Zixuan unconditionally. These 2 villages were under Li Zixuan's management at the beginning of the year. The people in the villages were basically considered wealthy. When others were thinking about whether to build a greenhouse or where to borrow money to build a greenhouse, they had already taken action. Most of them went into the city this morning to buy the coarse cloth and tung oil. When they were free in the afternoon, they ran over to Old Hu to learn the skills. "Young master, you're here." Old Hu, who was not far away, hurriedly put down his work and ran over. Uncle Hu, your shed is not bad." Li Zixuan glanced at the greenhouse in the field and smiled. Old Hu scratched his head and said, "Hey, it's still a little lacking compared to young master's greenhouse in the other courtyard." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Haha, it's not bad, not bad. Uncle Hu, tell them about the techniques of building a greenhouse. I'll walk around and see if there are any flaws in your greenhouse." Old Hu naturally agreed. This was something that had been agreed upon earlier. He led everyone to the side of the greenhouse and began to explain, Actually, building a greenhouse is very simple. I'll explain it to you once. You'll definitely know how to do it. If you want to build a greenhouse like this, first..." Old Hu led the farmers into the greenhouse and explained as they walked. Li Zixuan wandered around the outside of the greenhouse. He was checking the airtightness of the greenhouse. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a small patch of yellowish green in the mound not far away from the greenhouse. When he took a closer look, he found that there was a small patch of mung bean sprouts growing in the mound. Oh, to be precise, it should be called mung bean sprouts. Those that sprouted in water were called bean sprouts. Those that grew in the ground were called bean sprouts. Damn, why didn't I think of making bean sprouts? Seeing this, Li Zixuan suddenly thought of something. He could not help but pat his head and said regretfully, "Bean sprouts? Marquis, what's a bean sprouts?" Kuhai, who had just walked over and wanted to talk to Li Zixuan, could not help but be stunned and asked, "Oh, nothing." Li Zixuan came back to his senses and turned to look at Kahai. He changed the topic and said, "Why didn't you go in with us, County Magistrate Yuan?" Kuhai smiled bitterly and said, "This greenhouse cultivation method was created by Marquis for the farmers under his rule. As an outsider, how can I eavesdrop?" Li Zixuan looked at this person in surprise. He did not expect this county magistrate to be a gentleman. Haha, it's just a folk art. It can't be considered a secret. Since I've taken it out, I don't want to keep it a secret forever. If County Magistrate Yuan is interested, you can go in and listen. Villains were born in troubled times, while gentlemen were born in prosperous times. It had to be said that ever since Li Zixuan transmigrated to this world, he had met more good people than villains. He had a good impression of people like Mying Hai. Kahai said happily, "Marquis is so righteous. Actually, I've always been curious about how this greenhouse is used to cultivate vegetables in winter. Since Marquis has given me permission, it would be impolite of me to refuse. But don't worry, Marquis. Before I get permission from Marquis, I won't talk nonsense." Chapter 962. Li Zixuan hurriedly left after pointing out a few small mistakes in the shed that the Han family manor had built for Hu Hanyan. "Wife, do you have soybeans or mung beans at home?" Li Zixuan asked Han Yushi when he returned to his home in Chang. Yes, he wanted to get some bean sprouts to eat. Although the greenhouse vegetables could provide vegetables on a large scale during the winter, distant water could not quench the immediate thirst. At the very least, they would have to wait for close to 2 months before they could eat them. The vegetables that they ate yesterday were all taken from the Prince of Wei's residence. It was not a big deal to take it once or twice, but it would not be good if they took it too many times. The small bean sprouts in the Hu family's field in the afternoon made Li Zixuan's eyes light up. It took a long time for greenhouse vegetables to mature, but bean sprouts did not. In this season of shortage of vegetables, crisp and refreshing bean sprouts tasted much better than fish and meat. "Hubby, there should be lioli, same pronunciation as green, beans at home, but what is yellow bean?" When Han Yushi heard this, she thought for a moment and asked curiously. Mung beans and soybeans had a history of thousands of years of cultivation in China. They existed before the Western Zhou dynasty. The ancients called mung beans. Although they had different characters, they had the same sound. Therefore, when Li Zixuan said mung beans, Han Yushi could understand what he meant. But soybeans were different. At this time, there was no such thing as soybeans. Later generations generally believe that the word soybeans first appeared in the Tang dynasty's Kaiyuan Zhanjing. The book was written between 718 and 726, and Yuyang Zazu. Before that, they all used the word soybeans. There was also an interesting story about soybeans. During the reign of Emperor Wenzong of the Tang dynasty, a strange thing happened in the capital Chang'an. The price of soybeans, which were originally an agricultural product, soared overnight. 1 stone of soybeans was sold for 10 taels of gold. It was said that Emperor Wenzong loved women with big breasts. There was a palace maid surnamed Wang who became a phoenix just because one of her breasts was unusually prominent. She was promoted to Jiaoyi and became the favorite of Emperor Wenzong. With this successful precedent, the imperial concubines in the harem began to buy and store soybeans in large quantities. They would eat them every meal. According to the theory of traditional Chinese medicine, soybeans had a certain breast enlargement effect. With the help of the imperial concubines, the price of beans in Chang and rose faster than the price of houses in modern times. It's soybeans. Wife, do we have soybeans at home? Li Zixuan patted his head, recalled the memories of the previous owner of this body, and quickly corrected himself. Yes, there was. What do you want to do with soybeans and black beans? Han Yushi replied. Li Zixuan chuckled and said, Hey, wife, you'll know when the time comes. After saying that, he rushed to the kitchen excitedly and asked for a ladle of green beans and a ladle of soybeans from the cook, Annie Zhao. He then soaked the two types of beans in clear water. In his previous life, Li Zixuan's grandmother often made bean sprouts, so he was quite familiar with the steps of making bean sprouts. Soaking the beans in water was only the first step. According to his grandmother's experience, the beans had to be soaked for at least 8 hours before the next step could be done. Husband, why are you soaking the beans? Could it be that you want to grind tofu? Han Yushi followed in and couldn't help but ask after seeing what Li Zixuan was doing. Li Zixuan heard and turned around. He looked at Han Yushi's chest and said with a naughty smile, Husband, I only know how to take advantage of tofu. I don't know how to make tofu. Husband, what are you talking about? Auntie Zhao is still here. Han Yushi's cheeks blushed, and she said angrily. Although she didn't understand what taking advantage of tofu meant, she guessed the general meaning when she saw the naughty smile on Li Zixuan's face. She secretly thought that her husband sometimes looked like a gentleman, but sometimes he was perverted and naughty. He was really special. Annie Zhao, who was outside the door, quickly coughed and walked away. Li Zixuan saw Han Yushi's shy face and couldn't bear to tease her anymore. He went back to the topic and said, I soaked the beans to let them sprout. Although we have 2 greenhouses to grow vegetables, it will take at least 2 months to eat the vegetables inside. After the beans sprout, take the sprouts and stir-fry them in the pot. It can be considered a delicious dish. Before the vegetables in the greenhouses come out, this dish is a very good substitute. Han Yushi was obviously not the kind of young lady who didn't eat food and didn't know about farming. She frowned and said, Husband, these beans have been soaked in water. I'm afraid they won't sprout. Instead, they will become smelly. Li Zixuan said with a smile, Of course, I won't let them soak in water all the time. There are still many steps later. When tomorrow morning comes, I will take out the beans and put them in a bamboo sieve covered with wet gauze. The bamboo sieve will then be placed in a basin filled with water. The basin shouldn't be too big. It will be enough for the beans to breathe. Another wet gauze needs to be covered on top of the bamboo sieve. Finally, a slightly heavier bowl needs to be pressed on top. The weight of the bowl can make the bean sprouts thicker. After that, the beans have to be drenched 3 to 6 times every day to maintain the moisture of the beans. After the drenching, you have to continue covering them with wet gauze. By the 5th day, the bean sprouts at the corners will have grown out. Moreover, they will have roots. Then they can be eaten. Han Yushi listened attentively. In the end, she asked, Husband, how do you know so much? Have you made them yourself before? It was mainly because Li Zixuan said it in such a serious manner that she couldn't help but wonder if Li Zixuan had made bean sprouts before. That was why he was so surprised. Li Zixuan touched his nose. Although he hadn't made them himself, he had seen his grandmother make them many times. Cough, cough. You can say that. Li Zixuan coughed dryly and said vaguely, In short, wife, you will be able to see what these bean sprouts look like in 5 days. Moreover, you will be able to taste this delicacy. Han Yushi put her hand into the water basin and gently stroked the soybeans in the basin. She raised her head and said, Husband, the farmstead and Yinhuang College need you. You still have a lot of things to do. Leave this matter to me. I have remembered all the steps you mentioned earlier. Since it's not a troublesome matter, I will definitely do it for you. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and nodded. That's good. Thank you for your trouble, wife. He was very confident in his wife's ability to do things. In some matters, Han Yushi's attentiveness even made him feel inferior. The wife he married seemed simple, but in fact, she wasn't. Husband, Father already knows that you want to promote greenhouse vegetables in the farmstead. He said that since you are confident that you can cultivate vegetables in winter using this method, then use this to make our other 6 farmsteads rich in one fell swoop. However, Father said that there is one thing that you might have overlooked. He asked me to remind you. Han Yushi took her hand out of the water basin and suddenly said to Li Zixuan seriously. Chapter 963. Wifey, what did Father say? After listening to his wife's serious words, Li Zixuan asked aloud. Han Yushi pursed her lips and said softly, "Husband, in the afternoon, Father asked me to tell you that letting the people grow vegetables in greenhouses is a good deed, but you have to consider things more thoroughly. For example, the oilcloth needed to build greenhouses. Husband, there are thousands of people in your fief. Even if only 50% of the people are willing to build greenhouses and grow vegetables, the amount of coarse cloth needed will be quite large. When the time comes, the unscrupulous cloth merchants in Chang will see a business opportunity and will definitely wait for the opportunity to raise prices. Although husband has given the people an interest-free loan of 500 copper coins per household, who knows how much the coarse cloth will cost? Maybe 500 copper coins won't even be enough to build a greenhouse." With Han Yushi's explanation and analysis, Li Zixuan's brows gradually wrinkled. Han Yushi saw this and said, "But husband, you don't have to worry. Father has already informed shopkeeper's son of our family's ready-made clothing store to prepare a supply of coarse cloth in case of an emergency. Presumably, it will alleviate the situation of the shortage of coarse cloth in Chang'an." Li Zixuan couldn't help but sigh. Father has considered everything thoroughly. I almost neglected this matter. Previously, when we lent money to the farmers, it wasn't just for them to buy greenhouses, but also for the seeds. If the price of cloth in Chang'an soars, even if the people have enough money, they may not be able to afford the seeds. Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan's face revealed some disappointment and hurriedly comforted him. "Husband, this is your first time doing this kind of thing. How can you be so considerate? Even a wise man will make a mistake once in a while." Li Zixuan heard this and laughed. "Hee, wifey, you don't have to comfort me. I'm not that weak. Actually, with shopkeeper son's connections, he may not be able to gather so much coarse cloth in such a short time. If we want to solve this matter quickly, we have to rely on the Chamber of Commerce. Wifey, you go ahead with your work. I'll go arrange it. And, husband, go ahead with your work." Li Zixuan went to the front yard and found Wang Zhong. He asked him to send someone to invite someone over. About an hour later, when the sun was about to set, an old man in luxurious clothes came to the Li residence. San Bao, who had been waiting at the entrance, quickly went up to welcome him. "Boss Chow, my family's marquis is waiting for you in the front hall." That's right. This well-dressed old man was Chow Wendong, the largest silk and cloth merchant in Chang'an City. He was also the third largest shareholder of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. "Please lead the way." Chow Wendong politely cupped his hands and said. Under San Bao's lead, Chow Wendong came to the front hall of the Li residence. When he saw Li Zixuan sitting at the head of the table, he quickly cupped his hands and greeted, "Greetings, Marquis." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "No need to be so courteous." Then, without even exchanging pleasantries, he went straight to the point. "Mr. Chow, I'm looking for you today because I need your help with something. I hope I'm not bothering you." Chow Wendong shook his head. No, I don't have anything to do at home. How am I bothering you? Marquis, if you need anything, feel free to tell me." Chow Wendong was so polite that Li Zixuan felt a little embarrassed to come. Whenever he needed help with something, he would drag him out. If he didn't need help, he would put him aside, no matter how he looked at it. It was a little unkind. Actually, he was thinking too much. His thinking was still stuck in the ways of the modern world, but he forgot that he was in the ancient times. In this era of scholars, farmers, businessmen, there was a strict hierarchy. If he didn't do this, Chow Wendong would find it strange. It's like this. Recently, the people of the Marquis Manor want to buy a large batch of coarse cloth. The amount is huge, but the people have limited money. Therefore, I intend to ask Mr. Chow to help me transport a batch of coarse cloth from other places to prevent the other cloth merchants in Chang'an City from increasing their prices. Li Zixuan asked someone to pour a cup of tea for Chow Wendong and said. Hearing this, Chow Wendong felt strange in his heart. Why did the farmers of Li Zixuan's manor need a large amount of coarse cloth? However, he didn't ask the question in his heart. After experiencing all kinds of ways of the world, he knew that there were some things that he shouldn't ask. Marquis, how much coarse cloth do you need me to prepare? Chow Wendong pondered for a moment and asked. Li Zixuan calculated a little in his heart and stretched out 5 fingers. 50,000 bolts, and all of them are white cloth. If they can't be sold out, I'm willing to buy them all at the market price. If each of the farmers under him was willing to build a greenhouse, he would need at least 100,000 bolts of coarse cloth. Moreover, this didn't take into account the situation like Old Hu's family who had built multiple greenhouses. The reason why he only asked Chao Wendong to prepare 50,000 bolts was mainly because he considered that not all of the 8 farms would be willing to build greenhouses. Moreover, in the existing stock market in Chang and City, there was a considerable amount of coarse cloth in stock. If Chao Wendong prepared 50,000 bolts, it would be enough to control the price of coarse cloth in Chang and City. Chao Wendong was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Li Zixuan to ask for so much cloth. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't curious. However, this kind of question, if Li Zixuan didn't take the initiative to ask, he wouldn't and couldn't take the initiative to ask. Marquis, don't worry. I can definitely gather 50,000 bolts of coarse cloth within a day. If I can't sell them in a short time, I don't need Marquis to buy them. I naturally have my own channels to sell them to other provinces and counties. Chao Wendong said with a confident smile. The reason why he could become the largest cloth merchant in Chang and City was because of his extensive and high-quality supply channels. Li Zixuan's request might be a little difficult for others, but for him, it wasn't difficult at all. He only needed to move his mouth. Okay, then I won't force you. Thank you, Boss Chao. Li Zixuan stood up and cupped his hands. Chao Wendong quickly stood up and said, "You flatter me. If there's nothing else, Marquis, I'll go back and make arrangements." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Take care, Boss Chao." The next day, the cloth merchants in Chang and City welcomed a large number of special customers. The reason why it was special was that these people only came to buy 2 bolts of coarse cloth near the new year. However, there was still more than a month before the new year, and these people came in groups. Not only did they come, but they also bought cloth by cart. The craziness of this made many cloth merchants secretly speechless. When these people were asked why they bought so much coarse cloth, most of them were vague or gave very strange reasons. It was obvious that they were deliberately deceiving people. This strange phenomenon made the merchants very puzzled. Some cloth merchants saw a business opportunity. On one hand, they slightly raised the price. On the other hand, they urgently mobilized coarse cloth from other places. Although coarse cloth was less profitable than silk and fine silk, it couldn't be relied on the large quantity. An undercurrent of price increase was rapidly brewing. Chapter 964. Shopkeeper, do you have any more coarse cloth? Do you want white cloth? No more. No more. Just now, 3 people came and bought all of it. Do you want black cloth? I still have some black cloth here. No need. I'll ask the other shops. Shopkeeper, do you still have white coarse cloth here? Yes. That's great. Shopkeeper, give me 150 bolts of white cloth. Haha. Brother, white cloth is now 2 copper coins for a bolt. Do you really want 150 bolts? Wasn't it 3 copper coins for 2 bolts before? Brother, you said that was before. Now, the price of cloth in Chang and changes every day. If you don't buy it today, it might be even more expensive tomorrow. But shopkeeper, this is too expensive. A bolt of fine silk is only 3 copper coins. How can your coarse cloth be sold for 2 copper coins? Hey. Brother, what you said is wrong. Now, fine silk is 4 copper coins for a bolt. Silk is 6 copper coins for a bolt. I'm not cheating you. In the eastern and western districts of Chang, and similar conversations like this could be found everywhere. Farmers from several villages in Lantian County were all asking for white coarse cloth. Many cloth merchants were waiting for the opportunity to raise the price. The farmers were caught in a dilemma. If they buy 100 bolts of cloth, would be 50 copper coins more than before. This was not a small amount. If they don't buy, what if the price continues to rise tomorrow? Meng, the white cloth from Li Ji Garment Shop in the Western District, is still 3 copper coins for 2 bolts. Go buy it quickly. If you're late, it might be gone. In the Eastern District, an old man was walking quickly toward the entrance of the Eastern District. He saw Lu Meng on the side of the road and quickly shouted, "Third master, which Li Ji Garment Shop is it?" Lu Mang's face lit up as he turned his head and asked. The old man grinned and said, You child, which Li Ji garment shop can it be? Of course it's Marquis's shop. Go quickly. I heard it from Wang Dahai from the neighboring Wang family village. If you're late, it might be gone. Hey, thank you, third master. I'll go with you. Lu Mang agreed and then left with the old man without any hesitation, leaving the cloth shop owner with an ugly face. Shopkeeper, should we reduce the price of our cloth? When the shop assistant saw the ugly expression on his boss's face, he carefully probed. What surrender? Don't you see that there are so many commoners who need cloth today? Even if Li Ji clothing shop is backed by the Marquis of Yong, and this old man doesn't believe that they can supply so much cloth. When these people can't buy cloth from them, they will definitely come back to us to buy. What are you afraid of? The cloth merchant thought for a moment and scolded with a cold face. The shop assistant shrank back and hurriedly flattered, Yes, yes, yes. Shopkeeper has great foresight. You are truly wise. The cloth merchant frowned and ordered, Go and find out why these farmers suddenly need so much cloth. This old man will have someone transport a batch of coarse cloth from Fuzhou. Yes, shopkeeper. Young master, the price of cloth in Chong and is rising. Right now, only our shop and Chao family shop have not increased their prices. After the commoners heard the news, they will flock here. I reckon that our stock won't last until today. Yong Lilane, Li Mansion. Housekeeper Wang Zhong walked in from outside and reported to Li Zixuan. Before Li Zixuan could speak, Yi Fashion furrowed his brows and angrily said, Preposterous. Cousin, these profiteers are hoarding and driving up the prices. Cloth is a necessity for the commoners. How can they be allowed to run amok? These people are guilty and should be punished. Yi Guozhong also worriedly said, Little Xian, if this happens, the farmers in your fief will have to pay a higher price if they want to continue building greenhouses. Li Jingma frowned and didn't say anything. Yesterday, he did ask Sun Huaiming of the clothing shop to prepare a batch of coarse cloth in advance. However, the time was too short and the commoners' demand was too large. Even if they prepared in advance, it would be difficult to supply all of it. Li Zixuan smiled confidently and said, It's not the end yet. The outcome hasn't been decided yet. Those cloth merchants who see an opportunity to increase their prices will soon suffer the consequences of their own actions. After that, he looked at Yi Fashion and said, Fashion, the world is full of people. Everyone is here for profit. I am not surprised that the cloth merchants have such a reaction. When the higher-ups encounter such a situation, they must not use brute force. They must use profit to balance the situation. Only then will they be able to make those people pay the price and accept it wholeheartedly. Yi Fashion's eyes lit up and asked, Cousin, do you have another trick up your sleeve? Li Zixuan smiled slightly. He didn't deny or admit it. Haha, little Xian, it seems that you are prepared. Then I won't worry for nothing. I heard that Fashion recently met a Taoist priest from the Taisha Bureau. He is quite skilled in Taoism. I will go and meet him later. Yi Guozhong stood up and laughed when he saw this. The price increase of the coarse cloth in Chong and city had awakened the villagers who were still hesitating about whether or not to take the risk of building greenhouses. In this situation, if they continued to hesitate and miss the opportunity, there would be no medicine for regret. Therefore, the number of villagers who went to the Han family village to borrow money suddenly increased. The number of villagers who went to the Han family village to borrow money suddenly increased from 200 to 600. The queue stretched from the Han family village's courtyard to the entrance of the village. With so many people flocking to the village, the Han family village suddenly became very crowded. Of course, when they saw the new houses that the Han Manor's commoners lived in, the new clothes that the Han Manor's children wore, and the extravagant village school, the commoners from other villages who came to borrow money were all the more determined to follow Li Zixuan and grow vegetables in greenhouses. Only by following Li Zixuan would they have the chance to live as blissful a life as the Han Manor's residents. Faced with so many villagers who came to borrow money, Han Lijing suddenly felt that Alexandria was too big. He knew that he could not solve this problem alone. Moreover, there was no one in the village who knew how to keep accounts. He could only ask for help from Yanwang College. Fortunately, Mr. Li Gang was very open-minded. He also agreed with Li Zishuan's teaching philosophy of combining knowledge and practice. Therefore, when he heard that Han Lijing had sent people to the college to ask for help, he immediately informed the head of the mathematics department, Su Hongji, to send 10 students with excellent results to the Han family village to help. Su Hongji had recently heard that Li Zishuan wanted to encourage the villagers to grow dapeng vegetables. This kind of good deed that would benefit the people, he naturally raised both hands in approval. Thus, the top 10 students in the entrance exam were sent to the Han village. Han Lijing immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The burden on his body suddenly became lighter. However, when he heard that the price of cloth in Chang and had skyrocketed, he suddenly became worried again. Chapter 965. Your Majesty, the price of cloth in Chang and has suddenly changed today. Coarse cloth, fine silk, and silk have all increased by varying degrees. In the sweet nectar hall, Zhao Song quietly walked in and spoke respectfully to Lier. Lier frowned and said with displeasure, Have you found out who is hoarding and driving up the price of cloth? In this era, the rulers of the upper class did not have much financial awareness. Naturally, there was no such thing as excessive currency devaluation and price inflation. Under normal circumstances, only in times of chaos would prices go out of control. When Li Yuan was in power, he did not lack in controlling the price of goods in the country. Because stable prices were often a symbol of a country's peace and stability, the price of goods in the beginning of the Tang dynasty was relatively low. How could Lier not understand this? He was also very concerned about the price of goods in the country, especially in Chang'an. So when he heard about the price change in Chang and city, his brows immediately furrowed. Zhao Song bowed and said, Your Majesty, this is not a hoarding of goods by some merchants. Almost all the cloth merchants in Chang and city are raising prices at the same time. Yesterday and today, the farmers in the villages outside the city have all entered the city and bought large quantities of coarse cloth. The amount is so large that it makes one speechless. Many of the cloth shops have been swept clean. When the cloth merchants saw this, they collectively raised the price. However, the clothing shop of the Marquis of Yong and the cloth shop of the #1 cloth merchant in Chang and city, Chow family, did not raise the price. There is such a strange thing. Why would the people buy cloth in large quantities? Li Zishuan, Chow family? Lier was puzzled. He stood up and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he said, Li Zishuan and the Chow family formed a Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce a few months ago, right? Zhao Song lowered his head and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Lier seemed to understand and muttered. So, the reason why the Chow family did not raise the price of cloth should be because they were instructed by Li Zishuan? What is this kid doing? Why do I feel like he predicted that the price of cloth in Chang and city would soar? This matter must have something to do with him. Zhao Song's eyelids twitched. Then, like an old monk in meditation, he remained silent. After a long while, Li Er ordered, Investigate why these farmers suddenly bought so much cloth. At the same time, order Lu Dui, the Chancellor of the Supreme Court, to investigate the peddlers in Chang and city who have been maliciously raising the price of cloth. This old servant obeys. Zhao Song cupped his fists and left. There was no shortage of well-informed people in Chang, and especially for the bigwigs in the imperial court. There were few secrets in Chang and that they did not know. Today, when the price of cloth in the city skyrocketed, they all received the news one after another. Some even knew that the bulk buyers came from Lantian County, Li Zishuan's fief. Combined with the fact that only Li Zishuan's and Chao Wendong shops in Chang and city did not raise the price of the cloth, the answer behind the incident was obvious. However, the truth of the matter was really puzzling. What was Li Zishuan trying to do? Why did he instigate the farmers to buy cloth in large quantities? What would be the use of the cloth he had bought? The bigwigs in the imperial court could not figure it out. It was not their fault that they were not well informed. It was just that the farmers were unusually tight-lipped. The cloth merchants had asked, the servants sent by the courtiers had asked, and the farmers of other farms had asked as well. However, they could not get anything out of them. Li Zishuan's seemingly simple decision had affected the nerves of many people. The main reason was that Li Zishuan's performance in Chang and City over the past 6 months had been too outstanding. Now, any news about him would attract a lot of attention. Xianxia, I heard that the farmers of your farm are all buying cloth everywhere. Are you up to something mysterious recently? When it was close to evening, Cheng Yaojin came to Li Zishuan's residence to find him. This old fellow did not beat around the bush. After taking a seat in the main hall of the Li residence, he asked directly. Li Zishuan's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. He already knew that the farmers had collectively kept the matter of the greenhouse vegetables a secret. Regarding the farmers' thoughts, he naturally understood. Moreover, he also hoped that his family's farmers would be among the first to enjoy the benefits of the greenhouse vegetables. However, the relationship between the Li family and the Cheng family was not shallow. It could be said that the benefits that the Cheng family's farmstead enjoyed were basically implemented by Cheng Yaojin, imitating Li Zishuan's policies towards the farmers. Now that Cheng Yaojin had personally come to ask about the sudden purchase of cloth, Li Zishuan was somewhat embarrassed. Should he say it or not? For himself, it did not matter whether he said it or not. However, for the farmers of his family, it was different. The market in Chang and City was not small, but it was not big either. If more people were to share the market, Li Zishuan's farmers would naturally receive less profit. Uncle Cheng, to be honest, I have a method of growing vegetables in winter. It requires a lot of oilcloth. I've already passed this method to the farmers of my fief. That's why they've been wantonly buying cloth in Chang and City these 2 days. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Li Zishuan decided to tell the truth. He believed that Cheng Yaojin knew his limits. At the very least, he would give the farmers some methods to make money. How could there be enough money in this world? Even if the farmers of the Cheng family's fief started to build greenhouses, Li Zishuan felt that his own family's profits would definitely not be low. What? You can grow vegetables in winter? Xianxia, did I hear wrongly? Cheng Yaojin's first reaction was shock. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and his face was filled with disbelief. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Yes, Uncle Cheng, you didn't hear wrongly. Let me bring you to see something. Cheng Yaojin did not understand, but he still followed Li Zishuan to the west courtyard. Seeing the greenhouses in the west courtyard that were half the height of a person, and with Li Zishuan's explanation, Cheng Yaojin finally accepted the reality of the greenhouses. If your greenhouses can really grow vegetables in winter, then the farmers of your fief will make a lot of money this year. Lantian County will probably become one of the top 3 counties in Chang and City. Huh, you little brat, you really treat your family's farmers well. Cheng Yaojin stroked his beard and praised. Li Zishuan smiled and said non-committally, Perhaps. Cheng Yaojin rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before saying, Forget it, forget it. I shouldn't have come today. This was supposed to be a benefit for your farmers, but I found out about it. I shouldn't have. Don't worry, I will pretend that I didn't hear anything today. Old Cheng was not stupid. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. Although he was jealous of the huge profits from the greenhouses, he would not take advantage of his own family. Chapter 966. After hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, Li Zishuan couldn't help but think that old Cheng was still very principled in dealing with matters. If it wasn't his, he would definitely not snatch it, even if it was something very attractive. Uncle Cheng, actually, haha, Xianxia, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Since this thing is a benefit that you're giving to your family, then this old man has no reason to meddle in it. Let's wait until next year. When the time comes, I'll send some farmers to your farm to learn and gain experience. Don't refuse. Li Zishuan opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Cheng Yaojin. Old Cheng's attitude was very firm. Li Zishuan thought about it and said with a smile, Ha! Thank you, Uncle Cheng, for your understanding of my family's farmers. But actually, if you want to let the farmers of the public house grow vegetables in greenhouses, you don't have to wait until next year. You just have to wait half a month. At that time, the maturation period of the vegetables in our greenhouses will be staggered. Even if there's a small overlap, it won't have a big impact on my family's farmers. Besides, the stock of cloth in Chang and is getting tighter and tighter. After half a month, there will be a lot more. So, Uncle Cheng, you can wait a little longer. Cheng Yaojin's eyes lit up, and he said, "This really won't affect your farmers?" Li Zishuan said, "It won't affect them much. Even if the maturation period of the vegetables overlaps, we can still use the waterway to transport the vegetables to other provinces and counties to sell." Using the waterway to transport vegetables was actually an option. In this era, Chang and had developed water transportation and benefited from the Grand Canal built by Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty. From Chang, and one could go straight to the south through the Grand Canal. However, the preservation and consumption of vegetables during the transportation process was a big problem. Therefore, Li Zishuan didn't want to take this route unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, Chang and had a population of millions. This huge city could completely consume the vegetables in the greenhouses on his land. Besides, even if there was a certain amount of vegetables in the greenhouses, Li Zishuan wouldn't interfere personally. Didn't he have the Chamber of Commerce? The members of a Chamber of Commerce must be very envious of the vegetables in the greenhouses. Cheng Yaojin laughed heartily and said, "Haha, if it really doesn't affect your farmers, then in half a month's time, the farmers of the Cheng family will also start building greenhouses. By the way, how can second brother be left out of this kind of thing? This old man will tell him about this matter later. You won't mind, right?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Of course I don't mind. Even if Uncle Cheng didn't say it, I would tell Uncle Qin about the vegetables in the greenhouses. Our three clans share weal and woe, and our fates are the same. Why should we draw such clear distinctions?" In fact, if Cheng Yaojin didn't come today, Li Zishuan planned to go to the Qin family tomorrow and ask Qin Xiong if he wanted to import the vegetables in the greenhouses. Qin Xiong was his wife's adoptive father. Usually, he treated Li Zishuan as his own son. Whenever Li Zishuan was in trouble, Qin Xiong would be the first to stand up for him. Moreover, he would always agree to Li Zishuan's requests unconditionally. For example, during the military training at the academy, Qin Xiong didn't hesitate to accept Li Zishuan's invitation and come to the academy to be a military training instructor for a month. Therefore, whenever there was something good, Li Zishuan would definitely think of giving Qin Xiong a share. As for Cheng Yaojin, of course, he treated Li Zishuan very well. Old Cheng was loyal and valued friendship. Many times when Li Zishuan was attacked, his behavior would be more violent and direct. Li Zishuan respected this old man very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told Cheng Yaojin about the vegetables in the greenhouses today. Cheng Yaojin looked deeply at Li Zishuan and said seriously, "Good. You are loyal and loyal. Chouox didn't misjudge you, and I didn't misjudge you either. But Xiaoxian, don't worry. Second brother Qin and I will never tell outsiders about the vegetables in the greenhouses. I will also tell the farmers in the village to keep it a secret. This winter, the vegetables in Chang and city will depend on us three families." "Huh. Now we don't have to ask Her Majesty for vegetables." The next day, "Cheer up. There will be a lot of people coming to buy cloth today. Be more diligent." Early in the morning, the owners of the Eastern and Western cloth shops lectured their workers at the same time. Their faces were full of confidence. Yes. Boss, don't worry. Boss, how can you be so sure that there will be a lot of people coming to buy cloth today?" One of the workers couldn't help but ask. The boss smiled proudly. His face was full of a strategist's expression. He said, "I received news that the cloth from Li Jiqing clothing shop and Chao family cloth shop were sold out yesterday. Since no one is disrupting today, the people can only come back to sell our cloth that has increased in price. Hey, I have already mobilized 5,000 bolts of white cloth from Fuzhou yesterday. They should be here soon." Ha. "Shopkeeper, you're wise." The workers immediately flattered him. The boss smiled and said, "Listen carefully. Today, the coarse cloth in our shop will be sold for 3 copper coins a bolt. Fine silk will be sold for 5 copper coins a bolt, and silk will be sold for 10 copper coins a bolt. Don't sell it for less than 1 copper coin. 3 copper coins a bolt. Compared to the previous price of 3 copper coins for 2 bolts, The price of the coarse cloth had increased by a whole fold. Boss, what if the other shops sell it at a lower price than us? A worker asked worriedly. The boss narrowed his eyes and said firmly, Humph. I said 3 copper coins a bolt, and it will be 3 copper coins a bolt. Without the Marquis of Yong and in Chao Wendong causing trouble, the coarse cloth in Chong and city today will only be sold at this price. Do you all understand? Yes, we understand. Many times greed could blind people. When a person's heart was filled with greed, then danger was not far away from that person. Shopkeeper, shopkeeper. Not good, not good. Eastern City, Lu Ji Cloth Shop. The market had been open for an hour, but there was not a single transaction. There were people who came to look at the cloth and silk, but after hearing the high price, they all flinched. At first, the boss was not anxious at all. He felt that when the buyers realized that Li Jiqing Clothing Shop and Chow Family Cloth Shop did not have cheap cloth, they would definitely come back to buy their expensive cloth at a higher price. But after an hour, there was still no one coming to buy the cloth. The boss in the shop could not sit still and hurriedly sent someone to inquire about the situation. After a quarter of an hour, the worker who went to inquire about the situation returned in a hurry, shouting as he ran. The boss was immediately alerted. He quickly stepped forward and asked anxiously, What happened? Huff, huff. Boss, not good. Chow Family Cloth Shop shipped a large batch of coarse cloth from somewhere today. Now, their shop's entrance is filled with cloth. There are at least tens of thousands of bolts. The commoners have all gone there to buy cloth. Chapter 9:67. What? Tens of thousands? Why do they have so many pieces of cloth? The shopkeeper's expression changed when he heard that. He grabbed the worker's shoulder and asked anxiously. The other workers in the shop didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They prayed that the shopkeeper wouldn't vent his anger on them when he got angry. The worker who was grabbed by the shopkeeper felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, but he couldn't care less. He quickly said, Shopkeeper, I don't know. I heard that old Master Chow had people place coarse cloth outside the shop early this morning. It was piled up like a mountain. I don't know how many pieces of cloth there are, but it seems that there are at least tens of thousands of pieces. I'm afraid there are almost 100,000 pieces. This was Chao Wendong's strength. He directly piled up some of the pieces of cloth in his hands, giving a strong visual impact. He took out more than 20,000 pieces of cloth, but achieved the effect of 100,000 pieces of cloth. It made people unsure how many cards he had in his hands. There was a lot of psychological warfare in this. The reason why he did this was mainly because Chao Wendong knew that the 50,000 pieces of cloth in his hands couldn't satisfy the appetite of the people in Li Zishuan's farmstead. If he wanted to complete the task given by Li Zishuan, he had to use some tricks. The method he used was exactly what Li Zishuan wanted to see. Why was Li Zishuan so sure that Chao Wendong only needed 50,000 pieces of cloth to stabilize the price of cloth in Chong'an? This involved the concept of the banker controlling the market. Take stock, for example. The banker usually collected chips in the low-priced areas to achieve the initial goal of controlling the market. Then, he took the opportunity to raise the share price. After that, he would make a profit and leave behind a pile of chicken feathers. If the banker wanted to control the market, he had to have at least 20% of the circulating shares in his hands. In other words, for a company with a market value of 10 billion, the banker only needed 2 billion chips to achieve the goal of controlling the market. This was also the quality that an outstanding trader must have. Now, the shortage of coarse cloth in Chong was about 100,000 pieces of cloth. Chao Wendong had 50,000 chips in his hands, which was about 50%. Under such circumstances, if he still couldn't control the price of cloth in Chong, and Li Zishuan felt that he might as well kill himself with a piece of tofu. Almost 100,000 pieces. After the shopkeeper heard this, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of concept was 100,000 horses? Chong'an City's monthly consumption of cloth was estimated to be around 100,000 bolts, right? How the F***CK are we supposed to play? You can't bully me like this. At this moment, the shopkeeper felt like crying. Shopkeeper, the 5,000 bolts of coarse cloth you transferred from Fuzhou yesterday have arrived. They're in the backyard. Would you like to take a look? At this moment, a servant in green ran into the shop and cupped his hands. The shopkeeper's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. He panted heavily and roared, "Get lost!" The servant in green was so scared that he trembled and fled. Who knew that after a short while, he returned. "Shopkeeper! Shopkeeper, no, good. There's a team of officers from the Supreme Court at the Wang family's cloth store across the street. Shopkeeper Wang has already been arrested." "What?" The shopkeeper of Lu Ji cloth shop's old face turned pale. In the end, he couldn't resist the great fear in his heart. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. "Quick, all reduce the price of the cloth." Before he fainted, he said weakly. The Supreme Court's minister, Lu Dui, personally led the troops to the eastern and western cities. This was the last straw that crushed all the cloth merchants in Chang'an City. In order to avoid trouble, the cloth merchants scrambled to reduce their prices. They were afraid that if they were too slow, they would be imprisoned. In fact, when the Chow family's cloth store released tens of thousands of bolts of coarse cloth, many cloth merchants saw the opportunity to reduce their prices. As for the other cloth merchants who wanted to resist to the end, the sudden appearance of the officers from the Supreme Court extinguished their last hope. Thus, just as the price of cloth in Chang'an City showed signs of increasing, it was quickly pinched down. "Your Majesty, after a secret investigation, I've arrested a total of 15 cloth merchants who collectively raised the price of cloth in an attempt to make huge profits. These people saw that there were many merchants in Chang'an City who wanted to buy large amounts of cloth in the past 2 days, so they saw the opportunity to raise the price. Moreover, these merchants have cooperated with each other in an attempt to raise the price of cloth. Just today, the price of coarse cloth has been raised by these people to twice the previous price." In the afternoon, Gangnu Hall, the Supreme Court's minister, Lu Dui, walked into the hall and reported to Lier. Lu Dui fought under Pei Runji at the end of the Sui dynasty. Later, he joined Li Mi and returned to Tang with Li Mi. He was conferred the title of Left Marquis General and was conferred the title of County Duke Tung. In the first year of Jingguan, he was conferred the title of Supreme Court's Minister. Bam! When Lier heard this, he slapped the dragon table with a gloomy face and said angrily, "Twice the price. This group of people was really daring. Cloth is a daily necessity of the people. How can they be allowed to commit such atrocities? Punish them severely." Lu Dui bowed and said, "Your Majesty, these criminals have been detained by the Supreme Court. In 2 days, Your Majesty will interrogate and punish them." Lier said again, "Investigate. Continue investigating. If similar situations are found again, detain them directly. The prices of Chang'an City must not be messed up." "Your Majesty." Lu Dui bowed and accepted the order. "Old Master, the price has fallen. The price has fallen. The price of coarse cloth from all the other cloth shops in Chang'an City has fallen." In Shi City, the Chow family's cloth shop, a manservant who looked like a servant ran into the backyard and reported loudly. Chow Wendong narrowed his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. "Is that so? Now it's good to report to Marquis. Ha!" At the same time, in the Li residence in Yongla City, Li Zixuan also received the news not long after. "Little Xian, did you expect that His Majesty would send people from the Supreme Court to intervene in this matter?" Yi Guozhong asked Li Zixuan after hearing the news. Yesterday, when he saw Li Zixuan's scheming look, he knew that Li Zixuan had a trick up his sleeve and could settle this matter. However, he didn't expect that Li Zixuan could settle the price of cloth in Chang'an so quickly. It was practically a miracle. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Grandfather, even if His Majesty didn't send people from the Supreme Court to intervene in this matter, those clowns who only know how to hoard and inflate the price of cloth won't be able to do anything. At worst, they'll just waste a few more days. Good and evil will be repaid. Justice will only be late, but it will never be absent." Yi Guozhong's expression suddenly became complicated. He murmured, "Good and evil will be repaid. Justice will only be late, but it will never be absent. Good. Your master's spirit in heaven must be gratified to have a disciple like you." Chapter 968. Under Li Zishuan's and Chao Wendong's ingenious plan and Li air suppression, the price of cloth in Chong and city quickly returned to the previous price. Some shops' prices were even lower than before. As for the shopkeepers of these shops, it was unknown whether they had a guilty conscience or had found their conscience. After the incident, the Supreme Court arrested more than 20 cloth merchants who had jointly manipulated the price of cloth. These people were not wronged at all, because just the night before, they had made an appointment with each other and finalized the price of cloth for the next day at the same time, using this opportunity to make huge profits. Hoarding and price gouging were things that no one would care about in modern times. However, in ancient times, especially in times of peace and prosperity, the imperial court strictly controlled such things. Marquis, young master Yin sent someone to report that the cement road from Yunshan to the official road has been completed. He dismissed the construction team yesterday. A few days later, Pang Feiji came to Li Zishuan's residence in Chong, and in the morning and told him this news. Half of the construction team from the college had been dismissed, and the other half was busy repairing the cement road. Yan Xiaoning was still the leader of the construction team. However, as the leader, besides supervising the construction, he was often caught by Mo Lingwei to be a strong man. Li Zishuan, who was inspecting the greenhouse in the courtyard, was stunned when he heard this. Then, he was overjoyed and said, "Oh, it's been completed so quickly? Ask Sambao to prepare a horse. I want to see it." The cement road in Yinshan was a road that Li Zishuan had spent a lot of money to build for the Han family village and Mei village. A total of more than 100,000 strings of coins were spent, and the construction team had reached more than 6,000 people. The total length of the road was more than 30 miles. It took nearly 2 months and a huge amount of manpower, material, and financial resources to finally be completed. Perhaps many people would feel that it was not worth it, but Li Zishuan did not think so. In his vision, Yinhuang College would definitely become the top engineering school in the Tang Empire in the future, and it would also have a strong research ability. At the same time, the new workshop of the Wonderful Taste Pavilion, which was backed by the Plum Village, would become the representative of the Great Tang's advanced productive forces. The two of them combined to form a complete closed-loop system of production, learning, and research. Cloud Mountain would gradually develop into the industrial center of the Great Tang. As the industrial center of Great Tang, how could it not have a flat and wide cement road to increase the efficiency of transportation? Riding on Big White, Li Zishuan led Pang Feiji on a mad dash. In the time it took for half an incense to burn, they had already arrived at the intersection of the cement road in Yun Mountain and the official road outside Chang'an City. Looking at the wide and flat cement road in front of him, Li Zishuan was in a trance. For a moment, he felt as if he had traveled back in time to the modern society full of reinforced concrete. Although the more developed the industry, the more serious the pollution would be, the industry could create a large number of high-tech products with added value. Even though Li Zishuan was doing very well in the Great Tang, had power, influence, and a beautiful wife, there were still times when he missed modern society. He missed his former family, and he missed modern mobile phones, computers, and other electronic devices. Without experiencing the days without mobile phones and computers, one would never understand how important these things were. This was also the reason why Li Zishuan had been working so hard ever since he had traveled back in time. If he did not work hard, he would be bored to death. Marquis, seeing Li Zishuan in a daze while staring at the cement road, Pang Feiji was confused. He waited for a long while, and seeing that Li Zishuan still did not move, he called out. Li Zishuan, whose thoughts were in a mess, heard the call and came back to his senses. He stroked the mane on Big White's neck and said to Pang Feiji, "Let's go. Let's experience this cement road and see how long it will take to reach Cloud Mountain." Hiya. This was the first cement road in Great Tang, but it would definitely not be the last. Li Zishuan thought to himself. "Yes, Marquis. Hiya." Pang Feiji responded and hurriedly urged his horse to chase after Li Zishuan's back. The two of them, one in front and one behind, planned a race on this road. Oh no, it should be a horse race. Da-da-da. On the quiet cement road in the mountains, Only the sound of horse hooves could be heard, and the sound was very hurried. The horses galloped on the wide and flat cement road to their heart's content. Due to the high speed, their hair and clothes were pulled straight by the wind. The carefree feeling brought about by galloping at such high speed made them feel heroic. However, their wish to ride the horses back to Cloud Mountain did not come true, because there were many naughty children playing with scooters on the road. Hee hee, come and chase after me. Whoever is in last place will be everyone's horse in a while. Wah, Lil Rong, why did you bump into me? Lil Rong, you cheated. Show. After turning 2 hills, Lisa Xuan saw more than 10 naughty children suddenly appear a few hundred feet ahead. They were chasing each other on scooters on the road. He hurriedly pulled the reins and ordered Big White to slow down. Pang Feiji, who was behind, saw this and hurriedly followed suit. Fortunately, they reacted quickly. When they were still a few feet away from the last naughty child, the two of them finally slowed down. Due to the large number of naughty children, in order to avoid bumping into people, Dabai exhaled 2 breaths of white air. Under Li Zishuan's control, his 4 hooves began to stroll leisurely on the road. Feiji, why are there so many naughty children here? Li Zishuan frowned and asked. He almost blurted out the words, naughty children. Marquis, this subordinate heard 2 days ago that the children in Chong and City saw that the road here was very flat and started to play with scooters on the cement road. I just didn't expect there to be so many people. Pang Feiji scratched his head and said awkwardly. In fact, there were already naughty children who started to play with scooters on the cement road more than 10 days ago. However, at that time, they were all naughty children from Plum Village and the Han Village. After all, the pavilion closest to the water enjoyed the moonlight first. There was no need to doubt whether the villagers had the money to buy scooters for their children. The villagers from Plum Village and the Han Village were very rich now. It was not impossible for them to grit their teeth and buy scooters for their children. Later, the naughty children from Chong and City also joined in. They realized that the road here was smoother than the Bluestone Road in the city and more suitable for scooters. Word of mouth spread, and more naughty children came to Yin Mountain to play with scooters. Because of this, the sales of scooters in Strange Taste Pavilion even reached a small peak. Just like that, the first cement road in Tang Dynasty had now become the holy land for scooters in the eyes of the naughty children. Every one of them was having fun here. Li Zishuan was speechless when he heard this. No matter what, he would never have thought that the road that he had spent a lot of money on had become a playground for naughty children. The world was really unpredictable. When it came to ancient streets, many people might subconsciously think that ancient streets were all dirt roads and were full of potholes. In fact, that was not the case. In fact, the streets in Chong and City were not dirt roads with potholes. Instead, they were paved with bluestone slabs. Millions of people in the city walked on the streets all day long, and the bluestone slabs had been polished until they were quite smooth. In terms of smoothness, the cement road could not compare. It was because of this that Li Zishuan had bought scooters back then. If the roads were full of potholes, why would he buy a scooter? However, although the bluestone slabs were smooth, the joints between the bluestone slabs were not seamless. On this kind of road, the scooter would be bumpy, and it could easily cause a car accident. In comparison, the flat and wide cement road was like a God-given road for these naughty children who liked to play. There was nothing more suitable than a cement road. Let's go. Don't bump into these kids. Li Zishuan had wanted a race on the road, but he did not expect a group of naughty children to race on it. He could only sigh helplessly and gloomily. Yes, Marquis, Pang Feiji said embarrassedly. The two of them slowed down and continued to walk towards the Cloud Mountain. On the road ahead, they saw many naughty children again. The mountain road that used to be quiet and cold was now filled with the laughter of naughty children, and it was very lively. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan felt an inexplicable joy in his heart. Perhaps happiness was really contagious. Marquis, look at these kids. Their faces are all red from a cold, but they are still running around. It's as if it's the new year. After passing by the group of naughty children, Pang Feiji said happily, Li Zixuan heard this and did not even turn his head. He said, "Aren't all kids like this? When you were at this age, if you could also come across something as fun as a scooter, you would definitely be similar to them." Pang Feiji was stunned. He then said, Marquis is right. Kids nowadays are really living a good life. When I was young, where'd I get these things? It's good enough that I can eat my fill." Li Zixuan laughed. "We can't be worse than the previous generation, right? The current emperor is working hard to govern the country, and the civil and military officials are working hard. The Tang Empire will only get better and better." When he said the last sentence, his tone suddenly became incomparably firm. Pang Feiji nodded vigorously. "Marquis is right. Old Pang had a hard life back then, but the next generation must not continue to have such a hard life. The soldiers of the Tang Empire fought with their blood to give their descendants a prosperous world. If anyone dares to destroy the peace now, Old Pang will be the first to rush over and chop off his dog head." "Ha! Well said. If anyone dares to make things difficult for us, we will make them suffer." Li Zixuan laughed. When Li Zixuan and the others appointed him as the Marquis of Yong, and Li Zixuan understood the responsibility on his shoulders. Yong, and he wanted to ensure the Tang Empire's eternal peace. Shouting, "Ha, not bad, not bad. You can multitask now, and you can even bring forward the cement road construction by a few days. Impressive." When he arrived at Yanwang College, Li Zixuan saw Yin Xiaoning, who was beaming with happiness. That's right, he was beaming with happiness. Compared to the last time, Yin Xiaoning's face was ruddy and full of smiles. Even an idiot could tell that this guy was very happy. Could it be that something shameful happened between this guy and Mo Lingwei during this period of time? Li Zixuan thought to himself. He couldn't be blamed for having unhealthy thoughts. It was just that Yin Xiaoning's expression today was too. Love was written all over his face. Furthermore, he had talked to Mo Lingwei last time and imparted to her a love theory of if you love him, you must train him well. Under such circumstances, it was hard for Li Zixuan not to think about it. What multitask? Xiaoxian, you're too mean. I've been supervising people to help you build the road these days. Yin Xiaoning immediately retorted like a cat whose tail was stepped on after hearing Li Zixuan's words. Li Zixuan said, I'm praising you. Why are you in such a hurry to explain? Yin Xiaoning didn't fall for it. He rolled his eyes and said, Xiaoxian, don't try to trick me. How can I not know that? Also, you didn't come here today just to be sarcastic, did you? Li Zixuan restrained his smile and said in all seriousness, I came here today especially to thank you, Xiaoning. You contributed a lot to Yanwang College and the cement road from Yinshan to Chang'an. How about it? Are you interested in working at the college? In the end, Li Zixuan changed the topic and revealed his true thoughts. If it was half a month ago, Yin Xiaoning, who had been ravaged by Mo Lingwei, would definitely refuse without hesitation. But now cough. Xiaoxian, it's not about whether I'm willing or not. It's just that I don't know much about your engineering and Confucianism. How can I work at Yanwang College? Yin Xiaoning rolled his eyes and coughed dryly. The expected rejection didn't happen. Instead, he got this sentence. Li Zixuan was stunned at first, then he understood. It seemed that Yin Xiaoning, a straight man, was finally subdued by Mo Lingwei and fell under Mo Lingwei's pomegranate skirt. Xiaoning, what you said isn't a problem. Although you don't know much about engineering and Confucianism, you have a lot of engineering experience. Engineering is the study of engineering, and there are many similarities. Xiaoning, you can be the teacher in charge of student experiments in the college. You can participate in the college's daily teaching after you're fully familiar with engineering. Li Zixuan took advantage of the situation and followed Yin Xiaoning's words. Yin Xiaoning hesitated for a while and nodded. Cough. I think that's fine. Then I'll stay at the college from now on. Li Zixuan glanced at Yin Xiaoning and pretended to ask casually. Oh, right. Where's your family's ink girl? Where is she? Damn. Xiaoxian, don't talk nonsense. When did she become part of our family? Yin Xiaoning was about to answer subconsciously, But he suddenly realized something and scolded Li Zixuan angrily. However, only he himself knew how much of his anger was genuine and how much of it was fake. Huh, it was a slip of the tongue. Don't mind it, shouting. Li Zixuan blinked his eyes and cast a look that everyone understood as he said wretchedly. Chapter 969. Li Zixuan was quite happy that his good friend was finally about to leave his singlehood. However, he did not know how far the two of them had progressed. What if they got pregnant before marriage and got married? That would be awkward. If that really happened, Old Man Mo would probably raise his sword and chop this brat up, right? Although the Tang dynasty was liberal, it definitely wouldn't be to the point where chastity wasn't important. Wei Er went to the workshop. Xianxia replied gloomily. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Oh, right. Xiaoxian, Faubert told me yesterday that the thing you asked him to make last time has been completed. Wei Er should be going to the workshop today to see that thing. Do you want to take a look too?" Li Zixuan was stunned. He thought for a while before he remembered that when the workshop received a large batch of rubber, he gave Faubert 2 blueprints. One was a football, and the other was something even more awesome than a scooter. Really? Ha! Shouting, you shouldn't be busy now, right? Let's go take a look. Li Zixuan was excited as he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia actually wanted to go a long time ago. However, he knew that Li Zixuan would come to the academy to look for him today, so he was too embarrassed to go with Mo Lingwei. Hearing this, he immediately said, "Okay, I'll go with you to take a look. I also want to know what you asked Faubert to make." Li Zixuan smiled and didn't expose the little scheme in his heart. The two of them didn't ride horses and went down the mountain directly to the new workshop near the river. "Hey, Xiaoxian, why are the farmers in Plum Village and the Han family village so secretive recently? Previously, when Wei Er and I went to the village to play, we felt like there were people watching us everywhere we went. Also, there were some places that we weren't allowed to go. Don't you think it's weird?" Xianxia suddenly sighed when they passed by Plum Village. When Li Zixuan heard this, his heart skipped a beat. If he guessed correctly, the farmers were probably trying to prevent outsiders from stealing the secret of the greenhouse vegetables. He didn't organize this kind of thing. It should be the villagers who did it spontaneously. It seemed like these villagers had a strong sense of secrecy. Hee, I think you've been too tired recently and are hallucinating, right? The villagers all know the two of you, so why would they keep an eye on you? You're being paranoid. Li Zixuan rubbed his nose and pretended that he didn't know anything. However, he deliberately emphasized the word tired to make it seem like there was a deeper meaning behind it. Too tired? No. Xianxia scratched his head in confusion. When he saw Li Zixuan looking at him with a smirk, he immediately realized what was going on and shouted angrily, "Fuck! Little Xian, you're becoming more and more naughty. You even dare to make such a joke. If we're talking about fatigue, shouldn't you be the one who's tired? Look at the dark circles under your eyes. You're the one who's tired." Li Zixuan glanced at him and said, "Huh? I'm tired? I'm legitimately tired. I say, when you're with Ink Girl, you have to pay attention to safety measures. Don't give birth to a little Ning." Xianxia opened his mouth and his eyes were filled with fire. He wanted to punch Li Zixuan's shoulder. "Fuck! There's nothing between me and Wei Er. Don't you dare taint our innocence." With a flash, Li Zixuan easily dodged Xianxia's punch and then said, "Ha ha, just kidding. Brother, I'm just reminding you out of kindness." He was really reminding him out of kindness. When young boys and girls in puberty were together for a long time, it was hard to guarantee that nothing wonderful would happen. The two of them chatted and laughed along the way. Soon, they arrived at the workshop of the strange interest pavilion. This new workshop was built with high standards. It integrated production, office, and research. In the future, as the scale of the workshop grew larger and larger, there would be more and more products. Li Zixuan planned to set up the headquarters of the Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce here as well. It would be more convenient for the distribution of resources and the exchange of information. Just as they reached the entrance of the workshop, Li Zixuan and Xianxia heard a scream filled with terror. Then, they saw a young girl standing on a two-wheeled metal frame and rushing towards them unsteadily. Behind her was a panting Faubert. "Ah, get out of the way! Get out of the way! I can't control this car." That young girl was Mo Lingwei. When she saw Li Zixuan and Yin Xiaoning suddenly appear at the entrance of the courtyard, she hurriedly screamed. Yin Xiaoning was instantly dumbfounded. Firstly, he was dumbfounded by the two-wheeled car that Mo Lingwei was sitting on. Secondly, he was dumbfounded by the fact that Mo Lingwei was mysteriously in a dangerous situation. He stood there in a daze and even forgot to move his feet. In the blink of an eye, seeing that Mo Lingwei and the car were about to crash into Yin Xiaoning, Li Zixuan gently pushed Yin Xiaoning 2 steps to the right with his right hand. Then, he used his left hand to precisely press on the center of the handlebar. The car that was about to crash into them could no longer move forward. The car stabilized, but the person on the car lost her balance at this time. "Ah, save, 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 help!" Mo Lingwei screamed and was about to fall to the ground in front of her right. Men and women should not touch each other. Besides, this was his brother's wife. Li Zixuan would rather watch Mo Lingwei fall to the ground than help her up. However, in this situation, there was a way to get the best of both worlds. His right leg hooked onto Yin Xiaoning's leg joint at lightning speed. Before Yin Xiaoning could react, he had already fallen to the ground before Mo Lingwei. The position where he fell was coincidentally where Mo Lingwei was about to fall. Bam! The collision between flesh and flesh produced a muffled sound, followed by a muffled groan and scream. "Oh, ah!" The muffled groan was naturally made by Yin Xiaoning, while the scream was made by Mo Lingwei. This girl thought that she would be disfigured if she fell face first, so she kept screaming. Little did she know that she had already landed safely. "Ugh! Cough, cough, cough! I'm the one who's injured. What are you screaming for? Hurry and get up." Yin Xiaoning was lying on the ground. At this time, he couldn't care less about having a soft and warm body in his arms. Oh, it should be on his back. He only felt that his old waist was about to be broken by Mo Lingwei. When he heard Mo Lingwei scream, he grinned and said unhappily, "Ah, little Ningzi, why are you below me? Are you trying to save me? Wow, so touching. I'll definitely reward you well later." Mo Lingwei only reacted when she heard Yin Xiaoning's muffled groan. She pressed her hands on Yin Xiaoning's old waist, propped herself up, and said, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, ouch." Chapter 970. Yin Xiaoning's waist was already severely injured, and with Mo Lingwei's push, it could be said to be one disaster after another. He felt like his waist was about to fall apart. Actually, he wanted to say that he didn't mean to save her, but Mo Lingwei's second half of the sentence made him shut his mouth and dispel the thought of telling the truth. Oh, little Ning, how are you? Are you okay? I didn't mean to push you there." Mo Lingwei hurriedly stood up, tidied her clothes, and said apologetically, "Cough, cough." Yin Xiaoning struggled to get up from the ground. He first looked back at Li Zixuan bitterly, then forced a smile at Mo Lingwei. It's nothing. What's this?" At this moment, he noticed the two-wheeled bicycle that Li Zixuan stopped and couldn't help but feel strange. Mo Lingwei heard Yin Xiaoning mention the bicycle that she was playing with, and immediately became excited. "Little Ning, this is the two-wheeled bicycle that Faubert just made. He said that this thing can be pedaled. I've been practicing this before, but I didn't expect the two-wheeled bicycle to suddenly lose control and almost hit you guys. Luckily, Yamacho helped me stop it." After saying that, she patted her chest with a face full of fear. Yin Xiaoning's face turned red, and he hurriedly turned his head. "Hee, this is called a bicycle." Li Zixuan laughed. That's right, the second blueprint that he gave to Faubert was a bicycle. At that time, Faubert looked at the blueprint and thought that the structure of this thing was quite simple, so he thought that he would be able to give it to Li Zixuan in 10 days. Who knew that when he actually built it, he realized that this bicycle wasn't as simple as he thought. A bicycle can be simplified into a body, handlebars, pedals, chains, seats, wheels, and brakes. These basic parts were first invented in 1885 by the Englishman John Staley. Under his improvements, The bicycle had the basic form of a modern bicycle, a triangular frame, pedals in the middle, chain-driven, and brakes. But 1885, according to the classification of middle school textbooks, was already modern. At that time, the United Kingdom had already established a relatively complete industrial system, and the smelting technology of steel was also mature. It was not difficult to make bicycles. But this was the Tang Dynasty. The Tang Dynasty had an underdeveloped industrial system. It would be quite difficult to make one or two bicycles. First, it was the frame. Modern bicycle frames were usually made of steel or aluminum alloy. Carbon fiber. Cough, cough, cough. It would be a bit of a bully to ask the ancients for this. However, if there were not too many requirements for the strength of the frame, bamboo, or wood would be fine. It was just that they had to pay attention to fire and prevent insects from eating them. The front fork was relatively strong, so it could be made of cast iron or relatively hardwood. The bicycle in Li Zishuan's hand was made of iron. Next, it was the wheels. If Li Zishuan had not transmigrated, it would be impossible for him to make rubber tires in the Tang Dynasty. This was because China had only planted rubber trees for about 100 years. Before the reform, there were not enough rubber trees to make condoms. Rich people had to wash their condoms before using them. That was why the wheels could only be made of wood. But it was different now. Under Li Zishuan's push, rubber was introduced to China more than 1,000 years earlier. At this time, it was not a problem for factories to make rubber tires. Not only did Uncle Fu make the rubber tires, but he also made the pump according to Li Zishuan's drawings. It could be said that he had a complete set of tools. The first two parts were not difficult to make, but the next part was the transmission of the bicycle, the chain. The chain was made up of an outer plate, an inner plate, a shaft, and a roller. From the perspective of modern people, it was not difficult at all. It was also very simple to make. Stainless steel or carbon steel. A machine would punch out a pile of steel plates and fasten them together. But in the Tang Dynasty, steel could only be forged and processed. To hammer out hundreds of identical small steel plates would force the blacksmith's entire family to hang themselves. It was possible to use cast iron because the molten iron was poured into the mold. The shape and size would be similar, but the strength of cast iron. Let's put it this way. If an iron pot in your house broke into 8 pieces, it would be cast iron. As the transmission of the bicycle, the chain had to withstand a considerable amount of tension. The strength of cast iron was obviously not enough. Also, cast iron chains had another disadvantage. Once it touched water, it would rust to death. That was why Faubert had been worried about this for a long time. Later, he could not think of a better alternative, so he went to find Li Zishuan and explain the situation. Li Zishuan then realized that a simple chain in modern society would be so troublesome to make in ancient times. In fact, this problem was not unsolvable. A hydraulic stamping machine would be enough. However, the hydraulic punch machine required strong water power. The flow of the Bar River was relatively gentle. If he wanted to get strong water power, he needed a large water level difference. Then, he needed to build a dam to store water. The project was too big. He could do it in the future, but now it was winter. In winter, the river might freeze. Even if he did it, it would be useless. At the beginning of October, he had planned to build a generator, but after the cholera and the telescope incident, he felt that it was too late. The river was about to freeze, so the generator blueprints he had drawn could only be locked in the cabinet for the time being. As for the chain, Li Zishuan decided to give up on using the chain because the conditions were not ripe yet. He chose to install the pedals on the front wheel and change it to a front-wheel drive. This form was already made by the Scots in 1839. Although it was more strenuous and easy to fall into a trap, at least it could be used on the road. As for the chain-driven bicycle, because it needed the hydraulic stamping machine, it would have to wait until next year. Coincidentally, he planned to update the workshop with a new batch of professional equipment. After Fauber got the plan, he immediately came back to lead the craftsmen to modify the bicycle. After more than half a month, this kind of front-wheel drive bicycle was finally made. Bicycle. Mo Lingwei heard Li Zishuan's words, and her eyes lit up. She said, "This name is very appropriate. Bicycle, bicycle, a bicycle that can walk on its own. Hee hee. But Yamacho, your bicycle only has 2 wheels. It's not easy to ride at all. It's hard to stand still. I've fallen a few times. Xianxia chimed in. Yeah, Xiaoxian, can't you make 3 wheels? It's too easy to fall with 2 wheels. Xuan laughed. Who said that it's not easy to stand still with 2 wheels? That's because you haven't mastered the balancing skills of this type of bicycle. I'll show you 2 later. Chapter 971. Young Master, this bike is built, but no one in the workshop can control it. You have to be careful when you ride it. Seeing that Xuan was about to get on the bike, Faubert quickly came over and warned him. Xuan smiled and said, Faubert, don't worry. With my skills, even if I ride with one hand, I won't fall. After saying that, he looked at Mo Lingwei and joked, Ink girl, I think your skills are pretty good. Why didn't you just jump off the bike? As the daughter of a martial arts master, Mo Lingwei knew martial arts, and her skills were pretty good. At least, it was more than enough to beat Yin shouting up. A martial arts master would actually flip over when riding a bike. If this was spread out, people would probably laugh their heads off. Mo Lingwei came back to her senses. Her face turned red, and she stuck out her tongue embarrassedly and said, I just forgot. Forgot? Xuan was stunned. He really didn't know what to say. Shaking his head, he walked to the side of the bike and said, Look carefully, the bike shouldn't be ridden like that. Also, not only can you stand on the 2 wheels, you can stand very steadily. The 3 of them immediately focused their attention on Xuan. Cough, cough. Because this bike was a front-wheel drive type, Xuan could only step on one leg and sit on the bike seat while the bike was still. After feeling the flexibility of the steering, Xuan stepped on the front foot of the bike. At first, the bike swayed a little, but then a familiar feeling returned to his body. The bike instantly regained its balance and began to move forward steadily. Wow, Yamacho is amazing. He can ride so steadily. Mo Lingwei saw that the bike that was swaying under her hands was like a well-behaved horse under Xuan's control. Her eyes widened, and she suddenly screamed in excitement. TSK, if it were me, I would definitely be able to ride so steadily too. Seeing Mo Lingwei's excited look, Yin Xiaoning felt a little jealous and immediately began to brag. Hee hee, little Ming, you really know how to brag. If you get on the bike, you'll definitely fall to the ground. Mo Lingwei stuck out her tongue and mercilessly attacked him. You! Yin Xiaoning's face turned red, and he pointed at Mo Lingwei. He wanted to say that she was insulting him, but after thinking about it, he decided to let it go. On the other side, Li was riding on the bike to ride. To be honest, it had been more than 2 years since he last rode a bicycle. Before he transmigrated to Tang Dynasty, bicycles were extremely popular in China. However, as an otaku, he rarely went out. Even if he did go out, he wouldn't choose to ride a bicycle. It had been more than 2 years since he last rode a bicycle. Now that he had transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty, he could actually ride a bicycle. What a novel experience this was. Perhaps only Xuan himself knew. Faubert, I'll ride this bike home first. The workshop needs to hurry up and produce a batch of bicycles. Xuan rode his bicycle and circled the workshop's courtyard a few times. He was in a good mood as he laughed heartily and called out to Uncle Fu. Faubert nodded. Okay. I'll arrange it in the next few days. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect a 2-wheeled bike to be so stable. Hee. Xuan smiled and said to Yin Xiaoning, Xiaoning, I'll have to trouble you to send Big White back to Chang'an later. I'll take my leave first. Yin Xiaoning's face was filled with resentment. They walked together when they came. Why did he have to walk when he was riding a bike back? Although it seemed unfair, he had no choice. There was only one bike here. Even if there was another one, he wouldn't know how to ride it. Therefore, he could only nod his head sullenly. Mo Lingwei was unhappy. Hey, Yamacho, don't ride it away. I haven't had enough fun yet. However, Xuan ignored the crazy girl. He rode his bicycle like a gust of wind and floated past a few of them. When he rode in front of Mo Lingwei, he purposely showed off his skills. He crossed his arms in front of his chest so that the bike could run faster without anyone controlling it. Mo Lingwei was envious of Xuan's cool an easy operation. She chased after Li Zixuan and said, "Wow, wow, Yamacho, come down and let me play with you for a while." But just as she finished speaking, Li Zixuan had already dashed off into the distance. She could use her Qinggong to catch up, but she felt that this was a little too absurd, so she could only gloomily stomp her feet on the spot. "Faubert, you have to make another bike as soon as possible." In the end, the girl could only pin her hopes on Faubert. Okay. I'll do it as soon as possible." Faubert was unusually happy. Of course, Faubert was happy to see that the bike that he worked so hard on for more than a month was so popular. Moreover, the person who spoke was Mo Lingwei, Yin Xiaoning's fiancé. He had even more reason to be happy. Even though he no longer worked for the Yin family, he still had feelings for Yin Xiaoning after all these years. Seeing that Yin Xiaoning was finally enlightened and had the possibility of starting a family, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. "Oh wow, look, that big brother is riding a monster." On the road, a group of kids who were playing with scooters shouted in surprise when they saw Li Zixuan riding a bike towards them. "Wow, the monster that big brother is riding is so fast." When the kids saw Li Zixuan and the bike, they were all excited. However, they were not stupid. They knew to stand on both sides and make way for Li Zixuan. When Li Zixuan passed through them like the wind, the kids immediately turned their scooters around and chased after Li Zixuan while shouting, "Big brother, wait for us. Big brother, where did you buy the monster? Big brother, make your monster run slower." Tang Dynasty's first bicycle was called a monster by the kids. However, the kids were not afraid of the monster. They all wanted to know where Li Zixuan bought the monster. Li Zixuan shook his head helplessly when he heard the brats chirping. Although this kind of front-wheel drive bicycle was a bit ugly, it couldn't be a monster, right? Li Zixuan had no choice but to increase his speed in order to prevent the brats from encountering any danger during the chase. The ugly bicycle immediately ran at the speed of a fast horse, and in the blink of an eye, it had pulled a large distance away from the brats. The brats could only look at Li Zixuan's back and howl in grief. Chapter 972. Li Zixuan finally arrived at Chong and City on his monster after shaking off a few groups of naughty kids who were racing on the road. Looking at the oddly shaped bicycle, the pedestrians all looked at it in amazement. The first bicycle in Tang Dynasty had a 100% chance of turning their heads. "Marquis, what is this?" Dugu Feng was on duty at the city gate today. When he saw Li Zixuan pushing such a monster into the city, he asked in confusion. The ancient city gate officers were like the security guards at modern train stations and subway stations. They had the responsibility to check if the people entering the city were carrying any prohibited items, such as heavy crossbows. "Huh, Feng, this is a new bicycle made by my workshop. What do you think? Isn't it cool?" Li Zixuan laughed proudly. Dugu Feng, who had been with Li Zixuan for a long time, knew what cool meant. However, when he saw the oddly shaped bicycle, he frowned and said, "Cool? Let's just say it's cool. But how can a two-wheeled car stand stably?" As they spoke, Li Zixuan pushed the bicycle to the inner corridor of the city gate. Although Dugu Feng couldn't figure out what kind of bicycle Li Zixuan was pushing, he wouldn't go over to check. After all, they were acquaintances. "Huh. Then Feng, watch carefully." Li Zixuan laughed and got on the bicycle. When the wheels started to turn, the bicycle started to move forward steadily. Dugu Feng's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. The pedestrians near the city gate also let out cries of surprise. What is this bicycle? Why does it look so strange? This two-wheeled bicycle can stand steadily? This is too amazing. It's very fast. The main thing is that it's convenient and doesn't take up much space. I just don't know where to buy this kind of bicycle. Hey, isn't that the Marquis of Yong'an? It must be something new from Chitiu Pavilion. Wow, it really is the Marquis of Yong'an. No, I have to go to Chitiu Pavilion to see if they sell it. Forget it. Save your breath. They definitely haven't started selling it yet. Why? Brother Zhao, have you asked? Not really. But if Chitiu Pavilion started selling this new toy, they would definitely announce it in Datong Daily. However, there hasn't been any news about this in the past 2 days. Brilliant. Brother Zhao is brilliant. After attracting a lot of attention, Li Zixuan finally returned home. When saw Li Zixuan push the bicycle in, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she ran over happily and shouted, "Brother, brother, what is this thing? It's so fun." The Cheats-You bicycle. She stood. Lise was looking. She, of course, the bicycle, the bicycle, as a child of the bicycle, of. She of the lookings as the S bicycles is his S bicycle. Did you ride this back? Li Zixuan patted Lan Er's head. After hearing his wife's guess, he laughed and said, "My wife is really smart. I rode this bicycle back." Lan Er looked up and said, "Brother, what's this bicycle?" Lan Er wants to ride it too. Li Zixuan patted his sister's head and said, "No, you can only ride it when you're this tall. Otherwise, you'll fall easily. When that happens, Lan Er, you'll become ugly." As he spoke, he gestured with his hand to his chest. Lan Er's little face instantly turned bitter. Lan Er doesn't want to become ugly. But when can Lan Er grow so tall? Han Yushi bent down and said to Lan Er, "Lan Er, you're not tall enough to ride a bicycle, but you can take a car." Lan Er was overjoyed when she heard that. Okay. Brother, Lan Er wants to take a car. Quickly take me." Li Zixuan had always agreed to his little sister's requests. He smiled and said, "Okay." Then he said to Han Yushi, "Wife, help me hold the bicycle first." Han Yushi agreed with a smile. Li Zixuan carried Lan Er to the back seat of the bicycle. Yes, this bicycle had a back seat and could carry people. Then, he took control of the bicycle from Han Yushi's hands. After getting on the bicycle, he shouted, "Lan, hold on tight." Yes. Lan had just agreed when Li Zixuan started the bicycle. She suddenly felt like she was on a small boat, drifting in the sea. She was swaying, so she immediately screamed. However, when the bicycle stabilized, Lan Er's emotions calmed down when she felt the breeze and the speed of the bicycle. She began to enjoy the feeling of riding. "Brother, faster. Brother, can you go faster?" After Lan Er got used to riding the bicycle, she began to feel that it was slow. Li Zixuan was helpless. This girl could no longer stay in the house. He could only say, "Let's go. Lan Er, sit tight. Brother will take you out for a walk." Okay. Lan was overjoyed when she heard that. Her two small canine teeth were exposed. Li Zixuan bade farewell to his family members and rode his bicycle out of the mansion. Shan, do you want to ride your cousin's bicycle too? After Li Zixuan left, Mrs. Li looked kindly at Yi Fashion and smiled. She asked because she noticed that Yi Fashion had been staring at Li Zixuan's bicycle in a daze. Yi Fashion came back to his senses and hurriedly said, No, Aunt. Fashion was just thinking about why cousin's bicycle only has two wheels, but it can move smoothly. He thought to himself, I'm not a child anymore. How can I still think about playing? I want to save the world. So that's how it is. Mrs. Li looked at Yi Fashion with a faint smile. She didn't expose him, nor did she expose him. She just smiled and walked away. This bicycle has a weird shape, but it's much lighter than a horse carriage. It's also much faster. It's really a great tool for traveling. Yi Guozhong looked at the direction where Li Zixuan and his sister had disappeared. He stroked his beard and sighed with emotion. Mrs. Yi laughed and said, That's my good grandson for you. You have so many ideas. One look, and I can tell that this car is amazing. Li Zixuan, who was outside the mansion, couldn't hear Mrs. Ye's praise. At that moment, he had already brought his sister out of Yongla Lane. The magical bicycle once again attracted the attention of passers-by. They were discussing and chasing after it. Wow, it's Marquis. Marquis is riding that strange bicycle again. Wow, this strange bicycle can carry people? It's amazing. It's so fast. The bicycle's appearance on the first day caused a huge commotion. It became the topic of many people's leisure conversations. Chapter 973. In fact, this bicycle wasn't easy to ride. It was even worse than a modern yellow car, because the pedals of this bicycle were placed directly on the axle of the front wheel. The power of the bicycle was mainly driven by the crank connected to the pedals. When the pedals turned, the front wheel would also turn. Under such circumstances, it was too difficult to speed up the bicycle. If Li Zixuan didn't know martial arts, he would have been exhausted just from riding from Yinshan to Chang'an. How would he have the energy to drive Lana around? Because modern bicycles were driven by chains, there was a larger transmission ratio between the front and back gears. Under normal circumstances, when the pedals turned, the rear wheel would turn several times. The so-called speed-changing bicycles had a flywheel added to the rear wheel, which was a gear that could change the number of teeth. Y represented the gear ratio, C represented the number of teeth of the driving gear, and N represented the number of teeth of the passive gear. The relationship between them could be expressed by a formula, Y equals Cn. For example, if the wheel of a bicycle had 48 teeth and the flywheel had 16 teeth, then the gear ratio would be 3. In other words, when the pedals turned one round, the flywheel would turn 3 times, which meant that the rear wheel would turn 3 times. Although increasing the gear ratio could increase the bicycle's speed, one couldn't ignore the fact that the chain drive in this case was a laborious lever. The larger the gear ratio, the more laborious it would be to pedal. Based on this comprehensive consideration, in reality, regardless of the model of the bicycle, the gear ratio was around 2 to 4. Speed-changing bicycles relied on changing the gear ratio to adjust the transmission ratio, thereby saving energy or increasing speed. Another problem was that the workshop could only make roller bearings for the various rotating parts of the bicycle. They couldn't make ball bearings yet. The roller bearings also caused Li Zixuan's bicycle to be a little jerky. The handlebars weren't flexible enough, and the wheels lost a lot of kinetic energy due to friction. This made it even more laborious to ride. Brother, look, isn't that Sister Changle and Brother Crown Prince? Lan was suddenly shouted excitedly when they arrived at the entrance of the East Market. Screech. When Li Zixuan heard Lan's voice, he quickly pressed the brakes. A hoarse screech resounded through the street, and the bicycle immediately stopped. Ouch! Due to inertia, Lan's head hit Li Zixuan's back. The little girl couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Xianxia, where is it? Li Zixuan used his right foot to support the bicycle and turned his head to ask. Stinky brother, why didn't you tell Lan when you stopped the car? Lan rubbed her head and pursed her lips. Of course, the little girl wasn't really angry. After complaining to Li Zixuan, she said, Hey, isn't that Brother Crown Prince? And, hey, brother, they're coming our way. In fact, Li Zixuan had already found Li Chengxian and Changle in the crowd without her saying anything. There were 2 guards following behind the brother and sister. The guards were holding several brocade boxes in their hands. Presumably, the 2 of them had just finished shopping outside the palace. The hoarse breaking sound from before had instantly attracted the attention of the siblings. Once they saw Li Zixuan and Lan, they approached them. Brother Xiaoxian, what kind of bicycle are you pushing? Changle jogged over and looked at the bicycle beside Li Zixuan with surprise. Yes, Xiaoxian, why have I never seen this kind of bicycle before? Li Chengxian had also walked to Li Zixuan's side. Seeing Lan is sitting on the oddly shaped bicycle, he also felt a wave of surprise and couldn't help but ask. Brother Crown Prince is so stupid. This bicycle is called a bicycle. It can run on its own, and it runs very fast. Seeing that Li Chengxian and Changle both looked like they hadn't seen the world, Lan suddenly felt a deep sense of superiority. She couldn't help but think, Mother said that Brother Crown Prince and Sister Changle were born in the royal family and had noble statuses. But now it seems that the royal family isn't as good as our family. The little girl's thoughts were always so simple and naive. Her family had a bicycle, but the royal family didn't. Clearly, her family was better than the royal family. Haha, that's right. This is a bicycle. The workshop just made it. It's normal that you haven't seen it before. Chengxian. Li Zixuan held the bicycle with one hand and patted Lan's head with the other. Bicycle? Can this bicycle really move on its own? Li Chengxian looked at the bicycle seriously and said with some disbelief. He always felt that this kind of bicycle would fall to the ground as soon as the driver let go. How could it move on its own? Actually, he couldn't be blamed for his lack of knowledge. The main thing was that ancient people often saw carriages and had formed a fixed mindset. A bicycle only had two wheels, and the two wheels were arranged in tandem. Naturally, it wasn't as stable as a carriage. Before Li Zixuan could say anything, Lan couldn't help but retort. Why can't it? Lan and Brother Crown Prince rode this bicycle over just now. Changle covered her mouth and laughed. Sister Lan, it should be Brother Xiaoxian who rode the bicycle. You rode the bicycle, right? Lana didn't blush and her heart didn't skip a beat. Yes, yes. That's what I wanted to express. Sister Changle, you're so understanding. This girl's sweet mouth could make people sick to death. Changle was overjoyed by her sweetness. Haha, Lana, how does it feel to sit on this bicycle? Lana tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she said, yes. It's quite comfortable. It's just a little cold. Logically speaking, a bicycle was indeed faster than a carriage, but it definitely wasn't as warm as a carriage. After all, there was wind on all sides. This somewhat cute and quick-witted answer immediately made everyone laugh. Sister Changle, do you want to try it too? It's really comfortable. Lana saw that everyone was laughing and thought that they didn't believe her, so she said again. Changle's eyes immediately flashed with a hint of interest. Li Chengxian inadvertently glanced at Changle, and his heart suddenly thumped. He hurriedly said, Ahem, Changle, it's not early anymore. If father and mother don't see you for a long time, they'll be anxious. As her elder brother, Li Zixuan had actually noticed that Changle's feelings towards Li Zixuan were a little different. He couldn't tell if it was because of her attachment to her elder brother or because of the feelings between a man and a woman. But no matter which it wasn't appropriate for Changle to get too close to Li Zixuan. As for things like riding the same bicycle, that was even more out of the question. Yes. Then, Brother Xiaoxian, Sister Lan, goodbye. Changle's thin lips moved as she spoke softly. Wearing a pink palace dress, she looked even more delicate and pitiful under the setting sun. Chapter 974. It's getting late. Changle, Chengxian, go back quickly. Li Zixuan's eyes flashed as he spoke. Changle tasted bitterness in her mouth when she heard that. She felt even more regretful, but she could only say, Brother Xiaoxian, Sister Lan, take care. Lan said crisply, Sister Changle, take care too. Actually, this girl also felt regretful in her heart. However, she regretted that her bicycle didn't have the chance to shine in front of Changle and Li Chengxian. Cough, cough. In layman's terms, she didn't manage to act cool this time. She felt very uneasy. Changle, let's go. We still have a chance to leave the palace next time. Li Chengxian urged. Changle nodded and then turned to leave with Li Chengxian. Sigh, what a pity. After Li Chengxian and Changle left, Lan sighed softly like a little adult. Li Zixuan recovered from his thoughts and ruffled Lan's ponytail. They could go their own way. What's a little girl like you feeling regretful about? Lan stuck out her tongue and said vaguely, In nothing. Lan is just regretful that I can't play with Sister Changle for a while longer. Li Zixuan shook his head and then got on the carriage. He pedaled and brought Lan to Yongla Lane. Did Li Zixuan really not know about Changle's feelings? Obviously not. He had read so many transmigration novels in his previous life. Many characters who transmigrated to ancient times were like charmers. They had endless luck with women and were often chased by all kinds of beauties. However, the protagonists were basically all low in EQ. They couldn't sense that the beauties were interested in them. Only when the beauties confessed to them in person did they realize that the beauties were interested in them. Then, in order not to hurt the beauties' feelings, they accepted them half-heartedly. Although this was how it was in the novels, Li Zixuan wasn't the kind of person who liked to play dumb and wait for beauties to come to him. His EQ wasn't lacking at all. He had already sensed Changle's unusual feelings for him. However, like Li Chengxian, he didn't know whether Changle's feelings for him were brotherly or romantic. If it was the former, it would be fine. If it was the latter, he would have to keep a distance from Changle in advance. It was undeniable that Changle was indeed a good girl, which could be judged from the history books. This was an extremely virtuous and good girl. Whoever could marry her would really have 8 lifetimes of dog shit luck. However, should he, Li Zixuan, marry a good girl just because she was his? This was not only unfair to Han Yushi, but also to Chang'e. He, Li Zixuan, was not a tyrant or a bandit who would snatch anything good from his home. He was also not a beast who would have strange thoughts about an 8 or 9-year-old girl. He only hoped that Chang'e, a kind-hearted and virtuous girl, could live a healthy and happy life to 100 years old, instead of dying of illness in her 20s as recorded in the history books. As for other aspects, he really hadn't thought about it yet. Anyway, he was very satisfied with his current family, so there was no need to complicate matters. Yamacho, I heard that the workshop has produced a new toy. I think it's called a bicycle. Let me see it. The next day, early in the morning, Li Tai, the little fatty, came to the Li mansion and made a fuss. Cheng Chumo followed behind him. Li Zixuan had just woken up and was about to eat breakfast. Hearing this, he said with a straight face, "Chinke, Chumo, why didn't you go to class today? Did you skip school?" Cheng Chumo stared and said, "Yamacho, are you confused? It's Saturday today. Why do you still go to school?" Yes. Yamacho, don't deliberately change the topic. Hurry up and hand over that bicycle. Li Tai followed Cheng Chumo and said, Li Zixuan just realized that today was Saturday. Recently, he had stayed in Chang and city for so long that he even forgot the day. This kind of headmaster was really dereliction of duty. Hand it over. This bicycle is mine. Why should I hand it over? Li Zixuan glanced at the little fatty and said with a half-smile. The little fatty was stunned. He wanted to swear, but when he saw that Li Zixuan's family was there, he tactfully swallowed the swear words that were about to come out of his mouth. Okay. It's just next to the stone table in the front yard. You guys go and have fun. Be careful. In order to prevent these two from harassing him, Li Zixuan quickly waved his hand and said, Li Tai and Cheng Chumo did not expect Li Zixuan to be so easy to talk to today. They thought that they would have to pester him for a while before Li Zixuan would lend them the bicycle. Thank you, Yamacho. The two of them looked at each other and excitedly thanked him. Then they rushed to the bicycle outside the house. It would be strange if Brother Chinke and Brother Chonyo didn't fall to the ground. Lana held her bowl and giggled. This little girl had been with Li Zixuan for a long time. She actually learned some of Li Zixuan's catchphrases. Mrs. Li glared at her daughter. Lana was so scared that she immediately shrunk her neck and stuck out her tongue mischievously. Yuju, those two children just now are, when Li Tai and Cheng Chumo arrived, Yi Guozhong did not speak. Now he asked. Mrs. Li quickly replied, Father, those two children just now. One is the current king of Wei, and the other is the eldest son of Duke Lu. They are both Xian Er's students at Yanwang College. Yi Guozhong's hand, which was stroking his beard, paused and almost pulled it out. Before coming to Chang, and he only knew that Li Zixuan was favored by the emperor. He did not expect Li Zixuan to be so familiar with the princes and the sons of Duke Lu. Moreover, these people were very respectful to Li Zixuan. At this moment, he finally understood Li Zixuan's influence in Chang and, Xian is really promising. Xian if you have time, you should learn from your cousin. Yes, grandmother. Li Tai and Cheng Chumo did not know what was going on in the house. However, these two were really about to fall to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. In the yard, people and bicycles flipped over frequently. Chinke, come down quickly. I personally trained many wild horses a few years ago. I don't believe that I can't tame this thing today. Cheng Chumo urged in disbelief. Hey, Chonyo, wait a little longer. I can definitely do it this time. TSK. Hey, if you don't believe me, open your eyes and take a good look. Bang. Just as he finished speaking, Li Tai once again fell to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise up. Chapter 975. Awesome. Too awesome. Riding a bicycle is so much better than riding a horse. Yamacho, lend me your bicycle for a spin. Facts have proven that if a person is lacking in one aspect, they will always be strong in another. Although Cheng Chumo was not as good as Li Tai in terms of cultural studies, his talent in sports left Li Tai in the dust. In less than a quarter of an hour, he was already able to get on the bike and ride. After another quarter of an hour, he was already able to ride the bike steadily. Li Tai, who was watching from his side, was filled with envy and jealousy. F***CK. Chung Chimo, stop. What am I going to ride if you ride away? F***CK. Despicable. Li Tai, who was sitting on a stone bench in the front yard licking his wounds, quickly stood up and cursed angrily. Unfortunately, right after Ching Chimo said those words, he didn't wait for Li Zexuan's agreement before riding his bicycle out of the Li residence. Even if Li Tai had 4 legs, he wouldn't be able to catch up. Huh. Chinke, find a doctor to treat your wounds first. Ching Chimo's wild laughter was left in the air. Li Tai said angrily, F***CK. Ugly bull, just you wait. Wah. Brother Chinke, you're really going to shit yourself. At this moment, Lan'er had finished her breakfast. The little girl walked out and pointed at Li Tai. Li Tai opened his mouth. At this moment, his heart was about to break down. Have you finished your homework? Hurry up and do your homework. Li Zexuan did not want to embarrass Li Tai too much. He walked over and said, in the past, Lan'er did have a tutor, but this girl was too mischievous and was not the type to study. That tutor did not stay in the Li family for long before he quit. Scholars in this era still had a lot of integrity. When they met a rotten wood that could not be carved, no matter how much money the other party offered, they would not be moved by money. Later, under Li Zexuan's indulgence, Father Li and Mrs. Li did not find a teacher for Lan'er. It was not until Han Yushi married into the Li family that Lan'er's studies were handed over to Han Yushi. Although Han Yushi had not systematically received the official education of the Tang dynasty, it was more than enough to teach Lan'er. Brother, it's still early. Lan'er stuck out her tongue and said with a bitter face, who would ask someone to do homework so early in the morning? Li Zexuan said helplessly, Early? Do you know that the clumsy bird flies first? Quickly go and find Yushi. Oh, Lan'er pursed her lips and went into the house to play with Han Yushi. Chinke, are your injuries serious? Do you want to find an imperial physician to bandage it for you? Looking at Li Tai, who had a bump on his head, Li Zexuan said with concern. As for whether he was gloating in his heart, only God knew. Oh, no need. Yamacho, it's all superficial injuries. Li Tai waved his hand awkwardly. He did not expect that he would almost be thrown to the ground when he came to test the bike. How embarrassing. You really don't need it? I really don't need it. Then why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for me to ask you to stay for lunch? Li Zexuan changed the topic and said angrily. A cough. Li Tai was stunned and almost choked to death. After a while, he said embarrassedly, Mountain Leader, I just want to ask if there are any bikes that are lower in height. The one just now was a little too high. The reason why he fell so miserably just now was not unrelated to the height of the bike. This first bike was designed according to Li Zexuan's height. Chung Chimo could barely ride it, but Li Tai could not even touch the ground after he got on it. Who else would fall if not him? Li Zexuan said with a smile. We don't have it now. Li Tai's eyes lit up and said excitedly, Haha, that means we can have it in the future. The little fatty was different from Li Zexuan and Chung Chimo. For some reason, Li Zexuan and Chung Chimo grew vertically since they were young, but he grew horizontally. Although he had lost most of his fat after a month of military training, he still could not get up with his height. Therefore, this first bike was full of malice to him. Li Zexuan looked at Li Tai and said with a smile, Yes, but not necessary. Li Tai was pleasantly surprised at first, then confused, and finally angry. F***CK. What do you mean by not necessary? How is it not necessary? Hey. Yamacho, don't go. Whoa. As Chung Chimo rode his bicycle, he could feel the cool breeze blowing past his ears. This guy's intuition was so good that he couldn't help but wail like a ghost and howl like a wolf all the way. It was hard not to attract attention. Now, isn't this the two-wheeled bike that Marquis Yong and rode yesterday? Why is it in the hands of this young man? Zhao Lauer, are you blind? That is obviously the eldest son of Lu Guogong's family. Do I need to tell you about his relationship with Marquis Yong? What's so strange about Marquis's two-wheeled bike being in his hands? Hee. So it's the eldest son of Xianxia. No wonder. No wonder. Speaking of which, this two-wheel bike is really strange. It can run so fast without a horse. I've lived for so long, but I've never seen anything like this before. Yes. This is my first time seeing it too. When this bike is released at Strange Interest Pavilion, I'll definitely buy one. Tisk, I'm just afraid that you won't be able to afford it. Umph. Meng Laosi, don't look down on me. Xianxia sped all the way, leaving behind a legend. Oh no, it was a heated discussion. Through word of mouth, the people knew that Li Zixuan's family had a two-wheel bike that could travel at high speeds without a horse. Many people who had never seen such a bike before started to gather around Yonglo Lane, waiting for Xianxia to return the bike. However, this guy seemed to be having a little fun. It was already late in the morning, but he still did not return the bike. Now, Brat, did you get the car from Lil Xian? Cheng Yaojin returned from court. Coincidentally, Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuyang were taking turns riding the bike in the courtyard. The old man was immediately amused. Cheng Chumo stopped the bike, looked at his father, and asked, "Father, how did you know?" Old Cheng took off his court attire and handed it to the maidservant beside him. Then, he walked quickly to Cheng Chumo and slapped the latter's head twice, saying, "Hey, your father heard yesterday that little Xian rode a two-wheeled bike back from the workshop that can move on its own. Hurry up and get down here for me." Cheng Chumo glared at him and said, "Father, what are you doing? I still have to return this bike later." Cheng Yaojin slapped his son's head twice again and said, "Hurry up and get lost. You don't need this bit of time anyway. Let me try this bike." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Cheng Chumo down without any explanation. Hey, father, do you know how to ride it? This bike isn't that easy to ride. Don't fall and shit out like Xianxia. Chapter 976. Would a martial arts expert at the Grandmaster level fall while riding a bicycle? The answer was obviously no. Cheng Yaojin demonstrated the answer to this question personally. Even though old Cheng had never ridden a bicycle before, and no one had ever taught him how to ride one, after he got on the bicycle, he relied on his strong control of his body's balance to imitate Cheng Chumo's cycling movements just now. He was able to do it without a teacher. As he rode, he even left the handlebars with both hands and showed off his riding skills. Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuyang were stunned. Good. This bicycle is interesting. Although it's not as fast as a warhorse at full speed, this thing doesn't need to be fed grass, and there's no wear and tear. It's more convenient than a warhorse. After riding the bicycle and circling the front yard twice, Cheng Yaojin patted the seat of the bicycle, laughed, and praised. "Dad, you're not thinking of using this bicycle to replace a warhorse, are you?" Cheng Chumo was a little confused when he heard that. When he thought of how the other side had thousands of soldiers and horses during the war, and how they were a team of bicycles, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Smack! This silly guy's scalp was still tingling, and then it hurt again because Cheng Yaojin had mercilessly slapped him on the head again. Rascal! When did this old man say that he wanted to use a bicycle to replace a warhorse? How can you play around with important matters of the country? Quickly return the bicycle to little Xian. Cheng Yaojin was a little exasperated and said, "Oh, I'll return in a while." Cheng Chumo rubbed his head and said gloomily. Cheng Yaojin glared and said, "What do you mean in a while? Return it now. You rascal, haven't you had enough after playing for so long?" Cheng Chumo was helpless and could only say, "Yes, Dad. I'll return it now." "Big brother, let me help you return it," Cheng Chuyang suddenly said. This time, it was Cheng Chumo's turn to stare. "Hey, little Yang, you're really dreaming." "No way." After saying that, he quickly snatched the bicycle from Cheng Yaojin's hand and said, "Dad, I'll return the bicycle." "Okay. Little Xian, I heard that the Curious Pavilion has a new two-wheeled carriage. Can I take a look at it?" When it was close to noon, Wang Renbiao arrived at the Li Zixuan's residence with his icily arrogant servant girl. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Renbiao looked at Li Zixuan and explained his intentions. "What? Is the Wang family interested in the bicycle business?" Li Zishuan asked with a smile. Wang Renbiao nodded and said, "That's right. The Wang family is very interested in this kind of vehicle that can move quickly without the help of animals. I can foresee that in the future, there will be more and more people riding such carriages in the Great Tang." After spending so much time with Li Zishuan, Wang Renbiao knew Li Zishuan's character very well. Therefore, he didn't hide anything and admitted it directly. "Ha! You have good taste." Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh in praise. A bicycle was logically much more convenient than a horse. In the future, as the living standards of the people of the Great Tang rose, bicycles would definitely enter every household. Thinking back to his previous life, in the first 20 to 30 years after the founding of the People's Republic of China, the Phoenix bicycle was a popular product that the people of Suzhou, Zhejiang, and Shanghai scrambled for. In fact, there was a period where one could only buy one with a ticket. In 1978, owning a Phoenix or Forever brand bicycle was enough to make a family proud. After the 21st century, when a boy got married, he would need a house, a car, and an expensive betrothal gift. Furthermore, the house had to be renovated and the home appliances had to be complete. However, in the 70s and 80s, a bicycle was enough. Even though the current situation in Great Tang was different from that of China, the development of bicycles should be similar. Therefore, this was a market with great potential. However, that bicycle isn't a home now. It was borrowed by Chonyo in the morning. "Renbiao, if you want to take a look, you can either wait here for a while or come back another day," Li Zishuan said to Wang Renbiao after putting away his messy thoughts. "Oh, that's really unfortunate." Hearing this, Wang Renbiao did not suspect anything and said regretfully, "Xianxia, I'm here to return the bicycle." Coincidentally, at this moment, Cheng Chumo's voice could be heard from outside the courtyard. When there was no one around him, he would never call him Yamacho. Instead, he would call Li Zishuan by his name. "Ha! Who said that it's unfortunate?" "Renbiao, looks like you came at the right time," Li Zishuan said with a smile. As they spoke, Cheng Chumo rode his bicycle into the courtyard. "Xiaoxian, your bicycle. Yo, isn't this Renbiao? You're here too?" The relationship between the Wang family and Li Zishuan was well known. Furthermore, Wang Renbiao was a relative of the emperor and had been active in Chang and for the past few years. Cheng Chumo could still recognize him. "Hee, what a coincidence. Chonyo, how have you been?" Wang Renbiao stood up and clasped his hands. Cheng Chumo laughed and waved his hand. "I know that you must have something to discuss with Yamacho. I won't disturb you any further. Let's meet again." After that, he parked his bicycle beside the stone table in the front yard of the Li residence. This was where he got his bicycle in the morning. Then, he bid farewell and left. Although he looked like a brute, he was still very observant when it came to crucial moments. "Here, Renbiao, this is the bicycle that you wanted to see. I call it bicycle. How does it feel?" Wang Renbiao nodded. "It's amazing. Not only can this slender, two-wheeled bicycle stand firm, it can also run very fast without the help of animals. If it's sold, it will definitely be very popular. I wonder if Xianxia is willing to share some of the goods with the Wang family." Li Zishuan did not hesitate and replied, "Of course. Not to mention that the Wang family is an important member of the Chamber of Commerce. Just based on my friendship with Renbiao, the Wang family will definitely get a large share of the goods. Moreover, the output of the bicycle will definitely surprise you. The new workshop now is no longer the same as before, especially after he updated the equipment for the new workshop next year. The productivity will be even more amazing," Wang Renbiao said happily. "Haha, that's great. To be honest, Xiaoxian, the Wang family will definitely not complain about the number of bicycles that you can produce." Li Zishuan smiled and did not say anything. After Wang Renbiao finished talking about the bicycle, he sighed faintly and said, "Today, other than discussing this matter with you, Xiaoxian, I'm also here to say goodbye to you." Li Zishuan was surprised. "Goodbye? Renbiao, where are you going?" Wang Renbiao was silent for a while and replied, "A few days ago, His Majesty appointed me as the governor of Qizhou. I will take office after the new year. At that time, it will be difficult to drink and chat with you." Chapter 977. There were three ways to select an official in the Tang dynasty: family background, mixed background, and imperial examinations. Everyone was familiar with the imperial examinations. Ever since Emperor Wen of Sui started the imperial examinations, China's selection system was gradually replaced by the imperial examinations. However, everything had a process. During the Tang dynasty, the imperial examinations weren't the most mainstream method to select an official. At this time, there were still many officials who relied on family background and mixed background to enter the imperial court. Of course, in the Tang dynasty, there were strict rules regarding who could become an official. Firstly, those who had a title could be inherited by their descendants. Secondly, relatives of the emperor could be given an official rank based on their relationship with the emperor. Thirdly, the great-grandson of a third-rank official or above, the grandson of a fifth-rank official or above, and the son of a second-rank official could become an official. Wang Renbiao's situation was the second type of official. He was appointed as a member of the imperial family and immediately became the provincial governor of a province. His starting point was much higher than those from humble families, mainly because his mother was Princess Tong and governor of Qizhou. Congratulations, Renbiao. I hope that Renbiao can benefit the people of the province and achieve great achievements. Li Zishuan was stunned for a moment before he cupped his hands towards Wang Renbiao. Although he didn't know where Qizhou was, the governor of a province wasn't a small official. In modern times, it was equivalent to a high-ranking official. For a long time, the Tang dynasty used a three-tiered administrative system of Dao, prefecture, and county. However, the actual authority of each Dao differed greatly, and there were many changes. Furthermore, the basis was the expansion of the regional commander's authority, so this system was often called the virtual three levels. At the beginning of Jingguan dynasty, Li Er divided the world into 10 Daos. The Qizhou that Wang Renbiao was about to go to belonged to Gongji province, also known as the Fengxiang prefecture. Its governing area was Yong County, and it governed 9 counties. It was relatively close to Chong, and its territory was relatively large. At the very least, this Qizhou was larger than the Sui province that Wang Renbiao's father managed, and it was closer to the political center of the Tang dynasty. It could be seen that Princess Tong had spent a lot of effort in front of Li Er for her son's future. At this moment, Wang Renbiao didn't have much joy on his face. He bitterly smiled and said, "Being an official isn't Renbiao's specialty. I don't dare to ask for credit, but I don't want to make any mistakes." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Renbiao, don't be so pessimistic. You have the backing of the Wang family. After you take office, relying on the Wang family's resources to develop agriculture and commerce in Qizhou, it won't be difficult to make the people rich. As long as you serve the people wholeheartedly, the people will remember it in their hearts." Wang Renbiao nodded and cupped his hands, saying, "I'll take advantage of your auspicious words, little Xian. When the time comes, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you for advice on your experience as an official. In less than a year, you have managed your fief so well that the people can live and work in peace and contentment. You are truly a model for all the officials of the Great Tang." Everyone liked to hear good words, and Li Zishuan was no exception. Moreover, these were not only good words, but also the truth. He chuckled and said, "You flatter me. I just can't bear to see the common people suffer. Renbiao, as long as you treat the people well, I believe that after your term in Qizhou ends, the people will definitely see you off." Wang Renbiao nodded solemnly and said, "Although I don't want to be an official in this life, since I'm an official now, I will do my best to benefit the people." Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Haha, if I come to Qizhou in the future, I will drink and chat with Renbiao again." Wang Renbiao cupped his hands and said, "Definitely." After that, he turned around and left. When Leng Yao passed by Li Zishuan, she hesitated for a moment, but still cupped her hands and said, "Marquis, take care. You're a good official. See you again." At the beginning, she did not like Li Zishuan, but in the end, Li Zishuan's powerful martial arts strength and extraordinary charisma made her admire him. Her attitude towards Li Zishuan had changed a lot. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Miss Lung, take care too. Wang Rinbiao's family was not the only one eyeing the bicycle business. In the afternoon, the other shareholders of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, Liao Shifan, and Zhang Jingyang all came to ask about the bicycle business. Back then, Liao Shifan had purchased 40,000 strings of coins worth of shares in the Chamber of Commerce, but 20,000 of them had been purchased for his good friend, Feng Zhihua. After Feng Zhihua had returned from the sea and heard of such a good deal, he had immediately given the 20,000 strings of coins to Liao Shifan without hesitation. Therefore, the first batch of members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce was supposed to be 6, but now it was 7. Li Zishuan did not say anything when he knew about it. After all, these people's private transactions were not his business. It was worth mentioning that Li Changqian personally came to Yongla Lane to find Li Zishuan when it was close to evening. He was not only a shareholder of the strange interest pavilion, but also the first batch of members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. What? Chengqian, you're also interested in bicycles? You are the crown prince, but you're doing business. I'm afraid it won't be good if word gets out, right? Li Zishuan could not help but ask when he saw Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian looked around with a guilty conscience and said, Little Xian, you can't say that. Father Emperor's many children all have their own shops. Although I can't personally participate in the matters of the merchants, the people below can still. Li Zishuan suddenly understood and nodded. He suddenly thought of something and frowned. Chengqian, could it be that you lack money? Actually, he wanted to ask if Li Chengqian had started to keep a male pet, but this was not something he could ask directly. He remembered that in the history books, Li Chengqian liked men and even kept a male pet called Cheng Xian. Logically speaking, the dividends at the strange interest pavilion gave Li Chengqian every month should be enough to cover the daily expenses of the Eastern Palace. Li Zishuan could not understand why Li Chengqian was lacking money, so he thought of that. Li Chengqian did not suspect anything and nodded honestly. Yes, I'm a little short of money recently. Without waiting for Li Zishuan to ask, he directly said, The weather has been getting colder and colder. Mother's palace has not been renovated for many years, and once winter comes, Mother's illness relapses easily. Father's back has also suffered many injuries in the early years, and when the weather is cold, Father's old injuries relapse easily. I wanted to help Father and Mother repair the palace, and coincidentally saw your bicycle yesterday. I felt that it would be very popular, so I came to ask you for some goods. Oh, I see. Li Zishuan rubbed his nose and looked a little embarrassed. He did not think that he would think Li Chengqian's filial piety was so dirty. That should not be. No problem. It is reasonable that when the time comes, Chengqian will have a share of the bicycles. You can rest assured. Chapter 978. All right. Thank you, Xiaoxian. I'll get someone to contact you later. That person's name is Su Haoguan. He's in charge of all the shops under me. Li Chengqian smiled and cupped his hands. Li Zishuan nodded lightly and said, I'll arrange it. All right. Xiaoxian, when can the bicycle workshop produce the second one? Father and Mother wanted to see it for themselves after hearing about it yesterday. Li Chengqian suddenly said. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and replied, It should be in the next 2 days. The workshop has enough manpower now, so the speed will be much faster than before. When the time comes, I'll get someone to send one over to you first. Li Chengqian said happily, Thank you. After chatting for a while, Li Chengqian said goodbye. The next day, after breakfast, Li Zishuan was practicing his swordsmanship in the west courtyard. Han Yushi suddenly smiled and walked into the courtyard quickly. She shouted to Li Zishuan, Husband, come take a look. The beans have really sprouted. Swoosh. Li Zishuan's 5 senses were very sharp when he was practicing his swordsmanship. Although Han Yushi was far away, he still heard every word she said. He quickly put away the wind-chasing sword and took the sweat towel that Xiaoxia handed over. After wiping his sweat, he walked over and said happily, Wife, are you serious? Actually, counting the days, the beans that he soaked previously should have sprouted by now. It was just that Han Yushi had been changing the water for the beans these days, so he had forgotten about this matter. Husband, it's true. The beans that you soaked last time have all sprouted. They're as long as a finger. Han Yushi smiled happily. The beans had sprouted. This proved that her efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. It also proved that she could help Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan said happily, "All right, let's go take a look." The husband and wife quickly walked to the kitchen. Han Yushi led Li Zixuan to a table. She brought over a basin with a bamboo sieve on top of it. Han Yushi lifted the wet cloth covering the bamboo sieve, and a patch of white bean sprouts immediately appeared in front of Li Zixuan. Under the erosion of the water, the beans swelled up and became fat. Tender white sprouts emerged from the beans, fresh and juicy. Seeing such fresh vegetables in this season, Li Zixuan couldn't help but salivate. His appetite was immediately aroused. Good, good, good. Annie Zhao, pick some longer ones and prepare to fry some for father, mother, and grandmother to try. Li Zixuan, who had just finished breakfast, inexplicably felt a little hungry. Some people might think that being able to eat meat in ancient times was a kind of happiness, but to Li Zixuan in winter, fresh vegetables were the way to go. Eating fish and meat every day was really difficult to arouse his appetite. So when he saw bean sprouts now, he felt a little hungry. "Yes, young master," Annie Zhao responded and then said awkwardly, "But young master, how do we fry this kind of thing?" She had stayed in the Li residence for so long and learned a lot of cooking skills from Han Yushi. However, she really didn't know how to fry bean sprouts. "Oh, then Annie Zhao, after you're done choosing, leave it first. I'll fry it myself later." Li Zixuan patted his head and said, "Husband, why don't you say it and I'll do it?" Han Yushi covered the bamboo sieve with a wet cloth and raised her head. Li Zixuan thought for a while and nodded. "And, actually, it's easy to make bean sprouts. I'll say it again. With your talent, it shouldn't be a problem." Han Yushi blinked and said, "Then please say it, husband. I'll remember it. First, put oil in a hot pan and fry the pepper. Then, put in chopped green onions and garlic and mung bean sprouts. Stir fry until the water is about to come out. Add salt and stir for a while. Sprinkle vinegar and stir fry until the fire is reduced. It's simple and doesn't lose the taste." Li Zixuan paced back and forth, speaking one sentence after another. I understand. I heard that Yushi is going to make a new dish today. This old woman is going to have good food again." At noon, in the main hall of the Li residence, the whole family gathered together. Yi Guozhong, an old madam, Yi had the highest seniority, so naturally they sat at the head of the table. There were 4 or 5 dishes on the table: fried chicken with black bean sauce, fresh shrimp with sweet wine, mushroom and chicken pot, fried crab meat with rice flavor, shrimp and scallops. It could be said that the fragrance was overflowing, but without exception, they were all meat dishes. "Old madam," Yi said with a smile at this moment. After staying in the Li residence for so many days, Han Yushi's culinary skills had completely conquered her and Yi Guozhong. Even Yi Fashion, who had been practicing Taoism since he was young, had to admit that Han Yushi's culinary skills were superb. In front of these dishes made by Han Yushi, sometimes he even had the idea of eating and drinking in the Li residence for the rest of his life. This made him blame himself after the meal. He was determined to save the world. How could he give up his dream for the sake of good food? Little Xian is really lucky to have married this girl. I've traveled around the world in my early years and eaten a lot of delicacies from all over the world, but I didn't expect to become a greedy person when I came here. After old madam Yi finished speaking, Yi Guozhong also stroked his beard and laughed. Mrs. Li said warmly, "Father, mother, since you like the dishes made by Yushi, then stay here for a few more days." I'm coming. At this moment, Han Yushi's voice came in. She had already changed into the white dress that she usually wore. Usually, when she was cooking, she would change into clothes that were specially used for cooking. After she was done, she would change back. This way, she could avoid being contaminated with the smoke and fire in the kitchen. Han Yushi walked in with a smile. Behind her, Xiaoyi helped her carry a plate of dishes. "Yo, what dish is this?" Why is it so fresh? The bean sprouts that had just come out of the pot were placed on the dining table. A fragrance immediately entered everyone's nostrils. Old Madame Yi looked at the tender and white bean sprouts on the plate and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Grandmother, this is stir-fried bean sprouts. Husband soaked some soybeans a few days ago. Today the soybeans sprouted, so I stir-fried it. Grandmother, try it and see if it's edible. Han Yushi smiled. Entrance. It looks delicious just by looking at it. Old Madame Ye's face was full of smiles. As she spoke, she had already picked up her chopsticks, picked up a few white and tender bean sprouts from the plate, and put them into her mouth. A moment later, the old lady praised repeatedly. And good. It's crispy and delicious, and the heat is just right. It makes people salivate. This stir-fried bean sprouts is really appetizing. Yushi, your cooking skills are really getting better and better. Old Master, Yuju, Jingamoshan, Xiaoxian, all of you quickly try it too. When everyone saw this, how could they be polite? After Yi Guozhong tasted the bean sprouts with his chopsticks, he praised, I didn't expect that the sprouts of beans could be so delicious after stir-frying. It's really wonderful. Chapter 979. Yes. This bean sprout is really delicious. Lan'er will only eat this bean sprout in the future and won't eat meat. After Lan'er tasted the bean sprout with her chopsticks, she couldn't stop eating. The little girl's appetite hadn't been good recently. It was rare to see her eating so energetically. Madame Li saw this and was happy in her heart. Actually, bean sprout wasn't that delicious. Furthermore, there weren't any chili in the Tang dynasty, so it lacked a flavor when stir-fried. However, to people who couldn't eat fresh vegetables in the winter, bean sprout that just came out of the water was undoubtedly a top-notch delicacy. Even money couldn't buy it. Crispy, tender, juicy, and good taste. How can bean sprout be so delicious? Xianxia, you must have used a special method to make the bean sprout, right? After Li Jingma ate the bean sprout, he couldn't help but be moved. He thought for a moment and said with a smile. Li Zishuan replied, Yes, Father. If these beans want to grow sweet and tender sprouts, they must go through a unique process. Since father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother all like to eat it so much, then I'll get the servants to make more. It's not good to just eat fish and meat in the winter. It's not good for the body. Before the greenhouse vegetables grow, our family must have bean sprout to eat every day. After soybean sprout, the carotene content would increase by 1 to 2 times, vitamin B2 by 2 to 4 times, vitamin B12 by 10 times, and vitamin E by 2 times. Niacin, folic acid, and other substances would also increase by a few times. After soybean sprout, the aspartic acid would increase sharply. Therefore, eating soybean sprout often could reduce the accumulation of lactic acid in the body and help relieve fatigue. The nutritional value among bean sprout was also not inferior. Not only did it contain protein, carotene, calcium, phosphorus, iron, and other minerals, it also contained rich vitamins, especially vitamin C, which was especially rich. Therefore, from a nutritional point of view, it was very necessary to eat bean sprout in the winter because these vitamins and minerals weren't found in fish. Husband, let this concubine do it. You have your own things to do. Han Yushi said warmly. Li Zishuan nodded and said, That's good. I'll have to trouble you then. In terms of food, he was at ease with Han Yushi doing things. In the past, he did like to cook, but he only cooked because the cooking method in this era was monotonous and the dishes he cooked were not delicious. In fact, Li Zishuan was still quite lazy deep down. Han Yushi took over the kitchen, and the dishes she made were even more delicious than his. What reason did he have to refuse? Another day passed. This morning, Li Zishuan went out with Lan'er to walk the dog. It was their family's cheap dog, Little Gray. This little thing was really cheap sometimes. In the past, when Lan'er took it out to play, it often hooked up with other people's female dogs. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that it always hooked up with other people's male dogs when other people's female dogs and male dogs were doing something good. Naturally, wherever it went, there would be chaos. After that, Lana no longer dared to bring little Gray out to play alone. Only when Lisa Xuan was around would she pester Lisa Xuan to go with her. Ink Girl, you know how to ride a bicycle now? Seeing Mo Lingwei riding a bicycle valiantly towards them, Lisa Xuan stopped and asked with a smile. When Mo Lingwei approached the Li residence, she squeezed the brakes. With a hoarse sound of metal rubbing, the bicycle steadily stopped in front of Lisa Xuan and Lana. Mo Lingwei jumped down from the bicycle and said proudly to Lisa Xuan, "Humph, what's so difficult about this? It's just a bicycle. Isn't it a piece of cake for me?" This girl, who was it that almost fell and disfigured while learning how to ride a bicycle a few days ago, Lisa Xuan felt inexplicably funny and said, "Hee hee, Ink Girl is really talented and smart. In just a few days, she learned how to ride a bicycle. I really admire her. I really admire her." Huh. Among them, Lisa Xuan emphasized the words "just a few days." After Mo Lingwei heard it, her little face blushed. She stomped her feet angrily and said, Good people really don't have good karma. I came over with good intentions to help Yamacho deliver the bicycle to you. Yamacho, you mocked me. Forget it, forget it. I won't be delivering the bicycle. I'll ride it back." After saying this, the girl really wanted to get on the bicycle and leave. Lisa Xuan hurriedly said, "Cough, cough. Wait. Ink Girl, you misunderstood me. I was sincerely praising you just now. I wasn't mocking you. Think about it. You can be considered the first girl in the Tang dynasty to learn how to ride a bicycle. Shouldn't I say that you're talented and smart? Isn't that right?" Lana. Yes. Sister Wei is so amazing. Lana still doesn't know how to ride a bicycle. You're also the first sister that Lana has seen who knows how to ride a bicycle. Lana very cooperatively said in a crisp voice. Flattery won't work no matter how many times you try. Besides, Mo Lingwei was just putting on an act. She didn't really want to leave. Lisa Xuan and Lan's words finally hit the nail on the head. She was instantly overjoyed. Really? Lana, sister, are you really that amazing? Yes. Of course it's true. Lana even heard that Sister Wei made a telescope a while ago. I'm really impressed. When Lana grows up, I want to be as amazing as Sister Wei. Lana blinked her eyes. Her naive and innocent look instantly made Mo Lingwei believe this girl. Hee. Lana is so obedient. The next time you come to Yin Mountain, Sister will bring you to catch bird eggs, fish, and prawns. This woman really gets into character easily. Lisa Xuan shook his head and thought unhappily in his heart. Of course, Lana was a little drama queen. This girl even acted out his journey to the west in the spring. Okay. Lana loves to catch bird eggs. Lana wants to fish too. When Lana heard that, she instantly clapped her hands excitedly. This time, she wasn't pretending. She was really excited. Lisa Xuan frowned. To be honest, he was a little worried that Lana would be led astray by Mo Lingwei. Listen, picking bird nests, fishing, and catching prawns. Is this something a girl should do? He didn't want her to become a tough woman. Cough. Ink Girl, this is the bicycle that I asked Faubert to rush out a few days ago. Lisa Xuan coughed dryly and quickly interrupted the conversation between the two. Mo Lingwei smiled and touched Lan's ponytail. She replied, "Yes. Now that the bicycle is here, I should go back. But this place is so far away from Yun Mountain. Yamacho, you can't bear to let me walk back, right?" "Ha, woman, you're tricking me again." When Lisa Xuan heard that, he couldn't help but grumble in his heart. Chapter 980. Ink Girl, you mean? In front of the Li residence, Lisa Xuan's old face couldn't help but darken. Hee. Of course, I'm borrowing Yamacho's bicycle to use. Don't worry, I'll ask Xianxia to help me return it tomorrow. Mo Lingwei smiled and said. Lisa Xuan was speechless. As expected, this woman wanted to trick him into giving her his bicycle again. Ahem, since it's a long journey, why don't I borrow Ink Girl a horse to ride? Bicycles are very tiring to ride. No, Yamacho, I don't know how to ride a horse yet. Mo Lingwei pretended to be a weak woman and said. Lisa Xuan almost spat in her face. He thought to himself, I don't believe you. If you don't know how to ride a horse, then no woman can ride a horse. But to be honest, Li Zixuan also understood that in terms of pestering, he couldn't compete with a woman. He could only helplessly say, "Okay, the bicycle is in the courtyard. You can go get it yourself." After saying that, he shook his head and was about to leave with Lan. "Thank you, Yamacho. Sister Lan, do you want to go to Yinshan with me today to play?" Mo Lingwei laughed and began to kidnap Lan. "Not today, Lan. We'll find Sister Wei another day to play." Lan thought about it and still rejected. It was rare for Li Zixuan to accompany her to walk the dog. Lan felt that this place was more important. "Okay then, when you go to Yinshan next time, you must come and play with me." Mo Lingwei was a little reluctant to let go of Lan, this sweet little cutie. Yes, of course. Before leaving to walk the dog, Li Zixuan had already ordered someone to send the bicycles sent by the workshop to Li Changxian. These 2 bicycles were specially made for old Li. They were painted with a layer of gold and had a dragon pattern on them. Mo Lingwei could be said to be fearless due to her ignorance. She actually dared to openly ride this carriage into the city. What was even more miraculous was that no soldiers stopped her along the way. Since the journey was safe, Li Zixuan didn't say anything. Anyway, when Li Changxian asked Li for a bicycle, he didn't say that it had to be a brand new one that was fresh from the factory. It was normal for it to be covered in dust during the transportation. Besides, Mo Lingwei was helping Li test the car, wasn't she? The Imperial Palace. When it was close to noon, Li finished his morning court session. He walked out of Taiji Palace and headed for Li Zheng Palace. Under normal circumstances, he would have lunch with Zhang Sun Imperial Palace at noon. "Imperial Father, I've already asked for a bicycle from the Marquis of Yong, and especially gift it to Imperial Father." After entering the west court of the Imperial Palace, it didn't take long for them to arrive at the Li Zheng Hall. However, they coincidentally ran into Li Changxian. Li Changxian bowed towards Li. Li raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Oh, it's rare for Changxian to have such filial piety. I'll accept it." It could be seen that Li Changxian took the initiative to gift the bicycle to Li. At this moment, when he heard Li agree, Li Changxian smiled slightly and waved his hand behind him. Immediately, a guard carried a golden bicycle down from a carriage. It was especially dazzling under the sun. The dragon pattern on the body of the bicycle was vivid and lifelike, causing the entire bicycle to be filled with a domineering aura. The black tires were stable and restrained. There wasn't a trace of dust on them. Presumably, after the Eastern Palace received the bicycle from Li Zixuan in the morning, they must have arranged for someone to thoroughly clean it. Not bad. Li Zixuan, this brat, is quite thoughtful this time. Push it over here and let me try it. After Li looked it up and down, the satisfaction in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. After a while, he pointed at the golden chariot and smiled. Li Changxian was shocked and hurriedly said, "Imperial Father, you absolutely can't. This bicycle is extremely unstable to ride. You need to master certain skills before you can officially ride it." Li said with some disbelief, "Back then, I wasn't afraid of the 18 rebellions. Now, how can a mere bicycle stump me? Changxian, move aside. Today I'll show you." After saying that, Old Li rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward to take the golden chariot from the hands of the Eastern Palace Guard. He already knew of the existence of bicycles from the information provided by Zhao Song. As for the operating principles of bicycles, he also had a rough idea based on the information. At this moment, touching the cold handlebars of the golden chariot, Li easily got onto the seat with his left foot still on the ground. "Your Majesty, this bicycle only has 2 wheels. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for it to stand. You are the ruler of a country. Every word and action of yours affects the people of the world. How can you put yourself in danger?" Just as Li was about to step on the pedals of the bicycle to start the ride, Empress Zhang Sun walked out of the palace. She glanced at the golden chariot and hurriedly went forward to persuade him. Li respected and loved Empress Zhang Sun. Seeing this scene, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Guanin's servant, I have martial arts. Besides, there's Zhao Song and the others beside me. I'll ride slowly. Don't worry." He was used to riding in the imperial carriage. Suddenly seeing this bicycle that could move quickly with its own strength, he suddenly felt an unbearable itch and wanted to ride it himself. Xianxia looked at Zhao Song, who was standing at the side with his back bowed, and her heart calmed down. Empress Xianxia was still very confident in the strength of this great eunuch who had followed Li Er for more than 20 years. Then your majesty must be careful. Empress Xianxia opened her mouth and finally responded. Don't worry, Guanin's servant. Li Er laughed loudly and then stepped onto the bicycle without hesitation. However, good things didn't last long. Before he had gone 20 feet, the bicycle suddenly swerved to the left. Your Majesty, Father, Empress Xianxia and Li Chengxian immediately let out a cry of surprise. Zhao Song had already gathered strength in the soles of his feet and was ready to fly over to save him. Bang! Everyone forgot that Li Er also had martial arts skills. Although he hadn't reached the level of a grandmaster, he wasn't far away. Almost at the instant Zhao Song moved, Li Er's left foot had already fiercely stepped on the ground, and the bicycle immediately stabilized. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Li Er was already slightly used to the way the bicycle balanced left and right. He didn't stop and continued to step on the pedals. This time, the bicycle actually started to move forward steadily. Interesting. This bicycle is really interesting. Refreshing. Li Er rode the bicycle and circled the open space in front of the Li Zheng Palace twice. However, no traffic accident occurred. This extreme carefree and feeling of being in control of everything made Li Er laugh uncontrollably. Father is really amazing. I heard that Xianxia couldn't master this bicycle even after half a day of learning. I didn't expect Father to learn it in less than 15 minutes. Li Chengxian stood beside Empress Xianxia and said with sincere admiration. Empress Xianxia patted her chest and said, Chengxian, you should bring this kind of thing in front of your father less in the future. Otherwise, Wei's watching and the others will say something bad about your father again. Chapter 981. Yes, mother. In front of Li Zheng Palace, Li Chengxian didn't refute Empress Xiangxian's words. Chengxia didn't do anything wrong. Mei Guanin, why are you so harsh? Li Er stopped the bicycle at the side and walked to Li Chengxian and Empress Xiangxian's side. Empress Xiangxia rolled her eyes at Li Er. Li Er smiled and said, Mei Guanin, I just rode the bicycle a few times. You also saw that this bicycle is much more convenient than a carriage. It's light and doesn't require animal power. I believe that not long after, this bicycle will not only become popular among the people, but also the officials in the imperial court might ride it to morning court. Li Er really dared to think, but it wasn't impossible for him to have such thoughts. When China was just founded, there were no public buses or cars. Didn't the government officials and employees rely on bicycles to travel? Why can't the officials of Tang Empire ride bicycles? Emperor Xianxia was surprised and said, Your Majesty, this bicycle isn't as stable as a carriage. Not everyone can ride it. I'm afraid that very few officials are willing to ride it. Li Er waved his hand and said with a smile, Mei Guanin, this bicycle isn't difficult to learn. After the officials get used to it, it's not impossible to replace the carriage. At that time, it can also solve the problem of Chang'an streets being congested every morning. Chang'an might be the largest city in the world, but every morning the streets would still be congested. Don't be surprised, there were also traffic jams in the Tang dynasty, because every morning was the time when the streets were the most crowded. Some went out of the city to work, some went into the city to do business, and some rushed to school. Of course, the ones that directly caused the congestion were the carriages of the officials or rich merchants. These things were huge in size. Once they were side by side, it was easy to cause congestion, which was a waste of time. Li Er thought that once the bicycle replaced the carriage, the congestion would naturally be gone. His idea was very bold, and he wasn't the only one who had this idea. 3 days later, the new workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion produced the first batch of bicycles. There were a total of 40 bicycles. The advantage of the assembly line production model of a large factory was immediately reflected. Qin Manor, Chung Manor, Yuqi Manor, Niu Manor, and Dukwei Manor send one to each family. Just say that this marquis, as a junior, is showing filial piety to them and thanking them for taking care of the Li family for the past year. In a workshop, Li Zishuan looked at the rows of brand-new bicycles in front of him and instructed Pang Feiji. Yes, Marquis. Although Pang Feiji did not understand, he still bowed and accepted the order. Young master, this Faubert was a straightforward person. He would say whatever came to his mind. From his point of view, it was not easy to manufacture a bicycle. Li Zishuan had given away 5 taels of silver so easily. No matter how he looked at it, it was a little reckless. Although the 5 families had indeed taken care of the Li Zishuan, logically speaking, Li Zishuan was also very kind to the 5 families. The favors that should be repaid had long been repaid. Without waiting for him to finish, Li Zishuan waved his hand and interrupted, Faubert, you don't have to say any more. I have my own considerations. It's just a few bicycles. We can't be so short-sighted. Hearing this, Uncle Fu could only swallow the words that were at the tip of his tongue. After thinking for a while, Uncle Fu said, Young master, let's sell the remaining 35 cars at Strange Interest Pavilion. What's the fixed price? Who knew that Li Zishuan would shake his head again and only heard him say, Faubert, the Strange Taste Pavilion will not sell a single one of the remaining bicycles. All of them will be given to the major shareholders of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. According to the shares that they originally bought, the Wang family will get 10 bicycles, Chao Wendong will get 8, Lin Wenyuan, Liao Shifan, and Zhang Jingyang will get 4 each, and the Crown Prince will get 5 each. In the future, when the workshop produces new products, they will be given priority. If there is any surplus, they will be given to the Strange Taste Pavilion. Hearing this, Faubert was shocked. Young master, if we do this, the Strange Taste Pavilion's position in the hearts of the people will drop in the future. The main reason why the Strange Taste Pavilion had become the most popular shop in Chong, and in such a short period of time, was that it could provide novel products that were not available anywhere else. Now that Li Zishuan wanted to give priority to the new products produced by the workshop to the members of the Chamber of Commerce, this was a bit of a blow to the Strange Taste Pavilion. Li Zishuan had already considered this point. He nodded and said, You have to give up something to gain something. After all, the Strange Taste Pavilion's influence is limited. We need an alliance with the Chamber of Commerce to sell the workshop's products to the entire Tang Empire. Currently, the Strange Taste Pavilion needs to change its business model. In the future, the workshop and the members of the Chamber of Commerce will all be handed over to Manager Sun of the Strange Taste Pavilion to handle. Furthermore, our workshop's production capacity is gradually increasing, so the Strange Taste Pavilion shortage won't last for long. The overall loss is still within our acceptable range. After hearing this, Faubert couldn't help but admire Li Zishuan's vision of the big picture. His own considerations were still too one-sided. Young master is wise. This old man's thinking was too simple. But how much does young master intend to set the price of the bicycle? Li Zishuan raised 3 fingers and said, Sell it to the members of the Chamber of Commerce at 300 strings of coins per bicycle. As for the specific price, let them discuss it themselves, but it can't be higher than 400 strings of coins. In the 70s and 80s of China, an ordinary worker's monthly salary was 19 yuan. After working for a year or two, the salary would increase to 20 yuan. At that time, a Forever brand or Phoenix brand bicycle would sell for around 180 yuan. Even if they saved 15 yuan every month, they would still have to save it for a year. According to the salary at that time, a year's total salary would be around 200 yuan. A Phoenix brand bicycle was almost equivalent to an ordinary worker's annual salary. According to the rate of increase in wages, the wages of workers in the 21st century had increased by nearly 230 times compared to the wages of workers in the past. In other words, if the Forever brand or Phoenix brand of bicycles were to be exchanged in the 21st century, the price would be as high as 40,000 yuan. Also, there was one point that couldn't be ignored. That was the iron of this era was much more expensive than the iron of the modern era. Therefore, Li Zixuan's price of 300 strings of coins per bicycle wasn't expensive at all. This was because the cost of a bicycle was about 170 to 180 strings of coins. Faubert wasn't surprised. He nodded and said, then this old man will go arrange it. Good. Also, the workshop needs to hurry up. The demand for bicycles will only increase. This is a blank market, but it's also a market with huge potential. In a while, I will let Datong Daily start promoting bicycles. Li Zixuan said in a deep voice. Yes, young master. Chapter 982. Hey, out of the east gate, not going home. Coming to the door, feeling sad. Not having a bucket of rice to store. I still see no hanging clothes on the shelf. Drawing my sword to the east gate, my children cry. Early in the morning, at dawn, Cheng Yaojin was humming a tune as he pedaled his bicycle and rode on the streets of Chang. This old man was famous for his loud voice. What was supposed to be a sad Han Dynasty folk song, Journey to the East Gate, was hummed with a festive flavor by him. What a talent! Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty established the Yuefu as a palace music institution and a specialized institution to collect folk songs from the people. Later, the songs created by this institution and the folk songs collected and processed by this institution were gradually called Yuefu. Yo, it's old Fong. Ha! Have you been stuck here for a while? When he reached the crossroads where the four neighborhoods of Taiping Square, Tongyi Square, Shana Square, and Tunghua Square faced, Cheng Yaojin saw that the road ahead was congested. He had long been accustomed to this, but today he did not take a carriage or ride a horse, so he was not afraid of the traffic jam. At the critical moment, the old guy showed off his riding skills and nimbly bypassed the crowd. Then, he happened to see the Fong family's carriage. Cheng Yaojin was suddenly happy and quickly shouted into the carriage. Cheng, Jijia? Where are you riding? Fong Xianling heard a familiar voice outside the carriage. He opened the curtain and saw Cheng Yaojin and the bicycle he was riding outside the carriage. He asked curiously, I, old Cheng, am riding a bicycle. It seems that there will be a traffic jam ahead for a while. I, old Cheng, will not wait for you. I will go first. After Cheng Yaojin finished speaking, he rode the bicycle and dodged left and right in front of Fong Xuanling's surprised eyes. In the blink of an eye, he was drowned in the crowd ahead. Bicycle? Looking at Cheng Jijia's appearance, it seems that this bicycle relies on its own strength to move forward. The speed is not slow, and the body is light. It looks good, but I wonder where this old guy bought it from. Fong Xianling watched Cheng Yaojin leave. Then he leaned against the carriage and muttered to himself, Old Lu, good morning. Good morning, old Yen. At the bottom of the stairs in front of Taiji Palace, the civil and military officials who had arrived early were all gathered together in groups of 3 or 4, whispering to each other. However, it was still early, so not many people had come, perhaps only a dozen or so officials. While everyone was talking, Cheng Yaojin strode over from afar and greeted a few acquaintances one by one. Duke of Lu, why are you here so early today? Yen Li's shoulder was patted by Cheng Yaojin and almost fell apart. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Then he turned around and looked at old Cheng. Cheng Yaojin lived in Blessed Virtue Lane, which was the lane furthest to the west of Chang and city. It was quite a distance away from the imperial palace, so every time he came to the morning court session, he would be slightly later than the others. On the other hand, Yen Li lived in Eternal Peace Lane, which was almost at the center of Chang and city. He only needed to pass through a few lanes to reach the imperial palace, so he didn't even need to take a carriage. It could be said that the Yin family's residence was extremely friendly to Yen Li's workplace. That was why Yen Li was so surprised to see Cheng Yaojin come so early today. Old Cheng recently got a new kind of bicycle. Its speed is very fast and the body is very agile. It can shuttle through the crowd at will, and it runs much faster than a carriage. That's why I came earlier today than before. Cheng Yaojin laughed proudly. Yes, that's right. He was helping Li Zixuan advertise. Since Li Zixuan was so generous and gave him one of the first batch of bicycles produced by the workshop, how could he not return the favor? One had to know that when it came to high-end things like bicycles, the officials were also one of the main consumers. If he didn't advertise it here, was he going to advertise it among the commoners? Duke of Lu, what kind of bicycle is so magical? After hearing old Cheng's description, Lu Dui became curious and couldn't help but ask. It should be the new bicycle produced by Strange Interest Pavilion, right? I've heard a little about it, but I haven't had the chance to ride it myself. After hearing what Duke of Lu said today, I'll have to give it a try when I go back. Yin Lai frowned and thought for a while. Then he suddenly understood. His son, Yin Xiaoning, had always been in Yinshan and had been in contact with a new workshop. How could Yin Lai not know about the new bicycle produced by the workshop? Therefore, after thinking for a while, he understood what the new bicycle old Cheng was talking about was. Cheng Yaojin was stunned. Then he laughed and said, "Ha ha, that's right, that's right. It's a bicycle. Old Yin, with your son's relationship with Xiao Xian, it's not difficult to get a bicycle. This bicycle is really convenient. You must give it a try when you go back." Lu Dui, the Chancellor of the Supreme Court, asked suspiciously, "Duke of Lu, is this bicycle really as good as you say?" Cheng Yaojin patted his chest and said, "How can I lie when I say it? Old Lu, it's okay if you don't believe me. When there are more people riding bicycles, you'll naturally understand the benefits of bicycles." Huh, Xianxia didn't lie. This old man also rode a bicycle here today, and it was almost a quarter of an hour faster than usual. This bicycle doesn't need animal power, and it can be ridden anywhere. It's extremely convenient. At this time, Niu Jinda also came to Taiji Palace. He laughed and said, "Huh, you're all here so early. I thought I was the only one who could come so early today." Coincidentally or not, when Niu Jinda had just arrived, Yuqi Jingda had also arrived right behind him. "Old Black, you're really shameless. You're behind me, and you still have the face to say that you're early?" Cheng Yaojin curled his lips and retorted. Yuqi Jingda said with a dark face, "Oomph. I woke up half an hour late today, or I would have definitely come earlier than you, lunatic Cheng." "Hey, even if you didn't wake up late, you still didn't come earlier than me. I was already here half an hour ago. I, old Cheng, have a bicycle." "Huh," Cheng Yaojin said proudly. Yuqi Jingda was obviously stunned, and he said with a strange expression, "You have a bicycle too?" "Yes," Cheng Yaojin answered subconsciously, then felt that something was wrong. He glared and said, "What do you mean I have one too? Don't tell me you, Old Black, also have a bicycle?" Yuqi Jingda snorted. "Of course." Cheng Yaojin looked unhappy and immediately retorted, "Heh, little Xian, giving you this bicycle is really a waste. You said this bicycle was originally black, and you're riding on it. The sky is a little darker, and passers-by can't tell the difference between the bicycle and you. They might even be injured by you. TSK, TSK." This old guy was using different methods to say that Yuqi Jingda was as black as a bicycle. Yuqi Jingda was furious. "Lunatic Cheng, do you want to fight again? Then let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Chapter 983. Jijia Jingda. It's so noisy in front of Taiji Palace. What a scandal. Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda were used to fighting each other. Qin Xiong, who had arrived later, couldn't help but scold them in a low voice. "Hey, second brother, you're here so early too. Did Xiao Xian give you a bicycle too?" Cheng Yaojin said with a rough smile. Qin Xiong nodded and said, "This old man tried it yesterday and found that this car is much more convenient than the carriage, so I rode it here this morning. Just now I saw 3 bicycles at the gate of the Imperial City. They should belong to Jijia, Jingda, and Jinda, right?" Niu Jinda swept a glance at this pair of old foes in the field and said with a smile, "Ha ha, it shouldn't be too bad. Looks like Xiao Xian gave each of us a bicycle." Cheng Jijia gave a thumbs up. "Ha, there's nothing to say about this child's ability and character. He's a good junior. Isn't that apothecary?" Yuqi Jingda's eyes were sharp. He saw Li Jing walking towards him from not far away and spoke. Everyone turned their attention to Li Jing. "Ha, apothecary, why are you so late today? Didn't Xiao Xian give you a bicycle? That shouldn't be. In terms of seniority, You're Han Yuxi's grandfather. When Li Jing walked over, Cheng Yaojin couldn't wait to ask. He said that he was asking, but this old fellow was actually showing off. Many times, invisible posturing was the most fatal. How could Li Jing not understand Cheng Yaojin's thoughts? But old Cheng was destined to not be able to pretend. Hee. Yesterday, Xiao Xian sent someone to deliver a bicycle to me. It seems to be called a bicycle. Hearing this, the smile on Cheng Yaojin's face froze. Then, apothecary, who didn't ride it over today? Haven't you learned it yet? Li Jing blushed and coughed dryly. That's not it. This bicycle isn't difficult to learn, but it was used by Hong Fu these 2 days. I still rode a carriage today. Oh, I see, Cheng Yaojin said with disappointment. Not far away, the other court officials saw that it was so lively here and couldn't help but whisper in groups. What are the dukes talking about? They're laughing so happily. I don't know, but High Duke Liu has always attended court late. Why are you here so early today? I know. It said that the Marquis of Yong and gifted a bicycle to each of the dukes yesterday. They all rode their bicycles here today. That's why they arrived so quickly. Bicycle? What kind of car is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Hey, it's most likely a new car from Marquis Yong and's workshop. Is this bike really that good? Exactly. No matter how good it is, can it be better than not touching me in the strange interest pavilion? Haha, you can't say that. Both types of cars have their own advantages. It said that this bicycle doesn't need animal power to move. If you want to move, you can just use your feet to move. Moreover, the body of the bicycle is extremely small. As long as a person can pass by, the bicycle can pass by. It's not like a horse carriage, which is abnormally heavy and often causes congestion on the streets. There's such a car in this world? Assistant Minister Wang, how do you know this so clearly? Hee. This. A few days ago, when the Marquis of Yong and was riding his bicycle back to Chong, and my wife and I were just about to go to the East Market, so we bumped into him. This is something that I, Wang, saw with my own eyes. Whoa, if this bicycle is really as good as Assistant Minister Wang says, then this Zhang will buy one no matter what. This way, it will be very convenient for me to go to court every day. I wonder how much this bicycle costs. Where can I sell it? It should be sold at the Strange Interest Pavilion. But as for the price, I really don't know. But I think it will be much cheaper than not touching me. At the palace, Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda, Qin Xiong, and the others were helping Li Zixuan advertise. Li Zixuan had already made arrangements. According to the plan, today was the day that the bicycles would be sold. First of all, Datong Daily would definitely cooperate. Hey, come take a look. The bicycles are going on sale. Early in the morning, as today's newspaper was put up for sale from the editorial department of Chitu Culture, the people found a piece of breaking news in a prominent position of the newspaper. The peaceful Chong and city was suddenly in an uproar. Really? When will it be sold? Where can I sell it? Is it in the Strange Interest Pavilion? I'll start selling it today. But it's not in the Strange Interest Pavilion. Hearing that the bicycles would not be sold at the Strange Interest Pavilion, many people were in disbelief. What? It's not in the Strange Interest Pavilion? How is that possible? The bicycles were created by Marquis Yong. If it's not in the Strange Interest Pavilion, where else can it be? Did you see wrongly? I didn't see wrongly. According to the newspaper, the bicycles from Chichu Pavilion will be officially on sale today. The locations will be Shi City's Craftsman Pavilion, Chao Family's Treasure Pavilion, Lin Family's Qingyizhai, Zhang Family's Yuan Xian, Liao Family's Yubao Tang, Feng Family's Kuan Bao Pavilion, Lin Family's Wizong Zhai, and Wang Family's Jubao Zhai. Craftsman Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, Elegant Pavilion, Jade Treasure Hall? Why these shops? What about the Strange Interest Pavilion? Why isn't there any Strange Interest Pavilion? Hey, how would I know? How can we, the common people, understand Marquis Yong's thoughts? Then, how much is the price of this bicycle? 400 strings of coins, and the quantity is limited. 400 strings of coins? It's not that expensive. It's cheaper than a normal horse carriage. But these shops probably don't have that much stock. We might not be able to get it. Sigh. I thought it would be sold at the Strange Interest Pavilion. I still have a purple membership card there. This sentence struck a chord in many people's hearts. One must know that the Strange Interest Pavilion now had a very large number of members. There were many people who wanted to use their membership cards to get the bicycles. Yeah, I also have a purple membership card at the Strange Interest Pavilion. I thought I could use this to get the upper hand. Looks like I'll be happy for nothing. Hey. The newspaper also says that the Strange Interest Pavilion membership cards that were sold previously have been renamed to Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce membership cards. Members of all ranks will enjoy the same treatment in the shops above. But all members will have to pay membership fees to the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce every year. From now on, there will only be Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce membership cards. Wow, Marquis is awesome. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Tonin, quick, bring the horse over. This young master wants to go to Shi City to buy a bicycle. Brother Jean, wait. I'll go with you. After hearing Li Zixuan's decision, those who had Strange Interest Pavilion membership card immediately rushed to Shi City. Chapter 984. Master, back then, we sold off our other businesses and used everything we had to get 45,000 strings of cash to become the first member of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. But now, we only have 4 bicycles, and one of them was given to Xiao Hao. Even if we can earn 100 strings of cash per bicycle, for bicycles we'll only earn 400 strings of cash. Isn't it a bit of a loss for us to buy this membership? West City, Lin family's Xianxia, 2nd floor. A well-dressed madam stood beside Lin Wenyuan and said worriedly. Lin Wenyuan was unmoved and said with a smile, Madam, you have to look at the long term when doing business. Our Lin family was just a nobody in Chang'an before, but after this incident, we became one of the 7 largest bicycle suppliers in the Tang Empire. Soon, we will be famous all over the world. With fame, do you have to worry about not being able to make money? Madam, you also said that we can earn 100 strings of cash per bicycle. So 100 bicycles will be 10,000 strings of cash, and 1,000 bicycles will be 100,000 strings of cash. Where else can we find such a good business? Madam Lin rolled her eyes at Lin Wenyuan and said unhappily, How can I not know this? But with the ability of the Curious Pavilion's workshop, when will they be able to give us so many bicycles? Lin Wenyuan frowned and then relaxed. Madam, don't underestimate Marquis' workshop. This time, the workshop produced a total of 40 bicycles. Marquis gave 1 to each of the 5 Grand Dukes, and the remaining 35 were all given to us. The Curious Pavilion did not get a single one. From this, we can see that Marquis values the membership of the Chamber of Commerce. This also shows that Marquis has big plans, and it is not just limited to Chang'an. In the next few years, bicycles will be sold to all the provinces and counties in the Tang Empire. How big of a business would this be? We spent 40,000 strings of cash to buy this membership, and we will definitely make a profit. Madam Lin thought for a moment and said, I don't care about this anymore. No matter what, Master is right. I'm going back. Xiao Hao got the bicycle. Don't mess around at home and hurt yourself. Lin Wenyuan said crossly, Madam, if you have the time to worry about that stinking brat, why don't you find a way to find him a master of mathematics? No matter what, you have to let him try for the Yanhuang College entrance exam next year. If he can pass, this old man will have no more desires in this life. Although under normal circumstances, the sons of businessmen could not participate in the imperial examinations, nor could they become officials in the imperial court, he had never expected his son to become an official. He only hoped that his son could learn some knowledge in Yanhuang College so that he could inherit the family business in the future. Madam Lin rolled her eyes at her husband again. Master, don't you know what kind of nature our family Xiao Hao has? It's fine if you want him to lie down and read novels, but aren't you making things difficult for him by asking him to read books to get into Yanhuang College? Lin Wenyuan said with a dark face, That stinking brat has been spoiled by you, madam. Our family business is so big, and we still have to pass it to him in the future. But look at him now, eating, sleeping, and reading novels all day, and occasionally going out to walk the dog. He's so old, and he can't even understand an account book. When a family business is handed to him in the future, when we leave, won't he lose all the family business and starve to death? Madame Lin sighed. She opened her mouth and tried to persuade. Master, our family's Xiao Hao is still young. What young? He's 14 this year. What was Marquis doing when he was 14? What was he doing? I say, madam, you can't continue to spoil him like this. You're harming him. Lin Wenyuan advised with a serious expression. Madame Lin thought for a moment, and finally nodded. Yes, master. I'll help Xiao Hao find a master soon. After saying that, Madame Lin turned around and went downstairs. However, she was shocked by the bustling scene at the entrance of a shop. I have a strange interest pavilion. Oh no, I have the purple membership card of the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce. I want to cut the queue. I want to buy a bicycle. You think you're so great because you have a purple membership card? I have one too, and it's also purple. What right do you have to stand in front of me? Hey, get out of the way. My family's young master has the Red Supreme membership card. All of you get out of the way. Wow, Red Supreme membership card? Madame Lin couldn't help but be stunned. She knew that the elegant pavilion only had 3 bicycles, but there were hundreds of people queuing up in front of her. Basically, everyone had a membership card of the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce, and most of them were too embarrassed to take out their purple membership cards. This meant that they were all rich people in Chang'an City. Maybe Master's decision is right. As long as Marquis gives us enough goods, our Lin family can definitely become rich with this membership of the Chamber of Commerce. Madame Lin muttered to herself. Actually, there weren't many people in the elegant pavilion, but there were many people in Chang'an City who knew the inside information. They all ran to the Chow family's appraisal pavilion to queue up. That was because they had the most bicycles, with a total of 8 bicycles, which was the most in Chang'an City. Actually, the Wang family's treasure house should have the most bicycles, with 10 of them. But for some reason, the Wang family's treasure house was not open today. It was probably because the Wang family didn't want to expand their market in Chang'an City. Boss Chow, I have my master's Red Supreme membership card, and I'm the first one here. No matter what, I have to get a bicycle today, right? Hee hee. Of course. Little brother, please go in and hand over your bicycles. Someone will deliver them to you. Chow Wendong said with a smile when he saw the young man in front of the queue holding the red membership card of the strange interest pavilion. Thank you, Boss Chow. After a while, the young man came out of Chow Wendong's appraisal pavilion, pushing a brand new bicycle with a smile on his face. Wow, so this is a bicycle. It looks so cool. Tis TSK. Selling this bicycle for 400 strings of coins isn't expensive at all. I heard that a bicycle doesn't require animal power. Don't tell me you only need to step on the pedals on the plate? That's right. The last time I saw the Duke of Yuan, he wrote like this. Hey, I wonder if it'll be my turn. I just happened to be ranked 8th. If I had known earlier, I would have bought a Red Supreme membership card. The young man who received the bicycle left proudly under the envious gazes and exclamations of the crowd. The people behind him went into the queue to pay for their bicycles. After the 7th person received his bicycle, Chow Xiaodong came out and clasped his hands to the crowd. He said apologetically, Dear friends, I'm really sorry. All the bicycles in the appraisal pavilion are sold out today. Please come back another day. I'm really sorry. Hearing his words, the people in the queue couldn't stand it anymore. No, Boss Chow, you've only sold a few bicycles. How could they be sold out already? Yeah, I heard that your shop has 8 bicycles today. Where's the last one? Hurry up and give it to me. Chow Wendong smiled bitterly and said, I'm really sorry. There were 8 bicycles originally, but I gave one to my son. Please come back another day when you have more bicycles. Chapter 985. The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Chapter 173. The Third Extreme Mountain. Hanli thought happily in his heart and clenched his other hand. After a sharp sound, countless golden threads appeared out of thin air, circled around his fist for a while, and then disappeared in a flash. At the same time, the sound of thunder and firecrackers sounded in Han Li's body, and a force much stronger than before surged out from all parts of his meridians. South of Chang'an City, in Lu House, Lin family's backyard. At this time, the whole courtyard was bathed in sunlight. A young man in brocade clothes was lying on a soft couch, basking in the sun. The young man was a little fat, especially his round belly, which looked particularly conspicuous. The young man was very good at enjoying himself. A maid was serving him tea. Another maid was massaging his shoulders. Another maid was massaging his legs. And another maid was standing next to him reading the latest issue of the Datong Dailies, The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. In terms of enjoyment, perhaps even Li Zixuan couldn't compare with this young man. The action of breaking through the bottleneck of the great vehicle stage is naturally far from comparable to the previous bottlenecks of the void refinement and combination stage. The explosion of the world's essence chi during the breakthrough is enough to destroy the world. So naturally, it can't directly trigger the great vehicle stage tribulation in the secret room. After a decisive expression flashed across Han Li's face, he immediately stood up and walked towards the stone door with large strides. "Young master, that is all." Time passed slowly, and in 15 minutes, the little maid finished reading the Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. The young man opened his eyes and said lazily, Finished so soon?" "Yes, young master." The young man sighed and said, "Tisk tisk, it's already more than 2,100 chapters. The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality should be finished soon, right?" The little maid who was reading the book earlier said, "Young master, the scholars outside are saying that the Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality is too long and too simple, and there is no literary talent at all. Why do you still like to read it so much?" The young man said disdainfully, "Tiske, I like to read this kind of novel. What can they do? This young master can't even get used to reading their novels." "Hey, actually, those pedantic scholars just don't like the fact that Leather Knight made so much money from a mortal's journey to immortality. Just ignore them. If they have the ability, they can write a novel that is comparable to a mortal's journey to immortality, and then come out and criticize it." Yes, that's right. There were already novels in the Tang Dynasty, and there were quite a number of them. The history of the development of China's ancient novels was as follows. Before the Song Dynasty, the classical short stories developed in a single line. During the Song and Yuan dynasties, classical short stories and vernacular short stories developed in a double line. Since the Ming Dynasty, classical short stories, vernacular long stories, and short stories developed in multiple lines, showing a colorful state. The Wei, Jin, Southern, and Northern dynasties could be called childhood in ancient novels. At this time, there were also Ji Run and Ji Guai novels, which were collectively called notebook novels. During this period, our country's novels were beginning to take shape, but these novels were not mature enough in terms of art. They were only rough sketches, and the characters they described could not be written with a complete image. Most of the stories they wrote were factual in nature and lacked artistic fiction. The authors were just collecting anecdotes, not consciously creating novels. Compared to a mortal's journey to immortality, the novels of that period could only be described as simple. A novel would be considered long if it had 30,000 to 40,000 words. The Tang Dynasty could be said to be the mature period of ancient novels. The Tang Dynasty produced legends of the Tang Dynasty. The appearance of legends of the Tang Dynasty marked the maturity of our country's classical novels. Compared to the works of childhood, the novels of the Tang Dynasty had made great progress. They consciously wrote novels from ghosts and gods and from anecdotes to real life, creating and improving a lot in terms of art. The famous legends of the Tang Dynasty included Jiangfang's Xiaoyu, Yuan Zhanxing, Li Chaowei's Lu Yi, and Bai Xingzhan's Li Hua. However, the novels mentioned above did not appear in the early Tang Dynasty. Most of the popular novels in the early years of Jingguan were written during the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties. It was because of this historical background that the novel A Mortal's Journey to Immortality, which had a grand worldview, rich characters, and fast-paced plot, quickly attracted a large number of loyal readers when it was published. Those who complained that A Mortal's Journey to Immortality had no literary talent and no substance, who knew how many of them secretly read it. The young maidservant covered her mouth and laughed softly. Hee hee. If those scholars heard what young master said, they would be furious. The young man said disdainfully, It's none of my business whether they are furious or not. Oh, right. Didn't I ask my father for a bicycle? Xiaoqin quickly asked Baoshan to push it over. It turned out that this young man was Lin Wenyuan's son, Lin Hao. He could be considered as a rich second-generation heir. The maidservant, Xiaoqin, nodded and said, "Yes. Young master wants to ride a bicycle? That's great." The rest of the maidservants were also excited. Recently, the news about bicycles in Chong, and it spread like wildfire. They also wanted to see what a bicycle looked like. Fortunately, their master had snatched the first delivery rights of a bicycle. Their young master was the first to have a bicycle. As servants, they would be able to follow along and broaden their horizons. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao sat up from the pedals and knocked on the maidservant's head, saying, "You wicked girl! How can you let your young master do this kind of physical work personally? Of course, I will let Baoshan ride it later. Xiaoqin, you have been with me for so long for nothing." Young master. The maidservant, Xiaoqin, widened her eyes. She was thinking, young master, you let someone else ride the bicycle, then where's the fun in that? If this girl had transmigrated from the modern world, she would definitely not have such doubts, because she would understand that there was a type of bicycle called cloud riding. In the modern world, there was a group of people called otakus. Usually, they didn't want to make friends or fall in love, so they would do it through the internet cloud. If they didn't want to travel, they would use Google Earth or a game with a more outstanding style, such as the best car, Grand Theft Auto, to travel the world's famous rivers and mountains. However, Li Zixuan probably didn't expect that there would be such a real otaku like Lin Hao in the Tang Dynasty. "What? Hurry up and go," Lin Hao reprimanded, then lay down again. "Oh." The maidservant responded and hurriedly went to pass down the instructions. A short while later, a very spirited young man in green pushed a bicycle over. Without waiting for him to bow, Lin Hao got up and said excitedly, "Haha, Baoshan, come and ride this bicycle. Don't worry, if you fall and hurt yourself, I will pay for your medical expenses." Chapter 986. Hey, Baoshan, press on the left handlebar. The bike is going to fall. F*CK. You better be careful. I only have this damn bike. If you break it, I won't be able to buy it even if I have money. Stupid. You don't even know how to ride a bike. Are you a piece of trash? Xiaoqin, luckily I'm smart and didn't ride it myself. Otherwise, wouldn't I be like this idiot Baoshan and have shit all over my body? Yes. Steady. Just ride it like this. Circle it twice in this courtyard for me. Yes. Awesome. Really damn awesome. Baoshan, throw away one hand and see if you can ride it with only one hand. Wow. Amazing. It really works. Let's see. In the backyard of the Lin family, under the instigation of Lin Hao, the servant Baoshan began his journey of learning how to ride a bicycle. At first, because he was not used to riding a two-wheel bicycle, this unlucky child fell down many times and was scolded many times. In the end, he was finally able to ride steadily. Looking at him riding the bike in the breeze, Lin Hao sat on the couch with a face of enjoyment, as if he was the one riding the bike. He really used the concept of riding in the clouds to the extreme, making the scalps of the four maidservants tingle. Cough. While they were laughing and chatting, a cold cough suddenly came from the side. "Madam." The four little maidservants were the first to react from the joy brought to them by the bicycle. They bowed and said, it was Lin Wenyuan's wife who had returned from Shi City. Mother is back. Mother, come and sit. Xiaohua, the weather is so cold. Quickly pour a cup of hot water for my mother. Lin Hao noticed the movement beside him, turned around, and hurriedly stood up with a smile. Yes, young master. The maidservant who helped massage Lin Hao's legs before went to carry out the order. A trace of warmth flashed through Madame Lin's eyes, and she swallowed the words of reprimand that were about to come out of her mouth. This young man in front of her was indeed a little ignorant and incompetent, but no matter what, he was still born from her 10 months of pregnancy. Xiaohao, this bicycle was obtained by your father with great difficulty. How can you let a servant ride it? What if it breaks? Mrs. Lin patted her son's hand and motioned for him to sit down. Then she sat down beside him and said, Before today, she might have thought that a bicycle was nothing. It was only a few hundred strings of coins, and the Lin family could still afford it. But today in Xi City, when she saw hundreds and thousands of people queuing up just to grab a few bicycles, she finally understood how precious bicycles were. Even if you had money, you might not be able to buy one. Wasn't the reason why the Lin family had it because they were members of the Chamber of Commerce? After Lin Hao heard his mother's words, he smiled and said, "Mother, this bicycle is so dangerous to ride. If I try to ride it, I might fall and hurt myself. When that happens, you will definitely be heartbroken. That's why I let Baoshan ride first." When Mrs. Lin heard this, she also felt that it was reasonable. She dropped the topic and changed the topic. "Xiao Hao, have you finished the homework that Mr. Yichuan left for you?" This Mr. Yichuan, whose surname was Wang, was a famous scholar in Wanyan County of Chang'an. In the previous dynasty, he was a scholar. After the Sui dynasty destroyed the Tang dynasty, although he didn't participate in the imperial examinations again, he was still very famous in Wanyan County. Lin Wenyuan had spent a lot of money and pulled a lot of strings to finally invite this old man to teach Lin Hao one day every 10 days. Lin Hao's face was full of resentment and said, "Mother, that old man looks down on us from the bottom of his heart. Why should I do the homework that he left for me? We don't owe him anything. Why does he have to look down on us? If it weren't for you and Father stopping me, I would have already gotten someone to beat him up. How dare you?" Lin Mu glared at her son. Then she said to the maids and servants around her, "All of you leave. If anyone dares to say what Howard said just now, I'll tear his mouth apart." The servants were shocked and hurriedly said, "Yes, madam." After they all left, Mrs. Lin looked at Lin Hao and said earnestly, "Xiao Hao, I know that Mr. Yichuan looks down on us, but I don't blame him. Since ancient times, scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants, our Lin family has been doing business for generations. Although we don't have to worry about food and clothing, in the eyes of scholars, we are destined to be inferior. This is something that no one can change. Your father invited Mr. Yichuan to teach you poetry, but he didn't expect you to participate in the imperial examinations and pass the imperial examinations. He only hoped that you can be reasonable and have a clear mind so that you can inherit the family business he created for you. After all, the children of merchants can't enter the imperial court and become officials." Lin Hao immediately said, unconvinced, "Mother, isn't Marquis Yong and from a merchant family? Isn't he a noble marquis now?" Mrs. Li patted her son's arm and said unhappily, "Marquis Yong is a special case. He has an immortal master and has a lot of skills. How can we, mere mortals, compare to him?" "But mother, I heard that Marquis Yong and's Yinhuang College didn't forbid the children of merchants from entering. After those students leave school, can't they use the skills they learned in Yinhuang College to enter the imperial court and become officials?" Lin Hao frowned and said. At this moment, Mrs. Lin's eyes revealed an imperceptible smile. She said softly, "That's hard to say. However, if they can enter Yinhuang College, even if they can't learn 50% of Marquis Yong and skills, they should be able to learn 10% or 20%. Just based on this 10% or 20% of skills, they are people with great prospects. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the fact that Marquis Yong and is willing to give the children of merchants this opportunity to enter the imperial court is worthy of our gratitude." It was rare that Lin Hao didn't refute. He nodded and said, "And Marquis Yong and is indeed different from others. He is an interesting person." Mrs. Lin immediately smiled and said, "Then little Hao, have you thought of going to Yinhuang College to study? In another half a year, Yinhuang College will hold another entrance exam. Do you want to try? Who knows, it might be more interesting than home." When Lin Hao heard this, his head shook like a rattled drum. No, mother. With this bit of knowledge in my stomach, how can I enter Yinhuang College? You should give up on this idea as soon as possible." Mrs. Lin said in a deep voice, "Little Hao, how do you know you can if you haven't tried? There are still 9 months until next year's entrance exam." Mother heard people say that there is a 7 or 8-year-old foolish child in the Han village who only studied for 2 months and got in. Mother knows that you aren't stupid. You're just lazy. If you're determined to enter Yanhuang College now, Mother believes that you will be able to get in next year. Chapter 987. Mother, how can Yanhuang College be more interesting than home? Ahem. What I mean is, I just want to stay at home and be filial to you and Father. I don't want to go anywhere. In the backyard of the Lin family, Lin Hao's expression changed when he heard that his mother wanted him to go to Yanhuang College. He stayed at home every day to sunbathe, listen to novels, and play with the servant girls. He was so free and unfettered. Why would he bother to study late at night and prepare for Yanhuang College's entrance exam? Wasn't this just looking for trouble for himself? Mother Lin frowned and relaxed after a while. She said, "Little Hao, you can't say that. You haven't been to Yanhuang College. How would you know that Yanhuang College isn't as interesting as home? Besides, your father and mother are still healthy. Why would we need you to stay at home? A good man should aim to travel far. What's wrong with staying at home all day?" Lin Hao pinched his chin and remained unmoved. Mother Lin saw this and said, "Little Hao, Mother heard that the college has some kind of telescope that can see the moon far away from us. This thing is a heavenly observation tool made by the college. It can see the stars in the 9 heavens. It's a divine tool." What? Yanhuang College has such an awesome thing? Why didn't I know about it? When Lin Hao heard this, his eyes widened. From his mother's words, he seemed to have discovered something even more interesting. Logically speaking, listening to novels at home and teasing the maidservants was definitely not as interesting as using a telescope to look at the sky. The sky. Since ancient times, the mysterious sky had always been something people yearned for. Because of this, many ancient myths and legends have been passed down. Although Lin Hao was a fat otaku, he couldn't resist this temptation. Seeing that there was hope, Mother Lin smiled and said, "Silly child, why would Mother lie to you? Actually, ordinary people don't know about this yet. But your father is a member of the Marquis Yong and Marquis Chamber of Commerce, so he knows about this. Mother has told you, but you can't casually tell outsiders. Otherwise, your father will be harmed by you." Lin Hao was still in shock from seeing the sky through a telescope. He subconsciously nodded. Mother, don't worry, I won't speak carelessly." Lin's mother smiled and said, "Then, Xiao Hao, are you willing to go to Yanhuang College now?" Lin Hao looked hesitant and frowned. When Mama Lin saw this, she smiled and said, "Then I'll help you find a new mathematics teacher to tutor you. With my son's intelligence, it won't be a problem for you to get into Yanhuang College in 9 months." Bicycles were sold out on the first day, but people's enthusiasm for bicycles did not diminish at all. Instead, it became more and more intense. Bicyclists began to appear on the streets of Chong and City. The convenience, magic, and speed of bicycles began to be known by more and more people. The tycoons of Chong were all eager to make a move. They waved their banknotes, or rather, copper coins, wanting to buy bicycles. However, the 7 first-run stores of bicycles announced on Datong Daily were all out of stock. They were still out of stock the next day, and still out of stock on the 3rd day. In a short period of time, bicycles became something that was truly priceless. It was rumored that there were already people who offered a high price of 800 strings of cash, hoping to buy a bicycle. "Shopkeeper's son, do you have any bicycles at Curious Pavilion? I'm willing to pay more." "Yes." "Shopkeeper's son, the price is negotiable. Do you have any bicycles here?" Some people who were looking for bicycles, to no avail, finally came to Curious Pavilion. They asked Sun Huayuan one after another. Sun Huayuan could only smile bitterly. "Dear customers, it's not that I don't want to sell you bicycles, but Curious Pavilion really is out of stock." "No, Mr. Sunday. In the past, all the new gadgets produced by the Strange Taste Pavilion were sold in the Strange Taste Pavilion. Why is there no stock this time?" "That's right. Why are Curious Pavilion's bicycles all distributed to other stores this time?" Many people were deeply surprised that Curious Pavilion wasn't part of the first batch of bicycles. Sun Huayan explained, "This was arranged by my family's marquis. The purpose is to disperse the customers and make it easier for everyone to buy. Actually, as far as I know, Curious Pavilion's 2 workshops are currently producing bicycles. I believe that the second batch of bicycles will be on sale soon. Everyone, please be patient." Hearing Sun Huayuan's words, Although the crowd was unwilling, they could only go back and wait for the news. Although Li Zixuan had heard about these things, he didn't care much about it. Because the workshops were all following procedures, it was useless for him to worry about it. He still had other things to do. Mr. Yin, have the exam questions for each subject been released? In Yinhuan College, Li Zixuan asked in a low voice in Yin Sila's office. Yes, that's right. Yinhuan College's first monthly exam was about to be held. Due to the late start of the semester and the military training in the first month of the semester, the real time of classes in the first semester was only 2 months. After the monthly exam, the next big exam would be the final exam, and then it would be the winter vacation. Yin Silu pointed to the 5 craft paper bags on the table and smiled. Yes, it's all ready. Yamacho, do you want to take a look at it yourself? Li Zixuan thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, I'll take it back to have a look later. The exam rooms should have been allocated, right? Yin Silu replied. It's all arranged. Every seat has an exam number, and the other teaching rooms in the teaching building have all been opened. Each teaching room will only seat 20 people, and the allocation of exam rooms will be messed up. It should be able to prevent the students from plagiarizing. Li Zixuan had used the modern exam system as a reference for the allocation of exam rooms. Li Zixuan would learn from modern systems whenever he could. He wasn't polite at all. Well, if that's the case, I'm relieved. Li Zixuan nodded. He had been in Chang'an City for a few days because of his personal affairs, so he was a little negligent in the management of the college. However, the current leadership of Yinhuan College had begun to take shape. Even if he wasn't in the college for a short time, the operation of the college wouldn't be in trouble. Inform the head teachers of each class to emphasize the discipline of the exam room to the students. Those who cheat will have their grades nullified or be expelled directly. So I don't want to see any students cheating. No teacher wanted their students to cheat in the exam, and Li Zixuan was no exception. Yes, Yamacho, don't worry. I'll explain it to them clearly. Yin Silu stroked his beard and responded. Li Zixuan learned about the recent situation of the college, and then took the exam papers to the other courtyard. Yesterday, he had already brought his wife back to the side courtyard to stay. Chapter 988. Li Zixuan took the test papers home and skimmed through them. The next day, he sent them back to the college. This time, Li Zixuan didn't mess around with the test papers. Overall, the difficulty of the questions was only average. There weren't any weird questions, and it tested the students' foundations. Li Zixuan didn't make any changes because there was no need to make weird questions to make things difficult for the students every time. Hey, Chonyo, Zifan, Baolin, do you guys want to play football after school? Yinhuan College, Guanghua Building, Class 1, Li Tai stood up and asked a few people who often played football with him during the break. Now, football had become a part of the students' lives. Li Tai did not like sports in the past, but ever since he successfully lost weight during the military training, football came out of nowhere. He began to be infatuated with this hot-blooded sport. Basically, he would find some friends to play football on the field every few days. F***CK. The monthly test is tomorrow, and you're still in a mood to play football? You're not treating us students with bad grades as human beings. Ching Chumo immediately said indignantly. Oh, Chinke, I won't play football with you tonight. I still have to review my homework. Yuchi Baolin stood up and scratched his head with a silly smile. Li Tai pursed his lips and said unconcernedly, Isn't it just a monthly test? Is it necessary? You've already learned what you need to learn. It's too late for you to learn what you haven't learned. Why don't you play football and relax? Who knows? Maybe you'll get better results. Chung Chumo rolled his eyes and said, Chinke, it's easy for you to say that. It doesn't matter if your grades are good. You can play blindly. But Bao Lin and I are different. We'll take advantage of this time to learn as much as we can. Hey, Chinke, don't you want to be first in this monthly test? Li Tai shook his head without hesitation and said, Let's leave it to fate. If I get it, it's my fortune. If I don't, it's my fate. Why force it? Chung Chumo laughed. This guy suddenly said sarcastically, Yo, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've already become desireless? Could it be that you want to become a monk and practice Buddhism? Li Tai laughed and scolded. F***CKU. You're the one who wants to be a monk. Hee. In my opinion, Cyan Sparrow no longer has the motivation to fight for first place. Huh. Otherwise, with Qing K's personality, she will definitely not give up until she gets first place. Seeing this, Sun Ziffin smiled and revealed the truth. The truth was indeed as he said. If it had been a month ago, Li Tai would have been very concerned about the ranking of this monthly exam. At that time, Li Zishuan had said that football could only be obtained by passing the top 3 of the monthly exam. It cannot be bought anywhere else even if one had the money. But later, Li Tai did not know why Li Zishuan went back on his word and actually took out a large number of footballs to sell. For Li Tai, anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. Since he could buy football with money, why would he work so hard for the monthly exam? The monthly exam was just a small test in the learning process. It was not worth his attention. Hence, his very Buddha-like answer just now. Li Tai was seen through, but his expression did not change as he said, "After the exam, I'll treat you to a meal at a small shop to celebrate. How about that?" "That's fine with me. Then are you two going to play football in the afternoon?" "No. F***CK. What about you, Ziffin?" Sun Ziffin shook his head and said, "Cyan Sparrow, I'm not going either. The weather today is not good." Li Tai had no choice but to find someone else. The next day, Yanhuang College's first monthly exam officially kicked off. As the college bell and drum rang 3 times in a row, the invigilators in the 32 examination halls began to distribute the exam papers at the same time. The teachers of the college's inspection team also started to patrol the examination halls one by one to prevent students from cheating in the exam. In fact, in terms of invigilation, Yanhuang College's monthly exam was almost as strict as the Tang Empire's imperial examination. This was also because Li Zishuan wanted to do his best to create a fair learning and competitive environment for the students. That was why he paid so much attention to the examination hall's discipline. There were a total of 5 subjects in this monthly exam. Among them, classics and geography were combined. On the first day, they would be tested on mathematics in the morning. The difficulty of the first exam was maxed out. In the afternoon, they would be tested on physics. On the second day, they would be tested on chemistry. In the afternoon, they would be tested on classics and geography in the afternoon. After the exams, they would have a holiday because tomorrow was Friday. The monthly exams mathematics paper was set by Su Hongji. He had worked with Li Zishuan in the mathematics school for a period of time. He had learned a few points from Li Zishuan's craftiness in setting the questions. In the beginning of the mathematics paper, most of the questions relied on some basic questions related to the knowledge points in books. These questions were not difficult, but they were not easy either. Only those who had a thorough understanding of the knowledge points could get them all correct. However, for the last question, Su Hongji prepared a surprise for the students. Let's say there's a pond with an infinite amount of water. There are 2 empty water bottles with a capacity of 5 liters and 6 liters respectively. Deduce how to use these 2 bottles to obtain 3 liters of water from a pond. This was a logical deduction question related to mathematics. Compared to the previous questions, this question was undoubtedly more flexible because it did not test a certain knowledge point in books. It tested one's reasoning ability. This question was worth a total of 15 points, so no one took the initiative to give up on this question. Each and every one of them racked their brains and calculated the answer on the draft paper. Meng Wenhao, who was sitting in exam room 16, thought for about half an hour before he finally started writing. First, fill the 6-liter bottle. Then, pour it into the 5-liter bottle. There is 1 liter left in the 6-liter bottle. Then, empty the 5-liter bottle. Pour the remaining 1 liter of water from the 6-liter bottle into the 5-liter bottle. Then, fill the 6-liter bottle with water. Pour it into the 5-liter bottle until it is full. Pour in 4 liters of water, leaving 2 liters of water. Finally, empty the 5-liter bottle. Pour the remaining 2 liters of water from the 6-liter bottle into the 5-liter bottle. Then, the 5-liter bottle will have 3 liters of space left. Fill the 6-liter bottle with water. Then, pour it into the 5-liter bottle until it is full. Pour in 3 liters of water, leaving 3 liters of water in the 6-liter bottle. After he finished writing, Meng Wenhao shook his head and thought to himself, This question is quite interesting. It seems that Mr. Su's problem-setting skills are gradually approaching that of Yamacho. If Meng Wenhao could solve this question, how could Li Tai, who was in exam room 1, not be able to do it? He only thought for half an hour before he came up with an answer. Moreover, it was a different answer. First, fill the 5-liter bottle. Then, pour in the 6-liter bottle. Then, fill the 5-liter bottle. Pour in the 6-liter bottle. Then, there will be 4 liters of water left in the 5-liter bottle. Then, empty the 6-liter bottle. Pour in the 4-liter bottle from the 5-liter bottle. Then, there will be 4 liters of water left in the 6-liter bottle. Finally, fill the 5-liter bottle with water. Then, fill the 6-liter bottle with water from the 5-liter bottle. Then, there will be 3 liters of water left in the 5-liter bottle. After he finished writing, Li Tai nodded with satisfaction and whispered, "In the past, Yamacho came up with a question about putting water in the pool. Now Mr. Su came up with a question about getting water from the pool. This is really interesting." Chapter 989. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, the last exam of Yanhuang College's first monthly exam was over. After going through 2 days of high-intensity exams, the students were all physically and mentally exhausted. After handing in their papers, no matter if they did well or not, they all couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. "Hey, Xianxia, didn't you say yesterday that you'd treat us to a drink after the exam? Let's go now." After the students in the exam room returned to their respective classrooms, Cheng Chumo patted Li Tai's shoulder and winked. Li Tai said unhappily, "F***, you guys weren't loyal yesterday and didn't accompany me to play football. Today you want to drink with me? No way." He did say yesterday that he'd treat them to a meal, but there was a prerequisite. Cheng Chumo took advantage of the situation and said, "Hee, Xianxia, Chitu culture is flourishing. Now that you receive dividends every month, you won't be so stingy as to not be willing to treat us to a drink, right?" He knew better than anyone that Li Tai didn't lack money at all, because Li Tai had shares in Chitu culture. Then again, Li Zishuan's family was fattened up by Li Zishuan. If Li Zishuan didn't return to Chang, and this year, Li Er might still be living a tight life. Li Chengxian and Li Tai might still be by Li Er's side fighting for favor. Now, history was changing little by little. "Hee, that's right. Xianxia, you're the richest among us. It's not too much to treat us brothers to a drink, right?" Sun Zifen also chimed in. "Oh, Xianxia, if you want to treat us to a drink, count me in." Yuchi Baolin just walked into the classroom and didn't know what was going on, so he ran over to join the fun. Li Tai almost vomited blood. He thought about it, and finally said helplessly, Okay. Pack up. Let's go to Xiaomao's a small shop for a meal tonight. I'm really scared of you bad friends." Ever since Gu Xiaomao's have a small shop opened, it became extremely popular in Yanhuang College. In the beginning, his family's supermarket had given the academy students a huge surprise. In this era, people would go to the rice shop to buy rice, to the market to buy shoes, to the grocery store to buy pots and pans, to the rain gear store to buy umbrellas, and to the snack stalls in the eastern and western markets to buy snacks. However, once Gu Xiaomao's store was opened, the students discovered that shopping had suddenly become very simple. Food, drinks, and necessities could basically be bought from his store. Moreover, they had to choose what they wanted to buy. After choosing, they just had to pay the bill at the counter at the entrance. This kind of novel shopping method also made the students feel very refreshed. When they had nothing to do, they would often come in groups of 3 to 5 to shop at the supermarket. Other than the supermarket, there was also a small shop that provided gourmet service. This was also a campus restaurant. There was a row of sheds outside the store. Under the sheds, there were tables and chairs. The store mainly served noodles or small dishes. The person who cooked was usually Old Man Gu. Sometimes, when Old Man Gu couldn't free himself, Gu Xiaomao's sister, Gu Yunshuang, would come out to cook. "Haha, Xiaomao, today we're here to take care of your business." Li Tai brought a group of people out of Guanghua building. After a short while, they arrived at a small shop. He shouted at Gu Xiaomao, who was chopping firewood in front of the store. Behind him were Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, Qin Huayu, Li Huiren, Li Ku, Zhang Sun Chong, and Sun Zifen. They were all a group of second-generation officials. Your Highness! Gu Xiaomao was shocked. He quickly put down the work in his hands and hurriedly greeted him. Although the ordinary students of Yanhuang College often came here to shop at the supermarket, Li Tai rarely came here. This was because the little fatty basically didn't lack anything in daily life. Every weekend, there would be servants who would come over to help him replenish his goods. The little fatty was either studying or running off to play football. Naturally, he rarely came to the supermarket. Screw you. How many times have I told you not to call me Your Highness? Just call me Xianxia. You just don't listen. Do you believe that I won't beat you up next time? Li Tai walked over and punched Gu Xiaomao's chest as he jokingly scolded him. When Yanhuang College was being built, one of them was the captain of the 8th team of the 1st Regiment, while the other was the vice-captain of the 8th team of the 1st Regiment. That construction life left a deep impression on Li Tai. At the same time, during that time, Gu Xiaomao took good care of Li Tai. Therefore, Li Tai treated Gu Xiaomao as a friend. Gu Xiaomao looked troubled. He really didn't dare to call Li Tai's name directly. Forget it. I won't make things difficult for you. Xiaomao, I'm inviting my friends over for drinks today. Make some good food and think of a way to get some girls. Li Tai saw this and helplessly patted Gu Xiaomao's shoulder. At the same time, he felt a little disappointed. Actually, he wanted to casually make friends like ordinary people. Hey, everyone, please wait. The drinks and dishes will be here soon. Gu Xiaomao breathed a sigh of relief and immediately beamed with joy. Hey, we haven't eaten together in a long time. Xiaomao, why don't you come over for a drink later? Li Tai grabbed Gu Xiaomao's shoulder and said. Gu Xiaomao couldn't bear to refuse. He nodded and said, okay, then when I'm done, I'll toast to everyone. That's more like it. Li Tai chuckled and then sat down with a few second-generation heirs. Hey, a bunch of kids actually came over to drink instead of going home during the holidays. Just then, a burst of light laughter came from the neighboring table. Li Tai was furious when he heard that and was about to scold the person who spoke. However, when he stood up and saw the people at the neighboring table, he was instantly stunned. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Xianxia, Mr. Wang, you guys are here too. Li Tai was stunned. The rest of the people then realized that the bearded man and Wang Ji were sitting at the neighboring table. They almost forgot that these two old drunkards were regulars at a small shop. If one were to say who loved drinking the most in the academy, it would be none other than these two. In the past, Wang Ji felt a little lonely in the academy by himself. However, after the bearded man was subdued by Li Zixuan and joined the academy, the two drunkards were immediately attracted to each other as if there was a magnet attached to their bodies. The powerless Wang Ji actually became good friends with the bearded man, the top expert in the world, just like that. The miraculous changes in the world were truly unpredictable. Greetings, Mr. Xianxia and Mr. Wang. Cheng Chimo, Sun Zifan, and Li Ku hurriedly went over and bowed to the bearded man and Wang Ji. As students, they went to the tavern to drink and ended up bumping into their teachers. Whoever met them would be King embarrassed. Chapter 990. You guys continue drinking. Just treat us two old men as if we don't exist. And have a small shop. Wang Ji looked at the embarrassed faces of Li Tai and the rest. He laughed, put down his glass, and said, but young people shouldn't drink too much. Just a little taste is enough. After all, strong alcohol is harmful to the body. The old man acted like a good teacher educating the younger generation. He completely forgot that he was an old drunkard. How could he have the right to advise others to drink less? Sir, you're right. We'll remember that. Li Tai cupped his hands and said politely, go ahead. Wang Ji waved his hand and continued drinking. Li Tai sat down and looked at Li Ku, Zhang Sun Chong, and Cheng Chimo. Although Wang Ji said that they didn't need to care about him and the bearded man, it was still awkward for two tables to eat at the same place. Little Ku, how did you do in the monthly exam this time? In order to break the awkward atmosphere as soon as possible, Li Tai had no choice but to find something to talk about. Li Ku looked at his brother and replied, it should be okay. Most of the questions this time were things that the teachers had talked about before. It didn't feel as difficult as the entrance exam 2 months ago. Sun Ziffin interrupted. Hey, King of Han, you're right. The monthly exam questions this time were set by the teachers of the academy. The previous entrance exam questions were mostly set by the Yamacho. It's definitely more difficult. After all, not many people can understand the thinking and thinking of the Yamacho. Wang Ji, who was drinking at the next table, twitched his eyelids. The old drunkard seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed slightly. Sun Ziffin, you're talking nonsense again. Why do I feel that the two exams are equally difficult? Chung Chumo rolled his eyes and slammed the table. Everyone burst out laughing. Chonyo, if there's an exam that you think is easy, then I think the person who set the exam should be kicked out of the academy by the Yamacho. Li Tai said with a strange smile. F***CK. Chin K, you're cursing people in a roundabout way again. Next time on the court, I'll definitely torture you. Chung Chumo immediately glared back at him. The dishes are here. The dishes are here. At this moment, Gu Xiaomao walked over with 2 plates of food and shouted, Yo, this is stir-frying. One of the 2 dishes was stir-fried pickled cabbage. There was pickled cabbage in the Tang dynasty. Due to the high price of salt and the lack of vegetables in winter, pickled cabbage was considered a relatively luxurious dish in winter, and the other dish was fried chicken with scallions. Seeing these 2 dishes, Li Tai raised his eyebrows and said with some surprise, Hey, my sister made this by imitating the dishes in the academy's cafeteria and using lard. Gu Xiaomao put down the plate, scratched his head, and said embarrassedly, The Drunken Immortal restaurant had been popular in Chang, and for almost a year, and there were many restaurants that imitated its dishes. Although the taste was not as authentic as the Drunken Immortal restaurant, the stir-frying was already accepted by many people. Yinhuang College's cafeteria also had many stir-frying dishes, and in order to reduce costs, they used lard. Then your sister is also quite good. Xiaoma, bring some wine. Li Tai chuckled. After a while, the dishes were all served, and the group that followed Li Tai could no longer hold back. TSK. I didn't expect that the taste of the dishes in our academy's cafeteria would be comparable to some of the restaurants in Chang'an. Amazing. Ching Chumo sniffed and took a deep breath. He looked as if he was drooling as he praised. True gold is not afraid of red fire, and good wine is not afraid of deep alleys. Ugly cow. The surface does not mean the interior is exquisite. A small place can also produce good food. At this moment, Wang Ji and the bearded guest at the next table had finished eating. The 2 drunkards stood up drunkenly. Wang Ji walked over and patted Chung Chumo on the shoulder. You guys go ahead and eat. This old man and Mr. Zhang San will leave first. Xiaomao. Bill. Wang Ji said to Gu Xiaomao while swaying. Hey, Brother Wang, this meal is on me. How can I let you pay for it? The bearded guest interrupted with a red face. Oh, did Brother Zhang say that before? Why didn't I know? Wang Ji was probably a little drunk. The old man knocked his head and said, Okay, Brother Zhang, you go and pay the bill. Xiaomao, how much is it in total? Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhang-san, it's 2 strings of coins and 300 copper coins. Why don't you come back another day? Gu Xiaomao calculated for a moment, looked at the 2 drunkards, and said worriedly, Actually, it was not that the food here was expensive. It was mainly because Wang Ji and the bearded guest came here to drink good wine. In the end, it was hard not to be expensive. But the 2 of them were drunk now, and it was impossible for them to have so much money on them. That was why he suggested this. Burp. Let me see. The bearded guest touched the money bag on him and found that there were only a few hundred copper coins. He could only say, Come. I'll write you an IOU. Come and get the money from me tomorrow. Gu Xiaomao hurriedly waved his hand and said, No need. Do you think I don't trust Mr. Zhang-san's promise? The bearded man patted Gu Xiaomao's shoulder with his large hand. I told you to get the pen and paper, so hurry up and get it. I usually forget what happened the day before the next day after drinking. If I don't write an IOU, it'll be a miracle if you can get the money from me. Li Tai's eyes were wide open. He did not expect the bearded guest to have such a clear mind when he was drunk. Cough, cough. No need to be so troublesome. Xiao Mao, put the bill for these two gentlemen on my head. I'll settle it for you later. Li Tai coughed dryly and said. The bearded guest laughed loudly and said, Ha ha, it's not the student's turn to treat me to a drink. Xiao Mao, quickly get the pen and paper. Seeing the bearded guest insist, Gu Xiao Mao could only do as he was told. After a moment, the bearded guest finished writing the IOU and left with Wang Ji. Phew, they finally left. After Wang Ji and the bearded guest left, Sun Zifen heaved a sigh of relief. Chung Chimo laughed loudly and said, Come, come, come. Today, we won't go home until we're drunk. Zhang Sun Chong also said excitedly, We won't go home until we're drunk. That Xianxia. Do you want to be like Mr. Zhang San and write the IOU first? Otherwise, when you're drunk later, you'll forget everything the next day. At this moment, Yuchi Baolin said something that was inappropriate, causing everyone present to be stunned. Scram! Could it be that I can still renege on Xiao Mao's debt? Li Tai was enraged and said angrily. Then, he turned his head and said to Gu Xiao Mao, don't just stand there. Come over and have a few drinks with us too. All right then, my alcohol tolerance isn't too good. Everyone, please don't take offense. Chapter 991. Oh, my head hurts. What time is it now? The next day, the sun shone through the window and into the dormitory. Li Tai's bed was at the door, so the sun shone on his face. He didn't know when he finally woke up, but he suddenly felt a headache. After waking up from a hangover, people usually felt uncomfortable. Last night, they drank until 6:30 p.m. Cheng Chimo, Yuchi Baolin, Li Ku, Sun Chong, Qin Huayu, and Li Huayan were good drinkers. After eating and drinking, they could even ride back to Chang'an. He and Sun Zifen were not good drinkers, so they directly passed out. Naturally, they slept in the dormitory that night. Li Tai rubbed his eyes and endured the pain in his head. He stood up from the bed and looked at Sun Zifen, who was still sleeping like a dead pig. He shook his head and went to the bathroom to wash up. After a while, Li Tai finished washing up. The pain in his head was slightly relieved. He took a deep breath and walked out. Seeing that Sun Zifen was still sleeping, he curled his lips and said to himself, What a dead pig. Goo-goo-goo. At this moment, Li Tai's stomach made a goo-goo-goo sound. Damn, looks like I slept for a long time. I'm so hungry. I can't wait for Zifen. I have to go out and find something to eat. Li Tai rubbed his stomach and quietly walked out of the door. Damn, it's almost noon, right? After leaving the dormitory, Li Tai saw that the sun was already above his head. He couldn't help but admire himself for sleeping for so long. Where should I eat? The cafeteria is too greasy. Thinking about where to eat, Li Tai suddenly became worried. Yanwang College's cafeteria in this season only had pickles and meat dishes. He felt a little tired of eating them. Although the prince's mansion had fresh vegetables, distant water could not quench his thirst. Hey, I got it. Husband, you're back? The food is ready. Please wash your hands and come eat. In the courtyard of Yinshan, Li Zixuan had been marking test papers in the academy for the whole morning. When he returned home near noon, Han Yushi came up to him and considerately took off the cloak for Li Zixuan. She said with a smile, Ha, what delicious food did my wife make today? Li Zixuan sniffled and asked, Nothing much, just a plate of bean sprouts and a plate of roasted chicken. There's only the two of us here. If you cook too much, I'm afraid we won't be able to finish it. Although she had married into the Li family, Han Yushi's thrifty habit had not changed. Hey, that was enough. That's enough. Li Zixuan was not a wasteful person. Not only did he not dislike his wife's character, he even faintly admired it. In his previous life, he had seen a piece of news saying that the couple went to a restaurant for dinner. When they were about to leave, the woman saw that there were still a lot of dishes left, so she asked the waiter to pack them up. In the end, when they returned home, the man thought that the woman had embarrassed him and beat her up. When Li Zixuan saw this piece of news, he was speechless. He could only sigh. Why would a good girl always meet a scumbag man? Knock, knock, knock. Yamacho. At this warm moment, there was a knock on the door. Xianxia, why is this guy here at this time? When Li Zixuan heard the voice, he knew that the person outside was Li Tai. He had some doubts in his heart. "Husband, go and take a look." Han Yushi looked out of the window and said with a smile, "Okay." Li Zixuan responded and went to the front yard. When he opened the door, he saw Li Tai outside the yard and said, "Xianxia, are you looking for me?" Li Tai rubbed his hands and looked as if he was afraid of the cold. He said, Yes, there's something. Yamacho, why don't we go in and talk?" After saying that, the little fatty actually wanted to go into the house. Li Zixuan was speechless. Was this his house or Li Tai's house? The little fatty wanted to declare war and seize control of the house. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Li Tai hadn't even taken 2 steps when his stomach failed to live up to his expectations and made 2 rumbling sounds. Li Zixuan's hearing was extremely sharp, and he immediately understood what was going on. F***CK. I say, you brat, are you here to freeload? Li Tai's face was immediately filled with embarrassment. He quickened his pace and walked inside while flatly denying, Of course not. I'm here to ask Yamacho about the results of the monthly test." After saying that, he had already walked to the door of the house. Master's wife is really good at cooking. This dish smells so good. How delicious would it be when it is eaten? Even the imperial chefs in the palace are not as good as Master's wife's cooking skills. As soon as the little fatty entered the house, he immediately smelled the fragrance of fried bean sprouts and braised chicken floating in the air. This fellow did not care what dish was on the plate and praised it fiercely. If he lived in modern times, this fellow would definitely be a bootlicker. Han Yushi was elated by the praise and was a little overwhelmed. She hurriedly said, "Xianxia, you must be joking. You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go to the kitchen and get you a bowl and chopsticks." Li Tai had been to the Li family more than once. At first, Han Yushi called him Your Highness. Later, under the insistence of Li Tai and Li Zixuan, she had long since changed her way of addressing him as Xianxia. Li Tai's eyes lit up. He came all the way here just to hear this sentence. Hearing this, he immediately beamed with joy and said, "Thank you, Master's wife." He previously thought that Li Zixuan had asked him for vegetables before and guessed that there should be vegetables to eat here. Thus, he gave up on eating in the cafeteria and directly ran here. Li Zixuan, who had just entered the house, could not help but shake his head. He thought to himself that this little fatty was becoming less and less arrogant as a dragon's descendant. He could actually do such a thing as freeloading. Han Yushi went to get a bowl and chopsticks for Li Tai, but Li Tai had already moved a chair and ran to the table to sit down. At this time, he saw that there were only 2 dishes on the table and could not help but be a little disappointed. However, when he saw the sparkling and white bean sprouts, he could not help but say in surprise, what dish is this? Why have I never seen it before?" Li Zixuan came over and sat down. He picked up a bean sprout with his chopsticks and ate a mouthful of rice as he said unhappily, "This is bean sprout. It's taken from the sprouts of soybean seedlings and stir-fried." Li Tai's eyes lit up and said, "So it's vegetables. That's great. I want to try it." At this time, Han Yushi brought a bowl and chopsticks. Naturally, the bowl was filled with rice. Li Tai did not say anything and directly picked up the bean sprout. When it was close to his nose and mouth, a burst of fragrance entered his nostrils. He could not help but salivate. He quickly put the bean sprout into his mouth and chewed lightly. It was crispy and delicious. There was a hint of sourness and saltiness in the fresh fragrance. It whetted his appetite. Oh, delicious, delicious. This bean sprout is really delicious. Yamacho, where did this bean sprout come from? Can you sell it to me for 50 caddies first? After Li Tai took a bite of the bean sprout, he felt as if he had eaten a peerless delicacy. His eyes widened as he looked at Li Zixuan excitedly and asked, Chapter 992, 50 Genes. Are you still asleep? In the Yinshan residence, Li Zixuan almost spat out the food in his mouth after hearing Li Tai's words. At the same time, he cursed this little fatty in his heart. Although he had bean sprouts at home, it probably didn't even amount to 50 genes. If this wasn't an exorbitant demand, then what else could it be? Is 50 genes too much? It's not much, Yamacho. 50 genes of bean sprouts isn't enough for me to eat for a week. Li Tai fiercely picked up a large chunk of bean sprouts and put it in his bowl. That small porcelain bowl suddenly became a small mountain. The little fatty fiercely stuffed food into his mouth as he quibbled with Li Zishuan. Scram, 50 genes isn't enough for you to eat for a week. Do you want to eat bean sprouts as rice? Li Zishuan really wanted to pick up the little fatty and beat him up. Li Tai vaguely said, let's exchange it as rice. I can eat 50 genes a week. Yamacho, if you don't believe me, then give me 50 genes of bean sprouts to try. You really know how to scheme. What good will it do me to let you try? No way. Li Zishuan wasn't an idiot. Why would he fall for this little guy's trick? Hee. Yamacho, you can't say that. As the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, shouldn't you be concerned about the students of Yanhuang College? The college's cafeteria recently has only pickled vegetables and meat dishes. We really need these fresh vegetables. If it's really not possible, how about I exchange the vegetables from the imperial residence for bean sprouts? 1 genes for 1 genes? Li Tai bargained with a cheeky grin. Li Zishuan frowned and didn't say anything. Although Li Tai's words were somewhat shameless, there was some truth to it. If the human body didn't eat fresh vegetables for a long time, the immune system would likely decline. He didn't care about other people, but he had to care about the students of the college. He had to ensure that the students could study healthily. In a few days, there should be bean sprouts in the academy's canteen. After pondering for a moment, Li Zishuan said softly, Mighty Yamacho. Li Tai slapped the table and shouted excitedly. Don't be happy yet. I still have a debt to settle with you. Li Zishuan snorted coldly. Seeing Li Tai's stunned expression, he continued, I heard that you and Cheng Chumo were drinking at Gu Xiaomao's tavern last night. You drank for more than 2 hours, and all of you were dead drunk. Is that true? Hearing this, Li Tai's face fell. He quickly put down his chopsticks and shrunk his neck. He was a prince. Logically speaking, there was no need for him to be afraid of Li Zishuan. However, in the past year, Li Zishuan had conquered him with his knowledge and saved his life twice. Therefore, he couldn't help but respect and fear Li Zishuan. Yamacho, we were on holiday yesterday afternoon. It shouldn't be a problem for us to drink a little, right? The academy didn't forbid drinking during the holidays. Li Tai met Li Zishuan's aggressive gaze and braced himself. The academy didn't forbid students from drinking during the holidays, but students are not allowed to openly gather and drink in the academy. Gu Xiaomao has already broken the rules by selling the wine to you. I will settle this with him later. Li Zishuan snorted coldly and said. Li Tai was stunned and hurriedly said, Don't. Yamacho, this has nothing to do with Xiaomao. I was the one who forced him to give us the wine. The main responsibility is on me. Li Zishuan's eyes were cold, but a trace of relief grew in his heart. Probably no one would have thought that the high and mighty king of Wei, Li Tai, would actually plead for leniency for a lowly commoner in the eyes of the upper echelons of society. This scene would have been impossible to happen a year ago. However, Li Zishuan was gratified by this. A person who knew how to think for others, no matter how bad they were in the future, they wouldn't be too bad. For Li Tai to be able to do this, it meant that he had matured. The arrogant, headstrong, and temperamental Li Tai from history would never appear again. Husband, Xiaomao's family doesn't have it easy. Why don't you let them go this time? Han Yushi said at this time. Li Zishuan secretly praised his wife for pleading at the right time. In fact, he wasn't very angry. He just wanted to use this opportunity to test Li Tai's character. He played the bad guy, and Han Yushi played the good guy. Yes. Yamacho. It wasn't easy for Xiaomao to open a shop in the academy. His family depends on this shop for a living. Please don't punish him this time. Li Tai cast a grateful look at Han Yushi and quickly said. Li Zishuan didn't say anything, but pretended to be deep in thought. The atmosphere in the room was a little tense. Li Tai didn't care about enjoying the food at this time. He stared at Li Zishuan without blinking, looking a little nervous. Forget it. Since it's your first offense, I'll forgive you this time. As for Gu Xiaomao, I'll send someone to warn him not to sell alcohol to students in the future. As for the few of you, each of you write a self-reflection letter and hand it to me before class next Monday. After some time, the little fatty's eyes were a little sore from staring. Li Zixuan finally spoke. Li Tai heard this and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, he was puzzled and asked, Yamacho, what is a self-reflection letter? How should it be written? Li Zixuan patted his head and replied, it's a self-reflection letter. It's similar to the self-reflection letter written by Emperor Wu of Han. Actually, in history, Lier had also written a self-reflection letter, but that was after the outbreak of the locust plague in the second year Jingguan. There was no such thing now. Li Tai suddenly understood, but he felt that Li Zixuan's analogy was a little inappropriate. Okay, I'll inform Chu, Mo, and the others to write a self-reflection letter. Li Zixuan nodded and thought to himself, who can be more awesome than me if I ask the Tang Dynasty's prince to write a self-reflection letter? Let's eat. When the little fatty heard this, his mood improved. The hunger in his stomach made him transform into a glutton. The big plate of bean sprouts that Han Yushi had fried was all eaten by this guy in no time. However, he didn't touch the plate of braised chicken at all. Burp. Master's wife's cooking is really superb. Yamacho really has good taste. If there were more bean sprouts, it would be even more perfect. Next time, it's best to use a porcelain bowl. After finishing the bean sprouts, Li Tai took a glance at the braised chicken and instantly lost his appetite. He rubbed his stomach and sighed as if he hadn't had enough. Since you like it so much, Xianxia, I'll cook another plate for you. Han Yushi stood up with a smile and said, Okay, my ass. Wife, sit down. This kid has been on a diet recently and is full. Don't worry about him. Li Tai cheered loudly, but Li Zixuan interrupted mercilessly. Someone had snatched all his dishes and wanted to trouble his wife to cook another plate. How could there be such a cheap thing in the world? Chapter 993. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Li Tai hummed a little tune and wandered back to the dormitory. He was in a very good mood. Firstly, it was because he ate the delicious bean sprouts. Secondly, he felt that he had helped Gu Xiaomao, so of course he was happy. This unlucky kid still didn't realize that Li Zixuan was deliberately testing him. Thirdly, when he left, he shamelessly asked Li Zixuan for more than 3 pounds of bean sprouts. Although it wasn't much, it was better than nothing. When he returned to the dormitory, Li Tai saw that there was no one in the dormitory. After thinking for a while, he guessed that Sun Zifan should have gone to the cafeteria to eat. The little fatty smiled proudly and put the bag of bean sprouts he got from Li Zixuan on the bed. Then, he rubbed his stomach and lay on his bed contentedly. He planned to go back to Chang, and directly after taking a nap. Soon, a wave of sleepiness hit him, and Li Tai fell asleep in a daze. Sigh, it's so uncomfortable. Everything I eat doesn't taste right. I don't know where Xianxia went to eat at noon, but I didn't see him in the cafeteria. On the path of Yinhuang College, Sun Zifan, who had just come out of the cafeteria, muttered gloomily. Logically speaking, it was hard to have an appetite after waking up from a hangover. Don't tell me he's already back in Chang'an? F***CK. That's too much. He didn't even tell me when he went back to Chang'an. That's not right. Why is there a sound from inside? Sun Zifan muttered indignantly when he reached the dormitory door. Suddenly, he heard a snoring sound, which made him a little suspicious. Ho-ho! Sun Zifan took out the key from his sleeve and opened the door. Instantly, the snoring sound became louder. F***CK. This guy didn't go back to Chang'an. At least he has a conscience. Seeing Li Tai sleeping soundly on the bed at the door, Sun Zifan felt a little better. They should drink together and go home together. Yo, what's this? And it's wrapped so tightly. Sun Zifan was about to return to his own bed to sleep when he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a package of oiled paper at Li Tai's bedside. He didn't know what was wrapped in it, but it looked like there was a lot of things inside. Sun Zifan's curiosity was immediately piqued. Hey, could it be the delicious food that Xianxia brought back from the academy? What a good friend. Then I won't hold back. Sun Zifan was trying to gauge Li Tai with the greatest kindness. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile, and his hands subconsciously reached out to grab the oiled paper package. Don't move! Without any warning, Li Tai suddenly sat up from the bed. Bang! At this time, Sun Zifan was bending over to pick up the package at the head of the bed. He was shocked by Li Tai, and his head hit the beam of the upper bunk. Ouch! F***CK. So Chinke, you haven't slept yet. Sun Zifan cried out in pain and staggered 2 steps as he angrily said to Li Tai. F***CK. Zifan, what are you doing? Are you peeking at me sleeping? Let me tell you, this king is not into men. Even if I was into men, I wouldn't be into men like you. Pooey, pooey, pooey. This king will not be into men no matter what. Li Tai opened his eyes and saw that there was a man on top of his head. He was also frightened. After listening to Sun Zifan's words, he opened his eyes wide and said in horror, F***CKU. You are the one who is into men. This daddy has always liked women, all right? I just wanted to see what was in the package at the head of your bed. Anyone who is slandered as a man would probably be angry. Sun Zifan actually called Li Tai daddy at this time. His guts were boundless. Package? Li Tai heard and heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he heard about the package, his heart jumped again. He hurriedly hugged the package at the head of the bed and said, F***CK? This is my package. You can't look at it. Seeing this, Sun Zifan was even more curious about what was in the package in Li Tai's hands. However, compared to this, he wanted to know more about another matter. Chinke, were you asleep just now? Li Tai rolled his eyes and said, Of course I was asleep. Sun Zifan was stunned. Since you were asleep, why did you suddenly jump up? Speaking of this, Li Tai was speechless. I just had a dream. I dreamt that someone was stealing my package, so I got up. F***CK. Who are you lying to? If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Sun Zifan was furious. He felt like he had been played for a fool. Li Tai was too lazy to explain. TSK. Forget it if you don't believe me. After a while, Sun Zifan could not help but ask, Chinke, what's in the package? Why are you being so secretive? Li Tai hurriedly said, It's nothing. It's just some trinkets. Sun Zifan said in disbelief, Trinkets? What are you doing if it's a trinket? Quick, let me see what it is. After saying that, he went up to snatch it. F***CK. Stop it. It's really a trinket. It's definitely useless to you. Li Tai panicked and hurriedly hid the package behind his back. Sun Zifan was even more unconvinced. Hey, if you don't open it and let me see, then we'll just wait like this. If I don't sleep, you don't sleep either. Li Tai's fat face darkened. He could only accept his bad luck to have met such a shameless friend. He said in exasperation, F***CK. You win. Come here. I'll let you take a look. Let me say this first. You can only look, not touch. Yes, yes, yes. Of course. Sun Zifan agreed readily. Although Li Tai did not believe that Sun Zifan would do as he said, in order to avoid being pestered by this guy, he could only take out the package and open a small opening. Dozens of tender and white bean sprouts were immediately exposed. F***CK. I thought it was some kind of treasure. Isn't it just bean sprouts? Although the bean sprouts in the package were a little too white, no matter how white they were, weren't they still bean sprouts? After Sun Zifan saw it, he was instantly disappointed. Li Tai hurriedly wrapped the bean sprouts and said with a smile, I told you that this thing would definitely be useless to you. You didn't believe me. Sun Zifan waved his hand and immediately lost interest. He returned to his bed and was about to lie down to sleep when he suddenly remembered that there should not be so many bean sprouts in this season. Hence, he asked, Chinke, where did you get these bean sprouts? Also, why did you get these bean sprouts? Li Tai thought for a moment and began to make up a story. I got them from Yamacho. Yamacho asked me to take them back and plant them. He said that he wanted me to understand the principle of reaping what you sow. This is a profound knowledge. Reaping what you sow, Sun Zifan muttered a few words. Inexplicably, many doubts arose in his heart. But at this time, a wave of sleepiness hit him, causing his eyelids to start to droop. He could only go to sleep with doubts in his heart. However, a few days later, he would probably have the intention to kill Li Tai. What the F***CK do you mean by reaping what you sow? I really believed in your nonsense. Chapter 994. Wife, later on, ask Uncle Wong to purchase a batch of soybeans. The more the better. After purchasing them, mobilize all the servants in the residence to distribute bean sprouts. When the time comes, send a portion to the academy and another portion to the drunken immortal restaurant. Li Zixuan said to Han Yushi when he left the Yunshan residence in the afternoon. Yes, husband wants to start a bean sprouts business? Han Yushi responded and asked again. Yes, since we plan to introduce bean sprouts to the academy's cafeteria, why not take out a portion to sell in Chang'an City? If we don't make money, what are we if not fools? Li Zixuan smiled and said. Actually, at the very beginning, he didn't plan to sell the bean sprouts. His purpose of making bean sprouts was to give his family a change of taste so that they could eat vegetables in this season. However, what Li Tai said earlier made a bit of sense. He was the Yamacho of Yinhuang College, and the students in the academy were all his students. He couldn't leave something good for himself and not share it. Therefore, when Li Tai left, Li Zixuan had already made up his mind to introduce bean sprouts to the academy's cafeteria. Since there were bean sprouts in the cafeteria, how could there be no drunken immortal restaurant? After all, no one would complain about having too much money. Oh, if you ask all the servants in the residence to help distribute bean sprouts, aren't you afraid that our method will be leaked? Han Yushi blinked and suddenly thought of a problem and quickly asked. Now, the bean sprouts in the Li family were all personally prepared by her, Xiao He and Xiao Shi, so naturally, there wouldn't be any leaks. However, if there were more people involved, then it would be hard to say. When Li Zixuan heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said coldly, If it's leaked, then so be it. It's not something valuable. Even if our family doesn't have this income, we won't collapse. Wife, just ask Uncle Wong to do as I say. Han Yushi's eyes showed some doubts, but she finally nodded and said, Don't worry, husband. I will tell Uncle Wong. Yes, then I'll go to the academy. After saying that, Li Zixuan left the room. Feiji, for the time being, you don't have to stay by my side and protect me. Go back to Chang and keep an eye on the mansion. See if there are any servants acting strangely or colluding with outsiders. If there is, don't alert them. Wait for me to go back and deal with it. On the way, Li Zixuan suddenly instructed Pang Feiji, who was beside him. Pang Feiji was startled. After a while, he regained his senses. His expression changed as he said in a low voice, Marquis suspects that there is a spy in the residence. Li Zixuan smiled and said casually, No, I'm just trying to see if there's a spy in our residence. Han Yushi's words earlier had indeed given him a warning. Since ancient times, benefits had moved people's hearts. With his current identity and status, he could ignore the benefits brought by bean sprouts. But what about the others? Would others not care as much as he did? If there was no spy, then he would use the bean sprouts to make money. If there was a spy, then he would not lose out. He could use the bean sprouts to clean up the disloyal servants in the residence. This could prevent more losses in the future. In short, you can make a killing, but I will definitely not lose out. Pang Feiji was a little confused. He did not quite understand what Li Zixuan meant. Li Zixuan smiled and said, You don't have to worry about anything else. Just do as I say. Yes, Marquis, I'll return to Chang and tomorrow. Pang Feiji bowed and cupped his fists. Add oil. Add more salt. It's too little. Add more. Add bean sprouts. Stir fry. Add onions. Add onions. Add more vinegar. In the evening, the chefs of Prince Wei's residence met their master, Li Tai, in the kitchen. They heard that Li Tai wanted to make a new dish, and that if they did not do well, everyone would be punished. All the chefs were under immense pressure. They raised their spirits and carried out Li Tai's orders meticulously. How did Li Tai know how to stir-fry bean sprouts? He heard it from Han Yushi in the afternoon. Now, the little fatty was applying what he had learned. He personally demonstrated what it meant to cook with one's mouth. Your Highness, can we take the wok out? The chef who was in charge of cooking felt that it was about time, so he carefully turned his head and asked. One could not cook with one's mouth. Without the help of these experienced chefs, Li Tai would not be able to stir-fry a plate of fragrant bean sprouts based on the information given by Han Yushi. Most of the time, Li Tai would only talk about the general process. The specific details would still depend on the experience of the chefs. Yes, you can take the wok out. Li Tai went forward to take a look. Seeing that the bean sprouts in the wok were similar to the ones he ate at Li Zishuan's place, he hurriedly instructed the chef to take the wok out. Yes, the chef who was in charge of cooking responded. Then, he picked up the wok and poured the bean sprouts into a porcelain plate that was prepared beforehand. The tender white sprouts were wrapped in oil droplets. Reflecting the light of the setting sun that shone in through the window, it looked even more appetizing. The white porcelain plate, the white bean sprouts, and the emerald green onions made one's appetite even more aroused. The most unbearable thing was the fragrance of the bean sprouts that had just come out of the wok. The fragrance of such fresh vegetables was extremely rare in winter. Yes, not bad. There will be rewards for all of you. In a while, all of you can go and get your reward from Officer Wu. Li Tai went forward and sniffed. He was in a good mood and said to everyone in the kitchen, "Thank you, Your Highness." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed to thank him. Li Tai was about to instruct the servants to bring the dishes to the main hall when he suddenly paused inexplicably, as if he had thought of something. After a while, he said, "Fry the remaining bean sprouts and put them in the food box. This prince is going to the palace." "Yes, Your Highness." The people in the kitchen bowed and answered. A quarter of an hour later, Li Tai carried an exquisite wooden food box and rode a carriage toward the palace. "Reporting to Your Majesty, Prince Wei requests an audience." West Court of the Imperial Palace, Empress Xianxia's bedroom. Li was eating with Empress Xianxia when the palace maid outside the door suddenly came in and bowed. "Xianxia, let him in." Li nodded and instructed the palace maid. Then, he looked at Empress Xianxia and said with a smile, "Oh, how strange. This boy actually thought of his father and mother? Your Majesty, what are you saying? Back then, you agreed to let Xianxia study at Yanwang College. Now that Xianxia is busy with her studies and doesn't often enter the palace, Your Majesty is blaming her." Empress Xianxia smiled and exonerated Li Tai. "Your son pays his respects to father and mother." While chatting, Li Tai had already walked in. The little fatty carried a food box in his hand and couldn't salute, so he could only bow. Chapter 995. Dispense with the formalities. "What is that in your hand, Xianxia?" In the Li Zheng Palace, Li was sitting cross-legged on the couch. Seeing that Li Tai was holding a food box, his curiosity was piqued, and he asked. A smile immediately appeared on Li Tai's face. He took a step forward and said, replying to Imperial Father, "This son happened to come across a delicacy today. The taste is very good, and I specially brought it for Imperial Father and Imperial Mother to enjoy." Li Er's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Oh, what delicacy is it? Quickly bring it up." Zhao Song quickly took the food box from Li Tai's hand, opened it, and brought it to Li and Empress Xianxia. Then, a silver needle quickly popped out from his sleeve and fell between his fingers. Just as he was about to secretly check if the bean sprouts were poisonous, Li grabbed his wrist and pushed it to the side. His meaning was self-evident. Tender and white, fragrant, and with soybeans stuck to the tail. Is this a bean sprout? Li glanced at the things on the plate, then looked at Li Tai and asked, "Your Majesty, this shouldn't be a bean sprout. Firstly, there shouldn't be so many bean sprouts in this season. Secondly, bean sprouts from the ground shouldn't be so white." Empress Xianxia's observation was very detailed. After hearing Li conclusion, she softly retorted, "Oh, it really isn't a bean sprout. Maid Guanyin is indeed attentive." Li looked carefully and found that it was as Empress Xianxia said, so he changed his words. "Xianxia, quickly tell Imperial Mother what kind of dish this is. Where did it come from?" Empress Xianxia said with a smile, "Mother, this dish is called bean sprout. It is raised with clear water and change the water daily. When the stem is an inch long, it is stir-fried in a pot to obtain this delicacy." Li Tai stepped forward and answered, "I see." Empress Xianxia was enlightened. Then she said, "Xianxia, you haven't said where this bean sprout came from. Could it be that you asked the servants of your mansion to train him? When she said this, even Empress Xianxia herself didn't believe it. Her own family knew her own matters. Li Tai was a person who liked to eat and didn't like to move. Wasn't it making things difficult for him to do these things? Replying to Imperial Mother, this bean sprout was obtained from a Yamacho family. This son did not create it myself. Li Tai replied honestly. Marquis of Yeoman? No wonder. Sure enough, it's easy for greedy people to discover delicacies. After Empress Xianxia finished speaking, the corners of her mouth couldn't help revealing a trace of smile. Li Er coughed lightly, interrupting the mother and son's conversation. Then he said, I've only been talking about it. Guanyin maid, quickly taste it. See if this dish is as good as Xianxia said. After 20 years of mutual help, Empress Xianxia knew that Li Er truly wanted her to try first, so she didn't refuse. She reached her chopsticks into the plate, picked up a few bean sprouts, and then put them into her mouth. Her eyes seemed to brighten a bit. How is it? Li Er asked. Yes, it was fragrant and juicy, crispy and sweet, with a hint of sourness. It was very appetizing. Your Majesty, please try it too. Empress Xianxia smiled and said. Li Er nodded, picked up a bean sprout with his chopsticks, and put it into his mouth. Yes, not bad, not bad. After eating a bean sprout with his chopsticks, Li Er praised. Goo-goo-goo. Just as Li Er's voice fell, a series of goo-goo-goo sounds suddenly came from the main hall. He saw Li Tai with one hand on his abdomen, his face full of embarrassment. Actually, at this moment, the little fatty wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, he secretly rejoiced. Abdomen, abdomen. UF Asterisk King made a contribution again. Well said, well said. Hee hee. So you didn't eat Xianxia either? Come over quickly and eat with Imperial Father and your Imperial Mother. Come, add a set of chopsticks for Prince Wei. A trace of warmth flashed in Li Er's eyes, and then he ordered. Many thanks, Imperial Father. Li Tai had been waiting for this sentence. Hearing this, he eagerly rushed over. Yo, Dr. Qin? Dr. Wang? The next morning, Li Zishuan went to Yanhuang College after breakfast. Once he entered Guanghua Building, he met Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang from the Imperial Medical Department. The two of them were talking to Li Gang, and behind them were two young men in white clothes and white hats. Marquis is here. When Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang heard this, they quickly bowed. Li Zishuan smiled and helped them up, saying, The two of you don't have to be so courteous. But what is the matter today that brought the two of you all the way to Cloud Mountain? What a distinguished guest. Quick, please come in. Li Zishuan didn't only admire these two doctors from the Imperial Medical Department for their medical skills, but also for their character. As the saying goes, doctors have a benevolent heart, and these two were truly benevolent doctors. A moment later, they arrived at the meeting room on the first floor. After taking their seats, Dr. Qin smiled and said, Marquis, this old man has already resigned from the Imperial Medical Department yesterday. After Brother Wang found out, he also resigned from his position. Today, we're here to seek refuge with Marquis. Li Zishuan had already guessed the purpose of Dr. Qin's visit, but when he heard that Dr. Wang also came to seek refuge with Yanhuang College, he couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. That's great. You two came at the right time. Yanhuang College's medical school has already begun preparations, and the Academy's medical hall has already been set up. Moreover, the daily necessities have already been prepared. I'll have to trouble the two of you to first set up the Academy's medical hall to solve the current problem of the students. Next year, we'll prepare for the medical school's enrollment. Li Zishuan's face lit up with joy as he said. Dr. Qin waved his hand and said, Everything else is fine, but now that Brother Wang and I have resigned from our positions in the Imperial Medical Department, Marquis, please don't call yourself doctor in the future, lest you become a laughingstock. Li Zishuan chuckled, then shook his head and said, Although the two of you are no longer doctors in the Imperial Medical Department, you will soon become doctors in Yanhuang College's medical school. Therefore, it's not inappropriate for me to call you that just now. Li Gang, who was sitting to the side, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this, but he didn't say anything to oppose. Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang looked at each other, and finally, Dr. Qin said, "Absolutely not. I've heard before that Yanhuang College's doctor selection requirements are very strict. The two of us have just entered the academy, and we haven't even made a single contribution. If we were to be conferred the title of doctor by Marquis, I'm afraid that others won't accept it. I hope that Marquis will take back his order." Li Zixuan smiled indifferently and said, "If anyone doesn't accept it, let them come find me. The two of you have worked so hard to protect everyone's health, and you deserve to be awarded a doctor. I'd like to see who else won't accept it." Li Gang finally opened his mouth and said, "Yamacho is right. Yinshan is remote, and it's extremely inconvenient to see a doctor. If a student is sick, they have to be sent to Chang'an City. Therefore, the Academy's medical hall is very necessary. The two of you should also be worthy of the title of Doctor of the Academy." Chapter 996. Thank you for your trust, Marquis and Mr. Li. In a conference room, the two doctors from the Imperial Medical Department cupped their hands and said to Li Zixuan and Li Gang. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "You don't have to thank me. As long as the two of you can help run the Academy's medical center, it will be the best reward for me. Later, I will give you a copy of the medical center's regulations. In the future, all the medical centers in the Tang Dynasty will follow the Academy's medical center." Dr. Qin said solemnly, "Marquis, don't worry. The two of us will do our best." Li Zixuan smiled and looked at the two young people behind Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang. He asked, "The two doctors haven't introduced them to us yet." Dr. Wang hurriedly said, "Oh, look at our memory. Marquis, they are my and Brother Qin's students in the Imperial Medical Department. He is Zhou Zichang and Gao Guangwen." When they knew that Brother Qin and I were leaving the Imperial Medical Department, they dropped out of the Imperial Medical Department and followed us here. The Imperial Medical Department was not only a medical institution that served the royal family and the dignitaries, but also an institution of higher learning to cultivate medical talents. During the Tang Dynasty, the Imperial Medical Department had more than 300 medical students at its peak. It could be said that it was the largest medical institution in ancient times. "Oh, Zhou Zichang, Gao Guangwen, why did the two of you give up the great future of the Imperial Medical Department and come to Yanhuang College?" Li Zixuan asked curiously. The two of them looked at each other. Finally, Gao Guangwen cupped his hands and said, "Marquis, a teacher for a day is a teacher for life. Wherever master goes, we will follow." Zhou Zichang nodded, showing that he agreed with Gao Guangwen. Li Zixuan looked at them with appreciation and then laughed. "Ha ha, good. Those who value friendship and righteousness will be rewarded with good fortune. The two of you can stay in the academy. After the medical department is established, you will be medical students." "Thank you, Marquis." When the two heard this, they hurriedly cupped their fists with joy. Li Zixuan chatted with Professor Qin and Professor Liu for a while more before he left. The results of the monthly exam had been tabulated, and he had to go take a look. As for the Academy's medical center, it was managed by Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, and Li Gang. Nothing would go wrong. Chang'an City, Yongla Lane, Lord Ho's mansion. Today, the Marquis's mansion was unusually lively. Housekeeper Wang Zhong had bought 4 carts of soybeans from the West Market, which added up to about 1,000 caddies. All the servants in the mansion were assigned to work, moving the soybeans, carrying water, washing the soybeans, and washing the pots and pans. It was as if the new year was coming. It was very lively. "Sambao, bring someone to the kitchen and get a bucket of water." "All right, young madam." "Afu, bring a few people to help Uncle Wang unload the soybeans." "Yes, I'm on my way." "Xiaohe, get someone to wash these gauze. We need to use it later." In the front yard, Han Yushi was commanding. Now, all the internal affairs of the Li family were under her control. Li Jingma and Mrs. Li rarely interfered. The old couple was now living a leisurely life. If there was anything they were dissatisfied with, it would be that they were short of a grandson. After all, when people got older, they especially liked children. "Yes, young madam." Xiaohe responded and skipped down to make the arrangements. "Xiaoshi, let's go see if the first batch of soybeans is done." Han Yushi said again. "Yes, young madam." The master and servant walked towards the backyard. In the main hall, The old lady of the Yi family said with a smile. It's lively. Yuzhu, although there are not as many people in this mansion as in Nanyang, without the scheming, it's more lively. In a big family, there were many open and secret struggles between the branches and the first and second branches. Of course, the Yi family was no exception. The old lady of the Yi family had stayed in the Li mansion for so many days, and she liked the atmosphere here more and more. Yi Guozhong's old face darkened. Was this a roundabout way of scolding him, the former head of the Yi family, for not managing the Yi family well? Mother, it's not the new year yet. It's even more lively during the new year. Yi Yuzhu sat beside the old lady of the Yi family and said with a smile, Hee hee, good. My family's Yuzhu is indeed blessed. Mother is also blessed. This time the mansion got so many bean sprouts. This old one is blessed. The old lady of the Yi family narrowed her eyes, and her face was full of happy smiles. At the same time, her heart was full of gratification. Before she left for Chong, and who would have thought that there would be such a perfect ending? Now that she saw that her daughter and grandson were living well, how could she not be gratified? I'm afraid that it won't be long before the method of making bean sprouts is spread out. At that time, want to be a wedding dress for others? Xianxia didn't consider it thoroughly this time. You can't be too hasty in everything. While everyone was laughing and chatting, Yi Guozhong said something that ruined the atmosphere at the wrong time. Master, I think you're used to fighting and scheming with people in Nanyang. How can the servants in this mansion be as bad as you say? I don't think there will be anyone gossiping outside. The old lady of the Yi family said unhappily. Yi Guozhong didn't give up and said, Madam, you can't say that. As the saying goes, people's hearts are hard to predict. If it's 10 people, you can ask them to work together. But if it's hundreds of people, it's too difficult to ask them to work together. People chase after benefits. As long as there are people who want to give benefits to the servants, they will definitely not hesitate to tell the method of making bean sprouts. That's why Xianxia didn't consider it thoroughly this time. Yi Yuzhu pursed her lips. It could be seen that at this moment, her heart was very tangled. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, Father, your daughter and Jing and Mo have always been kind to the servants. We have never been overly harsh. Although people chase after benefits, your daughter believes that the Li family servants will not do such a treacherous thing. Yi Guozhong sighed and said, AI, then let's wait and see. Father Li, who was in the room, didn't say anything from the beginning to the end, but in his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of light. Xianxia, why do you think young madam suddenly bought so many beans? In the backyard of the Li family, Lana ran off to play somewhere. The maids were washing the beans diligently, while the servants were helping to carry water from the well. One of the maids, who was slightly plump, asked in a low voice, How would I know? Besides, Lianer, why are you asking? The other maidservant who was asked answered as she washed the beans. The maid named Lian hurriedly said, No, nothing. I was just casually asking. There was a noise at the door of the courtyard. Maid Xianxia quickly said, Young madam is here. Don't talk, quickly wash the beans. Oh,